afternoon in Pentacle 3, Chapter 1, The Fool. It was a rainy afternoon in Hialeah's Savannah apartment complex. Its orange-red exterior showed sharp cracks on the walls, and inside the apartment 25B, lived the infamous psychic Arena. Her home was currently being inspected by her nosy landlord, and she had been accused of having a secret laundry machine. And once the landlord's curiosity was satiated, she left Irina's house. Irina sighed wearily, and she looked at her reflection in her mirror. She pushed back the many folds on her face, and only her blue eyes had retained their youth. Everything else had withered away. For this she had to be thankful. At her age, she still didn't need glasses. Like every morning, Irina looked through the family finances. They still couldn't afford to move. Resigned to her fate, Irina placed a sign before her door. She was open for business. She waited and waited. There was a knocking at her door, and when she opened it, she was disappointed to see that there was no one out there. And just when she was closing the door, a cockatoo flew into her living room. The cockatoo was named Cassandra, and she belonged to the next-door neighbor. Whenever she felt lonely, Cassandra would fly over to inconvenience Irina. "How is life treating you, Cassandra?" asked the bored Irina, and she rested her weary hands on her wrinkly face. "The same, and you?" said Cassandra before plucking one of her feathers. "The same, and why do you pluck your feathers, Cassandra?" asked Irina. "I use my feathers for allegory," explained Cassandra. The cockatoo crumbled off her feather in her claw before throwing it. The feather gracefully glided across the living room before landing on the TV controller. Cassandra flew on to the controller, and she looked at her feather with a great intent. Irina too was staring at the feather as she pondered what the cockatoo saw in it. Cassandra turned on the television on channel 69, and she chirped with delight. She had found something to watch. Irina rolled her eyes, extremely disappointed, and she sat on the couch before stretching her legs. She closed her eyes a little. Before she realized she had fallen asleep, a knocking on her door awoke her from her catnap. Irina ran to the door, extremely excited by the prospect of having a paying customer. She had two visitors. One was a regular by the name of Karina, and the other was the new face, Eugenia. Both were sporting disguises, hoodies, and thick sunglasses. Since the start of her pregnancy, Eugenia's father was constantly monitoring her movements, and he was worried about his daughter using while pregnant, so naturally he didn't trust her to resist temptation without outside help. And both maidens were visiting Eugenia to get an answer to a very important question. Was the baby going to be born healthy or not? Eugenia didn't have the exact date of when the little being was conceived, and she also had doubts about the identity of the father. She had doubts of whether she should keep the baby, and all of her friends kept telling her not to ruin her life. And her fiancé also didn't want the baby, but he would support her decision to keep the child. "Welcome, Karina," said Irina, and when she saw the wisp of red hair and the freckles, she said, "And welcome, Eugenia." "So you recognize me," said Eugenia, removing her thick sunglasses. "Does Karina talk a lot about me?" "Sometimes. She's always complimentary," lied Irina. Karina had wanted to hex Eugenia for breaking up with her best friend, but she decided not to for the sake of the unborn child. Though if Eugenia decided to get rid of the critter, there was nothing stopping Karina from acting upon her childish, malevolent intent. Irina gave a tarot card reading to Eugenia, and she had two possible futures. The Empress was her ideal future. Eugenia would embrace motherhood and marriage. "And what is my other possibility?" asked Eugenia. Your most likely future is represented by the Hangman," said Irina. "That doesn't sound too promising," said Eugenia, looking at the Hangman card. "The Hangman is upright," said Irina, showing the Hangman in a standing position. Your partner may not be ready for change, and if you try to pressure him, it would only make things worse. Santiago said he was ready, said Eugenia, pouting while looking at the hangman. Of course he said he was ready. He is your yes man, said Karina. So tell him, Irina, were you ready to be a mother? When I had my first child, I wasn't ready, and my Casiodoros turned out to be very easy enough to manage, even with his father's blood running so strongly through his veins. And when I had my youngest daughter, I thought myself ready, and Angelica was difficult, but I was able to iron her out her wrinkles. And whether you are ready or not to be a parent is irrelevant. Just try your best and learn from your mistakes, and always ask for help, said Irina, giving Eugenia advice as a mother and not as a psychic. Eugenia paid Irina for her service, and now it was Karina's turn to get a tarot card reading, and she had questions about the sincerity of her boyfriend's words. And whenever Bruno told her that he loved her, she didn't believe him. And there was a time when she did used to believe it. When she did used to believe him, but now when he said the words, it sounded completely dispassionate. This is Bruno's soul card, the Hierophant. His heart values tradition and conformity, said Irina, holding up Bruno's soul card. I already know that Bruno's a wet blanket, but does he love me, said Karina, annoyed at not getting a definite answer. Has he shown you that he doesn't love you, asked Irina. No, but he hasn't introduced me to his family, and his sister Rebecca practically had to ambush him in order for her to get to know me a little, said Karina, and whenever she's around, Bruno becomes irritable. It sounds to me that Rebecca is the person Bruno doesn't love, commented Eugenia. You have only been dating Bruno for a couple of months. It's too soon to talk about love, said Irina. But if he doesn't feel it, why does he tell me that he loves me, asked Karina. Because it makes you happy, said Irina. But it would make me happy if he truly meant it, pouted Karina. Once you have your heart broken once, it becomes difficult to love again. This is doubly true for someone who didn't receive proper support during their healing process. Give him time, said Irina. And Bruno had his heart broken by his first girlfriend, and even till this day he was still bitter and angry about it. How much time, asked Karina. If you don't want to give time for your relationship to grow, then why do you care if Bruno truly means the words I love you or not, asked Irina. Both made them paid Irina for her time, and instead of getting definite answers, they left with more questions. A 5 hour passed after this visit, and there was a hesitant knocking on her door, and when she looked through the peephole, she saw a familiar-looking police officer. Kain, welcome, said Irina, hugging Kain before welcoming him to her humble abode. Kain Sanson was a 23-year-old American who descended from a French executioner named Gabriel Sanson. He had short ribbon hair, cold gray eyes, and a vanilla face with even features. While his face lacked in interest, his body made up in tenfold. He was built like Michelangelo's David, and his girlfriend Eugenia had broken up with him 2 weeks ago, and by the looks of his haggard face and baggy eyes, he was still not over the breakup. He sat wearily before the infamous psychic Irina, and he extended his palm. Irina took the strong masculine hand, and it felt extremely cold to her touch, and she patted him maternally. King covered his face to cry, and his crying fit lasted for 20 minutes, and once he felt better about his miserable existence, he handed Irina $40. Irina accepted the money reluctantly. Do you want a psychic reading, Kain? asked Irina, smiling sadly. I already know my future, Irina, said Kain, sighing wearily. He fancied that he was going to die miserable and alone. Come on, Kain, you can't sing like that, said Irina, squeezing Kain's hands. Are you reading my mind, Irina? asked Kain as a sad smile appeared on his face. I am not a mind reader. My reading is a power of the elves, said Irina, and she knew that Kain liked fantasy, so she would ham up her act in order to amuse her client. A feather gently landed before him, and he picked it up to analyze it, and he jumped out of his seat when Cassandra flew into his face. Is she your animal familiar? asked Kain. Nah, she's a neighbor's pet, and she stops by whenever she's feeling lonely. Her owners are not always at home, explained Irina. Cassandra lifted her feather before nodding, and Kain petted the cockatoo, and this succeeded in bettering his mood. In the end, he decided to get a psychic reading. I have a blind date today. Should I go to it, Or am I going to meet another woman completely incapable of loving me? Asked Kain. Irina threw the cards, and the deck was no longer in a talking mood, but it did provide this observation. Kain's heart right now was like a closed fist, and he left Irina's apartment in a contemplative move, and he looked at his closed fist. This represented his current emotional state. A closed fist can only attack or defend. It is incapable of writing, drawing, cooking, or of any type of productive activities. To regain some sense of normalcy, he needed to soften. This was easier said than done. Kain drove back home to get ready for his blind date, and before he even turned the key, his father Jack had opened the door. Jack was a failed rockstar and a former addict, and the 34-year-old man was the polar opposite of his son. Jack was sickly, skinny, short, and with a long face and delicate lady fingers and big buggy eyes. His face reminded Kain of a horse. Kain forced a fake smile before entering with him, and this fake smile didn't fool his father, and based on the redness of his son's eyes, Jack could tell that his big baby had been crying again. Jack couldn't understand why his son was still pining for Eugenia, and they had only dated for a few months, and during that time the woman had openly cheated on Kain. And from day one she had told Kain that she only wanted a casual relationship. And the fact that Eugenia was the nicest girl that Kain had, sad fact was that Eugenia was the nicest girlfriend that Kain had ever had. And when he would weep, she would console him, and when he was in a good mood, they would party together. The two would talk about any topic without the conversation turning into a shouting match. And Kain had fallen in love, so Eugenia had set him free with the hope that he would find a woman willing to commit to him. Kain gave a cursory view to his living room. The furniture was postmodern with metal glassy accents, and he had chosen that look for his house since it was the cheapest, most comfortable furniture he found in the store. And he walked past the living room to the small hallway, and he passed first by his father's bedroom, and beside it was his grandma Esther's bedroom, and at the end of the hallway there was his master bedroom. It was neatly organized, a little too organized for a bedroom of a man. Kain saw that his pencil was misaligned with the table, and he took 2 minutes to fix the displaced pencil. He entered his recently remodeled bathroom, and the walls and floors were covered in granite, and instead of a curtain, the shower had a clear glass sheet. Now everyone that entered the bathroom could see him showering. And he straight down and he opened the faucet, and the cold water falling on his temple helped soothe his frayed nerves. When he left his shower, he saw his clothing laid out for him: black tank top, black leather pants, black hiking boots, and a silver chain and silver cuffs. Kain wasn't the type to wear jewelry or black, and his fashion was to wear the first thing that fell from his closet. It didn't matter if the outfit matched or not, as long as it was clean and comfortable, he would wear it. He changed into his black outfit, and his father had gone to the trouble of laying it out. All that he was missing was the eyeliner to complete the emo look. Jack entered the room with hair gel, and Kain sat down to allow his father to style his hair. Jack amused himself with the haircut for 10 minutes, and once he was satisfied with his son's look, the two were ready to head out. Kain sat in the passenger seat. He wasn't in a driving mood, and he had spent the entire day driving around Miami running errands for his Uncle Glenn, the lieutenant in charge of the Islandia Police Department. Jack drove up to his brother's house, and they were attending the birthday of Ken's twin daughters, Hannah and Anna. The girls were turning 9, and the shooter's birthday parties usually gave Kain by flashbacks. He was always the scary guy hiding behind his grandmother. The door opened before the two even had a chance to knock, and they were greeted by the patriarch of the Sanson clan, Kain Sanson. And after his father Raphael died, it fell on Kain to handle all of the family problems. He was 48 years old and already completely bald. He was obese due to his constant stress eating. Kain's eyes were black like those of his mother Esther. Kain and Jack had gray eyes like Raphael. Kain hugged his baby brother Jack, or Jackie as he liked to call him. "You're getting a little skinnier again," said Jack, squeezing the bag of fat folds of his brother. "And what crash diet are you trying out this time?" "I stapled my stomach shut," lied Kain. As of lately, he didn't feel the need to stress it, and it was a relief that Jack was finally taking care of his son. And he hugged Kain next, and he said amicably, "Kain, you look cool. Are you taking your date to a rock concert?" "Not really. I am taking her to a nice restaurant," said Kain after he finished hugging his uncle. "Boring," said Jack, shaking his son by the elbow. "Go clubbing, go wild, live a little." "Sure, whatever you say, Dad," said Kain, agreeing with his father to avoid souring his mood. Father and son surveyed the battlefield. The living room was a chaotic mess, with the parents running after their brats in a vain attempt to restore order. And beyond the noisy living room, there was the pandemonium in the garden. The spacious garden was populated with mango trees, and Gena had gotten an inflatable slide and a bouncy house and a slip and slide, cake and sweets, and a gazebo for the party. Kain gravitated towards the buffet table, and he got a couple of snacks before sitting down to watch the madness unfold. And he looked with his calm disinterest at all the women assembled at the party. His plan, they must be one of those maidens. The birthday twins took notice of Kain. Hannah and Anna had their Stacy's blonde hair and their grandpa's ashen eyes. The girls pounced on Kain before pulling at his arm, and they wore matching fairy princess outfits. Kain threw his nieces over his shoulder before running about the garden, and his nieces stretched their arms as they pretended to fly. The girls demanded to be taken to the bouncy house. Stacy followed after Kain, and she was worried that he might accidentally drop them. And she was a petite, middle-aged, stay-at-home mom with deep blue eyes and silver blonde hair. Her entire life revolved around her daughters Hannah and Anna and her 13-year-old son Kyle. Kyle was already in the bouncy house, and he still had a baby face very similar to his sister, though his eyes and hair were the color of night. Kyle jumped towards Kain, and the two got into a jumping contest. Higher and higher Kain jumped as a shouty smile appeared on his face, and Anna giggling shifted position as she tried to touch the roof of the bouncy house. "Higher, higher, Uncle Kain," ordered Anna, stretching her hand. "Higher," ordered Hannah. "Please, Kain, no. Put the girls down. You're going to fall," ordered Stacy. Stacy's voice caused Kain to lose his concentration, and his leg gave way as he started to fall forward while carrying the girls. And he anchored his arms and legs to stop the drop, and the girls avoided disaster by coiling their arms around his head. The girls carefully left Kain's shoulder to walk around on the floor, and Kain sat up before rubbing his collarbone and stretching his shoulder. "Mom, you jinxed us," complained Anna. "We could have died, Mom," barked Hannah, shaking her fist. "Settle down, princess," said Kain, hugging his little nieces. "Let's play something a little less dangerous." "Horsey," said Anna, pushing Kain down. Kain allowed himself to be mounted by his nieces, and he jumped enough forward as he made his way to the bouncy house. Since he wasn't jumping high anymore, Stacy was able to relax, and just a little. Kain continued to explore the bouncy house, and he found the ball pit, and there was a stair in the interior that led to the outside slide. And in the corner of the ball pit, they found a sobbing little boy. The child was curled up in a fetus position while he tried to make himself as small as possible. Kain saw himself in the boy, and as a child he would always look for dark corners to cry, and he knew that if he showed weakness he would draw the attention of the bullies. The little boy immediately stopped crying when he saw other children approaching, and he cleaned his face before jumping in the ball pit, and a fake smile appeared on his face while he pretended to be having fun. Carl attempted to make the approach, and the child froze like a frightened deer. Carl was thoughtful, and he reached into his pocket and he brought out a whistle, and he blew the whistle twice, and this immediately summoned the family dog, Marmalade. Marmalade was a retriever sniffer dog, and she was 10 years old, honey-colored Springer Spaniel. She wearily made her way into the bouncy house, and Marmalade made eye contact with Kyle, and she then turned her gaze towards the frightened child hiding in the corner. She approached the child before sitting down beside him, and she furrowed her brow before whimpering. And the kid sat down in the presence of the Tsar Marmalade. "Her name is Marmalade," said Kyle. "What is your name?" "Jeffrey," said Jeffrey timidly, and he had a baby face, raven hair and eyes and pasty skin. "And where are you from, Jeffrey?" asked Kyle, sitting down beside Jeffrey. "Lambert," said Jeffrey flatly. After this formal introduction, Jeffrey started to lower his guard, if only a little. He was in a desperate need of someone close to his age to talk to. Stacy summoned Kain out of the bouncy house, and it was time to meet his blind date. Kain's blind date was in the living room pacing about while yelling at her cell phone, and Kain frowned seeing this display of bad temper. The woman finished her call abruptly before turning to face Stacy. "Lysandra, this is the nephew I wanted you to meet," said Stacy, placing her hand on Kain's elbow. Lysandra was a new family friend. Both maidens had met in a parent-teacher conference, and the teacher was worried about Jeffrey's lack of enthusiasm while she complained about the twins' over-eagerness. And the mother struck a friendship over the mutual disdain of the teacher that dared to critique their little angels. Lysandra had recently turned 29, and she fancied that Kain should try dating older women after preferred serious relationships. Lysandra took one look at Kain, and she developed an instant dislike of him. She didn't like his stupid rocker hair or his outfit, and his eye was a little too imposing, and the coldness of his gray eyes gave her the impression that she was looking at a serial killer. "You are Kain?" asked Lysandra, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, and you are Lysandra," said Kain, stretching his hand. Lysandra shook the hand in order to be polite, and Kain answered Lysandra's interrogation without much enthusiasm. He could already tell that the woman wasn't into him, and after talking for half an hour, Lysandra invented a flimsy excuse to avoid the date, and Kain was neither surprised nor was he disappointed. He was relieved even. The only person unhappy by this turn of events was Stacy. Lysandra had led her to believe that she was indeed interested in dating Kain, and this sudden change of mind didn't seem right with the maiden. Stacy left Lysandra's side with her nephew, and she gave her nephew a comforting hug before bringing him a cupcake, and she always fed sweets to her children whenever they were pouty, and Kain accepted the treat to be polite. His face lighted up when he saw his best friend Karina arriving fashionably late to the party. Alright, that's a good place to leave it. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy sister. We're continuing with the Lover's Pentacle tree. This is chapter 2, Strength. Karina was a 25-year-old maiden with petite build, a well-toned body, raven hair, expressive hazel eyes, honey-colored skin, and curly brown hair. She had been friends with Kain since high school, and they would date whenever Karina was in between boyfriends. As soon as she felt better about the breakup, she would leave Kain for someone more passionate. This toxic codependent relationship had finally ended with the arrival of Bruno. Bruno was a sophisticated, smooth-talking lawyer, and he had paid for law school by playing football. He had a beefy olive-skinned body, shorty curly hair, and intense green eyes. Karina and Bruno now lived together, and in order to strengthen the relationship, they were taking their nieces and cousins to the twins' birthday party. Bruno wasn't happy about having Karina interact with his nieces, and he wanted to keep his life in Missouri separated from his life in Miami. Karina went off to chat with Kain while Bruno busied himself with the children, and she found it amusing to see Bruno playing with dolls with his nieces. Bruno had once told Karina that he wanted a lot of children. At first she thought he was jesting, and now that she saw him with his nieces, she was starting to worry. The guy really did want 10 children, and Karina only wanted 2, at the most 3 if she advanced far enough in her career. She tried to remember the look in Bruno's eyes and the tone he used when he told her that truth, and this conversation happened months ago, and try as she might, she couldn't remember how he looked or sounded. Karina decided to stop nitpicking in her relationship. Everything was fine. "Have you seen Malik?" asked Karina, looking about. "He's in there. At least his little sister is here," said Kain, pointing to the bouncy house. Malik was Karina's first boyfriend, and the two broke up because Malik had supposedly cheated on her. And years later, he told Kain what truly happened. He had been dragged and forced to mate against his will, and Karina no longer resented Malik. She pitied him, and she hated herself for not being there for her boyfriend when he needed her the most. And she had ruined her first serious relationship due to her lack of faith in the strength of their bond. At the moment she was starting to worry that she was making the same mistake again. Karina left Kain inside to go speak with Malik. The bouncy house was a complete chaos, and due to her petite size, she was having difficult time maintaining her balance. And after getting tossed about, she gave up on looking. And on her way out of the bouncy house, she saw Malik going down the inflatable slide with his little sister. Karina went out to speak with Malik, and based on her serious expression, Malik could tell that Karina wanted to talk about the past. Since the past was a sore topic, he retreated back into the bouncy house with his sister. Karina sighed with frustration, and as of lately Malik seemed to be avoiding her, she returned to Kain's side to continue gossiping. "Did you already meet your blind date?" asked Karina after sitting down. "Yeah, she didn't like me, so she made up a flimsy excuse not to see me ever again," said Kain. "But why? You look cool," asked Karina, totally rocking Kain's new look. "Some chicks just don't like cool," said Kain, shrugging his shoulder. "And I don't even care, Karina. That woman has a temper, and when we were introduced, she was yelling at her cell phone like a maniac. And I do not know who she was talking to, but that behavior is not normal." "Someone who visits a shrink isn't in a position to decide what is normal or what is not," retorted Karina. "And perhaps she was talking to her ex-husband, and maybe the bastard isn't paying her alimony. It's too soon to judge." "I suppose," said Kain. "And do you want me to talk to her? Maybe I can get her to change her mind," offered Karina. "Nah, don't bother. I'm already over it. And I have 2 movie tickets and a dinner reservation. Do you want them, Karina?" asked Kain. "I'm sorry, I can't accept them," said Karina, pointing to the nieces and nephews. "We are on babysitter duty, and this is good practice for when I give birth to my entire baseball team." "Bruno wants that many children?" asked Kain, laughing. "I'm afraid so," said Karina, rubbing her tummy. "Speaking of babies, hey, Eugenia, you finally made it." Eugenia walked into the garden with her fiancé, and she was a ginger-haired, blue-eyed, freckle-faced, skinny twig with the body of a fashion model, and she sported a floral boho dress, a sun hat, and sandals. Trailing behind her, carrying the birthday present, was her fiancé Santiago. Both had been friends since children, and he was a beefy brunette with honey-colored skin, a strong jaw, and a mustache for the ladies. Eugenia smiled warmly when she saw Kain. The light returned to Kain's eyes when Eugenia walked towards him, and she hugged Kain in a maternal fashion before kissing him on the cheek. That's a Hispanic way of greeting people. Kain gave a sad smile before giving her a chaste kiss on the cheek, and it took much self-control to keep himself from crying. Eugenia danced with Kain for a few songs, and Santiago wasn't much of a dancer, but he moved well in the bedchambers, and she talked about the pregnancy while Kain talked about his artwork. As far as his police work, he hadn't done anything exciting lately, just donut runs and traffic tickets. The party progressed at a leisurely pace, and Santiago, finally becoming jealous, went to dance with Eugenia. Eugenia giggled with delight, seeing how flustered her fiancé had become, and he was truly trying his best to mask his infantile rage at seeing her dance with her ex-boyfriend. In order not to be a third wheel, Kain went to play with his cousins, and the children had relocated indoor, and Hannah and Anna were showing Jeffrey their Barbie collection. The dolls were well kept in spite of the fact that the girls played with them on a regular basis. "Here, you can be Ken," ordered Hannah, giving one of her Ken dolls to Jeffrey. "My father doesn't let me play with dolls," said Jeffrey, returning the Ken doll. "Your father isn't around," insisted Hannah, giving Jeffrey her Alan doll. "So play with us." "No, I shouldn't. If father sees me," said Jeffrey, starting to tremble. Kain decided to mediate, and he entered Kyle's bedroom to borrow one of his action figures, and Kain said, "Here you go, Jeffrey, you can play with Spider-Man, and I will be the Green Goblin." Jeffrey accepted the Spider-Man action figure, and together with Kain they children played pretend, and it was a bit peculiar for Jeffrey to play with action figures alongside with dolls, and the twins' dollies knew karate, and the game ended when Stacy announced that the entertainment had arrived, and instead of a traditional clown, she had hired a man in a Spider-Man outfit. The twins were going through a Spider-Man phase, and Jeffrey was surprised to see a Spider-Man in a girl's birthday party of all things. The entertainer was athletic with a strong well-toned legs and a big caboose, and he started doing cartwheels that ended in a somersault, and the children ran after him completely amused by his gymnastics. Even the adults clapped at such a display of athleticism. The man hiding behind the Spider-Man mask was called Oberon Mendel. He was 25 years old, and he had trained as an Olympic gymnast for his entire youth. And his Olympic dreams came to an end when he was exiled from his own family. And without their financial support, he had no other choice but to get a day job. He still practiced gymnastics, mostly for the exercise, and what little skill remained from his prime years he utilized to entertain small children while dressed in a Spider-Man costume. This odd job didn't earn him much, but it allowed him to make use of his talents. At the end of his performance, he took a bow and his audience cheered, and he collapsed in the first chair he found. He got up quickly enough to get his picture taken with the guests. He was exhausted, but the show had to go on. Kain did the line with his little nieces, and meanwhile Stacy was whispering into the ear of every pretty lady at the party. The only woman that she didn't speak to was Lysandra. A trap for her was being made, and Kain reached the end of the line and he took a photograph with Spider-Man and his nieces. "Take another photo," said Oberon. "This time remember to smile, citizen." Kain forced a fake smile, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he was able to stop smiling. He no longer needed to pretend to be happy. He removed a tear from the corner of his eyes before he had a chance to drop, and he lowered himself to hug his nieces, and he took comfort in the thought that they were going to love him forever as long as he continued to spoil them. The food was served, and the cake was cut. Oberon nibbled on everything before dumping into his Tupperware whatever he wanted to take home. He was a terrible cook, and he was tired of ordering out. While the children's birthday party was almost over, Kain needed to find someone to give the movie tickets to, and the reservation could be cancelled, but the movie tickets were non-refundable. Stacy clicked her soda bottle to get everyone's attention. "Guys, we have one final party game, and this game is only for grown-ups, and my nephew Kain has a restaurant reservation and movie tickets, but he needs a date," explained Stacy, and she added, raising a bouquet of daisies. "Whoever catches this bouquet gets to go on a date with my nephew." A crowd of young ladies gathered together in order to catch the bouquet, and Karina also participated to swell up the number. Eugenia wanted to help, but she chose not to. With a baby on board, she couldn't risk getting elbowed or shoved about. The crowd made Lysandra realize that Kain was in high demand, and she began to rethink of her first impression of Kain, and she was snapped from her reverie by her son Jeffrey. "Go, Mom, go catch a bouquet, and win us a free dinner and those 2 movie tickets," yelled Jeffrey. He hadn't understood the nature of the game. Since she was being pressured by her son, Lysandra went to catch the bouquet, and a thin smile was painted on Kain's lips while he held the bouquet. It flattered his wounded pride to see Lysandra come crawling back, and he turned around before throwing the bouquet, and it was then when something unexpected happened. Spider-Man leaped out from within the crowd, and he caught the bouquet before anyone was able to stop him, and due to his short height for a man, nobody had noticed that he had sneaked into the crowd of ladies. Lysandra, annoyed, said, "Very funny, clown. Now give me the bouquet." "No, I want this bouquet fair and square, and the hostess never said that Kain's date had to be a woman. Now, if you excuse me, I shall claim my prize," said Oberon cockily. Kain, laughing, said, "Adios, adios. Come, Spider-Man, claim your prize." Oberon ran up to Kain, and he threw him over his shoulder before running out of the garden. And while he ran, Oberon kept singing the theme of the Spider-Man cartoon. You know, na 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 na. Everyone laughed, thinking that it was a joke, and when Oberon drove away with Kain, Jack started to worry, and he coughed nervously before calling his son, and he breathed a sigh of relief when Kain answered the call. "I'm fine, Dad, you can relax," said Kain. "Are you really going on a date with a clown?" asked Jack. "Might as well," said Kain. "The alternative is to give what's-her-name another chance, and frankly, I'm not in the mood to deal with her indecisiveness." Jack reluctantly ended the call. His son sounded happy, and this was a good thing. He went to Stacy to ask her about the performance she had hired. Her husband's background check had brought up nothing serious, just a few speeding violations. Oberon was a promiscuous bachelor, and his motto was soul over body, but the reality was that if he had a hole, there was a good chance that he would try to mate with it. Oberon removed his Spider-Man mask to better ogle at his prize, and Kain was oblivious to the leering look since he was far too busy admiring the car. It was a neon blue Ford Mustang 1968. Oberon, laughing, shouted, revved out the engine to make his car roar, and when the line turned green, he placed pedal to the metal. "Slow down," protested Kain, starting to hyperventilate. "Come on, Kain, and where's your sense of adventure?" insisted Oberon, speeding down the Okeechobee Highway. So now we see why Oberon gets like a lot of speeding tickets. Like he tends to in order as a peacocking strategy, he tends to make the car go really really fast whenever he wants to impress a date. "You don't even know where we're going," whined Kain. "We are stopping at my apartment for a second, and I need to change out of this stupid get-up," said Oberon. "That was a red light you just passed. If you don't slow down, you're getting a ticket," warned Kain. Oberon, laughing, pushed the accelerator to maximum, and his fun came to an end when he felt something cold against his temple, and he slowed down his car to a crawl when he saw the police badge, and with the car going at the speed limit, Kain was able to relax somewhat. Oberon arrived to Lago Grande, and he punched in his code to enter the gated apartment community, and he parked the car and he opened the door, and he extended his hand to compel the moody Kain to leave the car. After sitting there for 10 minutes, Kain reluctantly left the car. Oberon took Kain's hand and he kissed it before saying, "The name is Oberon Mendel, and it's nice to meet you, Kain." "I already know," said Kain, trying to free his hand. You do. "I think I'm starting to remember you." "Yes, Kain dear, I never forget a hand," said Oberon, caressing Kain's hand with his thumbs. "Yes, your hand is familiar. You are the drunkard that puked up the bathroom of my former night job. You made quite a mess." "I wasn't drunk, just stressed, and I puke when I'm stressed," said Kain, wiggling his hand around to try to escape Oberon's grasp. Oberon, giggling, pulled at Kain's hand to get him to come into the condo, and he swung the door open before yelling, "Ta-da!" "Welcome home," said two maidens raiding his fridge. "Oh, that's right, I forgot that you girls were here," said Oberon, remembering last night's treat. "Date night is over, arrivederci." Since the maidens were not leaving, Oberon threw their purse and their shoes out of the balcony. The maidens finally left the home of the rude Oberon, and with these problems out of the way, he was able to enter his bedroom to change out of his costume. Kain placed Oberon's leftover in the refrigerator, and he grimaced when he saw the interior. There was a lot of expired items stinking up the place. He moved away from the fridge before sitting down on the couch, and ever the need free, he took the issue with the dirty dishes, the crumbled shirt resting in the rocking chair, and the cushions on the floor. Oberon left his bedroom for a second to see what hour they had the dinner reservation, and since they had 2 hours to kill, Oberon was able to shower off the filth. He purposely left the bathroom door open, and he frowned with disappointment when he noticed that Kain wasn't peeping. Oberon had an athletic tan body, and his round face had a bit of a childish charm to it due to his elegant nose and large, expressive brown eyes with long eyelashes. And he got dressed in jeans and a pink Floyd shirt, and he styled his dyed green hair to the side. And once he felt cool enough, he returned to the living room, and he laughed heartily when he saw Kain doing the dishes, and everything was tidy, even the furniture had been dusted. Oberon opened his mouth before closing it again, and he didn't know what to say or how to react to what Kain had done, and this was the first time his date had cleaned up his apartment. And they left the apartment without speaking a word, and the awkward silence followed them to the car. "We are going to Café Catula," said Kain, guiding Oberon to the restaurant. When they arrived, Oberon commented, "I think we came a little underdressed." "It's fine, don't worry about it. Eugenia knows the owner, and we can wear whatever we want," said Kain, sitting down. Oberon took in the scenery while Kain studied the menu, and the restaurant had an elegant white and orange walls and a few statues for decoration, and the ceiling was high with small orange lights. Oberon couldn't remember the last time he went to a nice restaurant. "Are you paying for everything, or are we splitting the bill?" asked Oberon, worried. "It is customary for the man to pay for everything on the first day," said Kain dryly. "Oh boy," said Oberon, looking at the prices. "If I let you be the man, will you pay for everything?" "I wasn't aware that I needed your permission to be a man," said Kain, closing the menu. He wasn't happy with the situation, but Oberon's casual flirting kept Kain from thinking about Eugenia. They ordered the food, and Oberon had the escargot appetizers and a mimosa for a drink, filet mignon with white rice and sweet plantains for the main course. and a chocolate souffle for dessert. Kain ordered the Caesar salad, the ricotta and spinach ravioli, and a coconut flan. Oberon crumbled up the complimentary bread nervously, and he needed vocal confirmation that he wasn't going to pay for the entire meal. When the appetizer arrived, Oberon asked the waiter to take it away, and he no longer wanted to eat it or pay for it. "I'm going to pay for everything, so relax. Enjoy your escargot," said Kain, stabbing at his salad without much enthusiasm. He wasn't hungry, but he needed to maintain his weight. Oberon munched on the escargot with gusto, and when he saw that Kain had left his salad half-eaten, he took the salad leftovers to devour it as well. And with the appetizers completely consumed, Oberon attempted small talk. "Are you a power dog, or is passivity more your style?" asked Oberon. "I don't understand your questions," asked Kain, unfamiliar with Oberon's euphemism. "Kain, are you gay?" asked Oberon more directly. Kain rolled his eyes before rubbing his temple, and he said after sipping his soda, "What I am is none of your business. I am not sleeping with you, so get your head out of the gutter." "Are you bi?" asked Oberon. "No," said Kain flatly. "Are you curious?" asked Oberon. "What a bother," said Kain, sighing wearily, and his face blushed an exquisite pink. He was often shy with strangers. "Why is it a bother?" asked Oberon. "Why do you feel uncomfortable talking about your sexuality?" Kain reached into his back pocket to bring out his headset, and he blasted into his ear heavy metal music. Oberon watched this scene with mild amusement, and he giggling changed his seat to sit beside the moody Kain, and he removed one of the headsets to listen to the music. "System of a Down, you have great taste in music. When you get bored of them, I will be more than happy to recommend you other heavy metal bands that you can listen to," said Oberon, returning Kain's headset. Kain sighed wearily before removing both headsets, and he looked about the restaurant, and other diners were staring at him and Oberon. And a few were even pointing and joking. He felt ashamed for such a childish behavior. Sighing, he asked, "And what bands would you recommend?" Oberon ranted about all the heavy metal bands he knew, and the conversation died when the main course arrived. Oberon ate much, while Kain ate very little. "What is it like being an entertainer?" asked Kain, and he felt that calling Oberon a clown was offensive. "That is quite a nice way of putting it, and my clown is just a sidekick, and I'm really a bouncer, and it pays decent enough considering my education or lack thereof," said Oberon after he finished eating his meal, and he hadn't noticing Kain's half-eaten plate. "Are you going to eat half that?" "No, I'm already done with my plate," said Kain, handing his plate over to Oberon. Oberon took a few bites before asking for a box for leftover, since he was so full the desserts were also packed. The final stop was a movie theater, and Oberon frowned when he realized that his date was almost over, and he drove 5 miles under the speed limit, and he wanted to extend his date for as long as possible. And during the red light, he tried his final gambit. "Are you seeing anyone?" asked Oberon. "No, I'm single, and not because I want to. My ex-girlfriend didn't give me a choice in the matter. She dumped me," said Kain bitterly. Do you want to be my boyfriend?" asked Oberon, giggling. "I'm good at disguises, and you won't be able to tell that you're sleeping with a man." "Anything to eat a free meal," said Kain, turning his gaze. His eyes were lost over the horizon, and he thought of the 2 women that Oberon had unceremoniously thrown out of his apartment, and he fancied that Oberon would get rid of him as well as soon as he fed his lust demon. "It isn't just about the free meal, and I truly do enjoy your company, Kain," said Oberon, taking Kain's hand. "I don't believe you, but thank you for lying to me," said Kain before sighing again, and he was certain that Oberon was only being nice to him to get into his jeans. Oberon reluctantly released Kain's silky masculine hand, and after a short 20-minute ride, they arrived at Ima's Theater in Dolphin Mall. Kain bought popcorn and a soda for Oberon, and Oberon didn't know what to expect of the scary movie tree, and he rarely watched television or movies, and while watching the trailers, he began to plan. If it was a true horror movie, he would scream for attention. If it was a comedy, he would laugh only if Kain laughed. The movie began. It was a horror comedy. Oberon found himself laughing for real at the parodies of the movies he had never seen, and he sipped his soda before munching on the popcorn, and he turned to look at Kain. Kain was smiling. It was a thin, shy smile, and the movie had temporarily made Kain forget about Eugenia, and before they knew it, the film had come to an end. Alright, that's the end of that one. Bye-bye and God bless. Chapter 3, Two of Pentacles. Do you wanna go shopping? Asked Oberon. Maybe another time. The mall is almost closed, said Kain, looking at the shops closing up. And my, so there is going to be a next time, said Oberon, smiling happily. Yes, your company is agreeable when you're not flirting with me, said Kain coldly. It is still a bit too early, and how about if I take you somewhere? Asked Oberon. I need to check in first, said Kain, bringing out his cell phone. He answered all of the worried text messages from his family and friends, and he sent a selfie proof of his existence. And with this proof, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Oberon attempted to peep over Kain's shoulder, and the problem was that Kain towered over the petite Oberon. I have a date, tested Jack, and can you come home a little later? I am trying to seal the deal, and your presence is going to throw me off my game. All right, Dad, I will come home much, much later, wrote Kain, and he turned to look at Oberon before saying, Where are we going? Let's go to Mojitos, and they play music at this hour, and we can watch the show, grab a bite to eat, and we can pick up some bellezas latinas, said Oberon. If he couldn't convince Kain to sleep with him, perhaps he would have better luck in a foursome scenario. Oberon drove out to Mojitos, and it was a Cuban restaurant in 8th Street, and at night it played live music. And I think in the modern times right now, it's like the restaurant closed, but like this takes place in 2004. The interior had low light, and there was a small raised stage with an empty area to allow the guests to dance. Kain studied the Cuban paintings with keen interest, and he was somewhat of an artist, and at work he was training as a forensic artist. And once a week he went on an artist collective to paint or to serve as a live model. Kain sat down before browsing the menu, and since his mood had improved, his hunger had returned, and he ended up ordering fried pork chunks with maduros and tostones. And while Kain ate, Oberon went on the prowl, and he peacocked with his dancing until he succeeded in picking up a lovely brunette. And he danced his way back to Kain before parading his prize. Oberon whispered his desire for a foursome to his date, and the woman politely declined the offer before the party. He tried again until he eventually succeeded in convincing two maidens to take part in the foursome, and Kain looked up from his torrejas dessert. And he wasn't in the mood to mate, and casual encounters were not his style, and he thought of Eugenia. The two had met at a party, and Eugenia had originally desired a one-night tryst, and over time they became a couple. He reluctantly gave the stranger a chance, and it had been 2 weeks since he last mated, and perhaps a roll around the head might better his gloomy mood. Kain danced with the strange maiden while thinking of Eugenia, and Oberon danced with his lady while staring at Kain. And after dancing and drinking for 3 hours, the party drove off to Oberon's apartment, and Oberon preferred to have a home field advantage, and he dimmed the lights before putting a smooth jazz. Do you want a beer, Kain, or maybe something stronger? Asked Oberon, opening the fridge. Beer is fine, thank you, said Kain, accepting the beer. And he was starting to lose his buzz, and he needed another drink to recover his mood. Oberon handed Kain a bottle cap opener, and he opened his beer before drinking half of it in one go. And he couldn't remember the last time he had gotten drunk, and it felt great to just let it all out, to surrender oneself to the madness that alcohol provided. And Kain thought of his grandpa Raphael. When he was small, his grandpa used to take him to all of the museums. And Kain remembered his grandpa lingering in a painting called The King Drinks by Jacob Jordeans. The painting featured a group of drunken men and women, and the writing on the wall said in Latin, "Nothing resembles the madman more than a drunkard." Kain was snapped out of his introspection by a pair of feminine hands unbuckling his belt. Kain turned to look at his wrist, and the two had talked for hours without having an actual conversation. And he didn't even know the woman's name. They made him laugh and placed by the coffee table Kain's revolver, and he never left home without it. When she stopped slobbering his face, Kain was able to ask, "And what is your name?" "Tess," lied the maiden. And she removed Kain's chair before whistling, "And do you need coffee, or must I do all of the work?" I don't need coffee, I'm awake, said Kain, taking control of the situation. And there was something soulless and mechanic about his caresses, and it almost felt as if Kain was performing a well-rehearsed routine. And his date left the couch to lure Kain to Oberon's bedchamber. And Oberon salivated when he saw Kain topless, and everything was going exactly as planned. Kain sighed wearily as he was quickly being overcome by his melancholy, and seeing some familiar hands pulled him into the bed, and he was overstimulated and confusing to be the center of attention. And it irritated Kain that Oberon was taking advantage of the situation, and the strangers who knew nothing about him desired him, but not Eugenia. Kain thought of Eugenia, and why didn't she love me? And he had been so nice to her, and he was meek and he never argued, and he wore the clothing she wanted, and he styled his hair the way she liked, and he always conversed about the things she liked. And when they were together when they were in bed together, he always placed her physical needs above his own. And when he failed to satisfy her, he even tolerated her occasional infidelities. He gave Eugenia everything he had to offer, but it wasn't enough. Kain was overcome with a crying fit, and Oberon was immediately overcome with guilt, and he had been so hyper-focused in seducing Kain that he didn't realize the harm he was doing. I'm sorry, ladies. I think it is best that you leave. My friend recently got dumped, and as you can see, he isn't ready to go back into the dating scene, said Oberon apologetically. The woman left Oberon's apartment, and Kain was oblivious to his surroundings. The only thing that existed in his mind was the pain of being dumped by Eugenia. And Oberon returned to the bedroom to see how Kain was doing, and Kain was still crying. Oberon opened his closet to bring out a clean blanket, and he draped it over Kain's bare shoulders. Don't touch me, you degenerate, hissed Kain, shrugging away from Oberon's touch. I'm sorry, I deserve that, said Oberon, taking a respectable distance. And I will drive you home, but I'm a little drunk, and here's your cell phone with a charger, and if you need anything, I'm going to sleep in the couch. Oberon planted himself on the couch, and he fiddled with his fingers nervously while he waited for Kain to fall asleep. And Kain continued crying for what felt to Oberon like an eternity, and the crying eventually stopped. And where is it? Where is it? Whispered Kain as he frantically searched for his revolver. And the revolver had been a gift from his grandpa, and he didn't feel safe without it. Do you need something? Asked Oberon, peeping into the bedroom. My revolver. I lost my grandpa's revolver, hissed Kain angrily while looking within the bedsheets. Oberon wasn't aware that Kain was packing heat, though it made sense considering that Kain was a police officer. Oberon turned on the lights of the living room, and missed among the beer bottles there was Kain's revolver. Oberon returned it to its rightful owner, and Kain sighed with relief while he held his revolver, and he opened it to make certain that it had all its 6 bullets, and he placed it by the nightstand before closing his eyes. The following morning, Kain awoke extremely disoriented, and he staggered out of the bed while he searched for the bathroom. And the first door he opened led to the closet, and the second door led to the bathroom, and he grimaced when he saw the yellow stains around the toilet, and he puked out his stomach. Oberon sprang from the couch with a glass of water and a heartburn tablet, and Kain accepted the glass of water, and he grimaced because it was warm tap water. And since his sensitive stomach wasn't a fan of tap water, he puked some more. And Oberon pulled out his dyed green hair in frustration, and instead of helping, he had made things worse. Bottle, said Kain. And Oberon ran to his fridge, and he brought back a beer bottle, and Kain pushed it aside before saying, A bottle of water, your tap water is contaminated. Kain closed the toilet lid before resting his head on top of it, and he was weary of the effort, and he was weary of absolutely everything. And Oberon left his apartment to buy Kain a bottle of water, Envia to be more exact, and on the way out he got a phone call from Stacy, and Kain wasn't answering his phone, and everyone was worried. Kain got super drunk last night, and he's still dealing with a hangover, explained Oberon. Stacy grew somber, and it wasn't like Kain to get super drunk, and since Jack was a recovering drug addict, there was a risk that Kain may have inherited his father's propensity for addiction. And she gave Oberon a home recipe for curing hangovers. And when Gen took the phone from his wife to interrogate Oberon about everything that had happened the night before, Oberon focused on the positive highlights to keep Kain from getting into trouble. And he left the checkout out to buy the ingredients, and he also brought some easy-to-digest oatmeal and lactose-free, low-fat milk. And when he returned home, he found Kain crying while holding his grandpa's revolver. And Kain didn't have the gun to his head, rather he was merely holding it with his right hand while he covered his face with his left hand. And this didn't paint a pretty picture. And Kain felt something soft and woolly touching his elbow. And when he looked up, he saw Oberon trying to comfort him using a bear plushie. "Do I have permission to give you a friendly hug?" asked Oberon tentatively. And Kain gathered the bedsheets around him, and he was wary of Oberon's offer for reasons that he couldn't remember. And Oberon carefully approached while keeping an eye on the revolver, and he was afraid of the very real possibility of getting shot. And while Kain had the look of a mad beast ready to strike, and slowly Oberon approached without making any sudden movements, and he succeeded in hugging Kain, and Oberon took care not to allow his hands to wander, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the sound of the gun falling on the floor. "Your uncle is coming over to take you home, and you should clean up before he arrives," warned Oberon. He sounded very angry. Kain stripped down before entering the bathroom, and he needed to sober up before Uncle Gem arrived. And Oberon prepared the sobering concoction to the best of his ability, and Kain left the bathroom fully dressed, and he opened his wallet to see if he had gotten robbed. And there was a few missing bills, but everything else was still there. He found the card with Oberon's cell phone number, and he looked at the card while he meditated on the night before. And they two had breakfast, and Oberon ate much while Kain struggled to digest the sobering smoothie and the oatmeal. And Oberon's cell phone began to vibrate, and he found seeing that it was from an unknown number. "Now you have my cell phone," said Kain, writing Oberon's phone number into his contact, "and you can call me the next time you want to hang out." "And you can call me the next time you need a shoulder to cry on," said Oberon, smiling happily. "Will do. See you around, Oberon," said Kain, leaving the apartment. And he did a final check to make certain he had everything. Wallet, check. House keys, check. Grandpa's revolver, check. Kain walked downstairs to breathe the morning air, and he squinted his eyes as he struggled to adjust to the sunlight. And this moment of peace was short-lived. Uncle Gem arrived, visibly enraged, and he yelled at Kain non-stop for 20 minutes before feeling guilty about it. And Gem felt that he was becoming like his father, and he spent the rest of the car ride apologizing to his nephew. And Gem stopped the car in front of Kain's house. "Kain, wait a moment," said Gem, detaining his nephew. "What is it, Uncle Gem?" asked Kain meekly, extremely meek and humble, and he was holding his shoulder in the same fashion he used to do whenever his grandpa would scold him. "Your father Jack, he ended up betting that slot that rejected you, and he's in a really good mood, so when you go inside, pretend like you had a good night, Gem." "But I did have a good night," said Kain, smiling shyly. "But Oberon said that you spent the entire night crying because of Eugenia," said Gem. "He's exaggerating," lied Kain, and he added, saying a half-truth, "but I did start crying at the most inopportune time, and the chicks we picked up in the bar immediately fled as soon as I started crying, 'Eugenia, why did you leave me? Why?'" Kain entered his house, and Jack and Lysandra were sitting together in the couch, all super cozy. Both turned serious when they became aware of Kain's presence, and Kain got another scolding from his father and his would-be blind date, and Lysandra stopped her scolding in order to laugh hysterically, and she found it laughable to be playing the role of mother to a man as big as Kain. "I think everything worked out for the best," said Lysandra, smiling warmly, "and your father's closer to my age." "And how do you two end up hooking up?" asked Kain. "Your father gave me an earful for rejecting you, and that got us talking, and we went to a bar, and he played me a few rock ballads, and one thing led to another, and here we are," said Lysandra added, giggling. "For such a skinny guy, your father has a lot of energy." "Good for you two," said Kain, giving a fake smile. "So how was your date?" asked Jack. "Did Oberon take your second virginity?" asked Lysandra, laughing. "Do you need a cushion, son?" asked Jack, echoing Lysandra's mocking laughter. "Nothing happened," said Kain, before telling the edited version of last night's events. After hearing the story, Jack said, jumping from his seat, "I knew that the rocker outfit was going to bring you luck, and we need to go shopping to update your wardrobe." "Please, God, anything but that," thought Kain. Instead, he said, "I would love to go shopping with you, Dad." Going clothing shopping always gave him bad flashbacks, and his abusing mother Bella loved to go dress shopping, and she would buy expensive outfits for herself while little Kain got clothing from the bargain bin. And even though Bella was dead, her memory would still resurface to tend the few moments of happiness in Kain's life. And it took much effort to suppress the memory of his mother, and he went clothing shopping with his father, Lysandra, and her son, Jeffrey. Jeffrey had spent the night in Gen's house playing with the kids, and he returned to his mother extremely hyper and most importantly happy. Kain got inside Lysandra's minivan, and he sat in the back with the other baby. And his maid smiled with a shout while his father chatted with Lysandra's ear off. "Hi, Kain," said Jeffrey, smiling happily. "Hi, Jeffrey," said Kain, mirroring Jeffrey's energy level. "Did you have fun with Spider-Man?" asked Jeffrey. "Yes, we had dinner and we went to the movies, and we went dancing with Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy," said Kain, telling the child-friendly version of the night before. "I danced too," said Jeffrey. "I danced real badly." "Come now, honey, it was your first time dancing," said Lysandra. "You just need practice." "Or classes," said Jack. "Karina taught my Kain how to dance, and if anyone can teach your son how to move, it's Thunder Hips." "Thunder Hips?" asked Lysandra, giggling. "That was Karina's nombrete back in high school," said Kain. "And she doesn't like that silly nickname, so when you speak with her, please call her by her name." "Did you have any funny nicknames?" asked Lysandra, making small talk. "A few. Wonder Boy, Water Boy, Cabo Raso, Private Ryan, Seguroso," said Kain, listing all of his terrible nicknames. "What is a Cabo Raso?" asked Jeffrey, raising his hand. "A level 1 soldier," said Kain. "And Seguroso," asked Jeffrey. "It means spy in Cuban," explained Kain. The conversation carried them all the way to Daylight Mall, and they went from clothing store to clothing store, and Kain tried on every outfit that was thrown in his direction. And if the outfit was expensive, he claimed not to like it. And when they would reach the checkout line, he would remove more articles of clothing to avoid spending big. And after doing this 3 times, it became pretty obvious that he didn't want to buy any clothing. "Do you want us to visit a video game store?" asked Jack. "Yes, God, yes," said Jeffrey, jumping excitedly. "Can we go? Can we go? Can we go?" "We will buy 1 new game," said Lysandra equanimously. "Yay!" said Jeffrey, running towards the GameStop. Lysandra ran after her son, and Jack took that moment to whisper to Kain, "Forget about Eugenia already. There are plenty of fishes in the ocean. Find yourself another." "You make it sound like it's the easiest thing in the world," whined Kain. "But it is easy, Kain. You are beautiful, my son. You are employed. You have a house. You have money. You have everything going for you. Just find a broad you like and seduce her, and stop being such a wuss about it," said Jack. Jack's shopping trip concluded satisfactorily, and he made plans to go out with Lysandra at a later day. And Kain went to sleep early and needed to recuperate his strength. And Monday came, and Kain sprang from his bed 5 minutes before his alarm clock sounded, and he jogged around the neighborhood. He did his weight training, and he showered, and he made breakfast, and he got dressed for work. And he arrived to work right on time, not a minute later or earlier. He went to the break room to speak with Siddhanta. Siddhanta was the other rookie cop in the police station. Siddhanta had ebony skin, a perfect beefcake body, brown hair, and intense copper eyes. And both had a healthy working relationship and something that could almost be called friendship. And Siddhanta was currently dating Eugenia's little sister Dorothy, and Dorothy was a freckle-faced tomboy brunette with satirical amber eyes. Like every morning, Kain would ask Siddhanta, "How is Jeremy?" Jeremy was Siddhanta's little brother, and they had grown up in the same little brother, quote unquote. And they had grown up in the same foster home, and Jeremy was a dainty ebony youth with a face far too pretty for a man, and his face was identical to Nefertiti, so he was often mistaken for a woman, and his expressive black eyes complemented his short curly brown hair. And Jeremy worked as a dog walker for Eugenia, and other than work, Jeremy was the only thing Siddhanta wanted to talk about as of lately, and Siddhanta felt guilty about dating while Jeremy was miserable and alone. "The same," said Siddhanta. "So he didn't click with Balthazar?" asked Kain. "No, but Balthazar didn't manage to get Jeremy to talk," said Siddhanta, "and apparently he has a secret boyfriend." "And do you know who it is?" asked Kain. I wouldn't have called bought him a secret boyfriend if I knew his identity, said Siddhartha, folding his arm. And are you going to stalk Jeremy again? Asked Kain. Jeremy has gotten better at spotting me, and I need you to do some of your computer magic to find out the identity of the man that is hurting my Jeremy, said Siddhartha, fiddling with his pistol holster excitedly. How is he hurting Jeremy? Asked Kain. He's too rough with him, protested Siddhartha. Jeremy has bruises, and last night he showed up with choke marks and a demonic hickey. Kain already knew what Siddhartha planned to do with the man that was hurting his little brother, and the conversation came to an end when they were summoned to the task room, and there was a visiting police detective, and the detective signaled Siddhartha out. He was taken to the interrogation room, and a worried Kain went to Uncle Gen's office, and from there they were able to spy on the private conversation between the detective and Siddhartha. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Chapter 4, 2 Cups. Jeremy was a prime suspect in a series of robberies, and they had all taken place in the Rousey Duke while walking Eugenia's dogs, and they had gone as far as arresting Jeremy, but since they didn't find any loot on him, they had no choice but to let him go. The detective thought that Siddhartha was an accomplice, and he was pressuring Siddhartha to throw Jeremy under the bus in exchange of immunity. Siddhartha, furious, only opened his mouth once to ask for a lawyer. Gen entered the interrogation room to save Siddhartha from the tricky situation, and Siddhartha was sent to patrol the beach, and there wasn't any crime happening there, but Gen figured that a change of scenery might help improve Siddhartha's mood. Do you really think Jeremy's a thief? Asked Kain. Frankly, I do not know what to think about him. The kid freaks me out, and the way he just stares at you, I swear that he is reading my mind, said Gen. Stacy got a similar impression once, said Kain, remembering last Halloween party. Stacy had bought a movie for the children, and she felt uncomfortable with Jeremy staying behind to watch the movie. And as if guessing her thoughts, Jeremy went to hang out in the patio with the grown-ups. And do you think he trained his cat to steal? Speculated Kain. Getting a cat to walk on a leash is one thing, but teaching a cat to steal is a little too cartoony. It's a little too cartoony, son. Stuff like that doesn't happen in the real world, mused Gen. And Tibble is smart, but he's still a cat. The rich victims are probably putting pressure on this department to get their problem solved immediately, said Kain. And due to his poverty, Jeremy does seem like the most likely culprit. It is easy to blame everything on the new house servant. I am going to look into this matter, and I will see what the detective knows, and for now keep an eye on Jeremy. If he isn't the culprit, he is probably the scapegoat, said Gen, and he opened his desk and he handed Kain a CD. Use this. It is a little dated, but it should still pack a punch. Gen had acquired the disc from a 13-year-old hacker they had tracked down, and the kid had been let off with a slap on the wrist in exchange of his technology. The mystery disc had Blaster Seaworm, and Kain went to his workstation, and he figured that it would kill 2 birds with 1 bullet. And Gen wanted him to keep tabs on Jeremy, while Siddhartha wanted Kain to hack the used phone. And he opened his junk drawer to look for a CD reader, and he connected it to his cell phone, and he sent a message to Jeremy with a picture of a cat. The sweet, naive Jeremy opened the message to look at the cute cat photo. Jeremy liked the picture, so he sent it to Balthazar, and Balthazar texted to Maddox and his sister and his cousin, and Jeremy texted Balthazar for a couple of minutes, and Balthazar suggested that Jeremy send the photo to Siddhartha, and Jeremy reluctantly did what Balthazar wanted, and now Siddhartha had the spyware installed on his cell phone, and Siddhartha sent it to Dorothy, who sent it to her father Michael, and much to Kain's surprise, Michael sent the picture of the cat back to Jeremy. Kain read all of the text messages that Michael sent to Jeremy, and it was thought that Jeremy would be so communicative with his boss of all people. And the only other person that Jeremy texted or called or ever spoke to was Siddhartha. And Jeremy's interactions with Michael were all cat-based, and they would rant about cats while occasionally sending pictures of their favorite felines. I guess Eugenia's father is secretly a cat person, thought Kain. Exploring the internet again, Kain asked Farley, looking over Kane's shoulder. "Can I help you with something, Detective Farley?" said Kain, closing his cell phone, and he returned the disc to his uncle. "I want to know if you're batting for the other team," asked Farley, sitting down beside Kain. Farley was an old-school cop with old-school values, and he was in his late 40s as he was overweight and already bald, and he had seen Kain having dinner with Oberon, and he had never worked with an openly gay cop, so his machismo commanded Farley to find out if Kain was batting for the other team. "I'm not doing anything illegal, if that is what you are implying," lied Kain. What he was doing was a bit of a gray area. I'm asking you if you are gay," his Farley pointing with his index finger. Kain gave a thin smile, and he reclined on his seat before crossing his legs like a dainty woman, and he then said in a high-pitched falsetto, "What I am, sir, is none of your business. Now scram, you ugly old toad." Farley left completely flustered, and his face and ears were as red as a tomato, and Kain laughed like a naughty child, extremely amused by his prank. And the workday passed lazily by, with Kain monitoring all of Jeremy's conversation and testing, and he stretched his sore limbs after doing desk work for 3 hours, and he left the station in order to take his lunch. And he hadn't had a time to pack anything, and when he arrived to the parking lot, he frowned when he saw the word "fag" spray painted on the side of his patrol car. "I guess some people do not have a sense of humor," said Kain, assuming that it was Farley. And he took a photograph of the damage before sending the evidence to Uncle Gen. Again looked at the security cameras until he found the culprit, and it was a new recruit that didn't know how things work in Islandia police station. And Kain drove to his father's work to get the graffiti removed, and Jack saw cars for a living. It wasn't a job he liked, but it made him feel useful. And both went to Wendy's to have lunch while the car was getting fixed. "My brother already found the culprit," said Jack, looking at the text message. "As we speak, he's taking care of the problem. Is he showing the prick that's Iron Maiden, or is he dusting off the brazen bull?" asked Kain before nibbling on his hamburger. "No, Gen is showing him the pair of agony," said Jack, giggling. "I do wish my brother would get rid of that stupid little trinkets, and they are simply ghastly and possibly haunted, and I swear that once I heard a whispering coming from the mouth of the Iron Maiden." "I heard it too, and in more than one occasion," said Kate, shivering. "Let's change the subject." "And do you have a date tonight?" asked Jack. Dating is more of a weekend thing," said Kain, pouting. "But if you need me to give you a privacy, I will be more than happy to leave the house for a couple of hours." "You're not planning to go to a bar to drink alone?" asked Jack suspiciously. "Dad, I don't have a drinking problem. The last time I got drunk was on my first date with Eugenia," said Kain, and he grew somber after saying Eugenia's name. "Oh, Kain, you only dated a slut for a few months, and why are you still so hung up about the woman who openly cheated on you on more than one occasion?" asked Jack. "My shrink asked me the very same question, and she thinks that my low self-esteem is the reason why I tolerated Eugenia's infidelities. And she gave me a little pamphlet filled with personalized motivational phrases. And when I'm feeling at my worst, she wants me to read this," said Kain, showing his father the little pamphlet. Jack took the pamphlet to read it over the top. "I, Kain, matter. Kain deserves to be loved and respected. Kain is a person, not a doormat." "Oh, Kain," said Jack after reading the pamphlet. "I gotta get back to work," said Kain, leaving his food half-eaten. "And Dad, can I borrow your most expensive car?" "Sure, which one do you want? We have a reconstructed Mustang that is pretty racy, and we also have this brand new Ferrari, but I do not know how we're going to get it into the parking lot," said Jack, showing what he had available. "I think a Ferrari might help me blend into a rich neighborhood," said Kain. "Ah, so you're going to use it for that. Well, son, if you really need it, I guess there's nothing else we can do that can be done," said Jack, guiding his son to the back dealer. He opened the garage to show him a Ferrari 250 GTO. "This one is a tad old, but it should help you blend in." Kain drove out of the parking lot with the Ferrari, and he was impressed by how the engine roared. and he tested Uncle again his plans of going undercover, and he drove home to get changed into his best outfit he owned. And this had been a goodbye present he had gotten from Eugenia's stepmother, Eunice, and even though the relationship had ended, Eunice felt that Kain had been a positive influence on her daughter. And Kain wore the beige designer's outfit, and he didn't understand why this ghetto was worth more than the car. He drove to Eugenia's neighborhood, and he parked in front of her mansion, and after waiting for half an hour, Jeremy left the garden with Eugenia's poodle, Misa, Dorothy's Chihuahua, Coco, and Lisa, and his little Sphinx cat, Tybalt. Tybalt walked ahead of the pack, dictating the patrol route, and Kain wore his designer glasses to hide his ashen eyes. And Jeremy walked while looking at his cell phone, and Kain turned pale when he saw Jeremy crossing the street while the light was green. And it was a good thing that there was no traffic. And Kain checked his spyware to see who Jeremy was testing. Jeremy wasn't sending any messages, but he was pretending to be texting, and this was highly suspicious. Kain brought out his camera and he took photographs of this behavior, and Jeremy received a text message from Michael, and he started walking to answer it, and Kain took a photograph of what Jeremy looked like when he was indeed answering a text message. And Michael had sent Jeremy a picture of a Sphinx cat licking his nuts, and Jeremy responded with a picture of a cat in a ballerina dress. And Michael responded with a gift of a cat massaging the back of another cat. And Jeremy responded with a picture of a cat wearing sunglasses. And Jeremy continued with his walk, and his walk led him towards the beach, and the area was partly obstructed by the sea gray bushes that separated the mansion from the pristine sandy beach below. And there was a small clearing trail that allowed the homeowners easy access, and from his car Kain couldn't see anything. And he looked at his cell phone to check Jeremy's position, and based on the pin bag, he was sitting by the bushes in a shaded area. Jeremy's cell phone sat there for half an hour, and Jeremy left the beach before making his way back to Eugenia's house, and he cleaned the sand off the dogs and his cat. And Kain's surveillance was interrupted by a knocking on his window, and he jumped out of his seat when he saw Eugenia standing by him. "Are you stalking me now, Kain?" asked Eugenia with a cool smile painted on her freckled face. "No, I am merely admiring you from afar, I'm not stalking you, I'm just admiring you from afar," said Kain, smiling innocently. And he unlocked the car door to allow Eugenia to sit within. And Eugenia had been out jogging, and she breathed in the cool air of the car before fanning her sports bra. And she smiled, seeing that Kain was maintaining eye contact. He hadn't changed one bit. "I love your new car," said Eugenia, patting the dashboard. "And how much did it set you back?" "It is borrowed," said Kain. "I'm doing a bit of surveillance." "Ah, you're here for that pesky thief, and that I already updated our security, and nobody's getting in or out without us knowing," said Eugenia, pointing to the newly installed cameras. And she added, "So who's the prime suspect?" "The detective says that Jeremy is the culprit and Siddhanta is his accomplice," said Kain. "Do they have any proof?" asked Eugenia. "Nah, they needed someone to blame, and Jeremy is," said Kain. "Black," said Eugenia, narrowing her eyes. "I was going to say poor," corrected Kain. "And he also grew up in a foster system, and according to statistics, half of all foster children have been convicted or detained, and a quarter end up having problems with the law 2 years after they leave the system." "Be that as it may, nothing has ever gone missing in my house during the time Jeremy has worked for us," said Eugenia, defending her dog walker. "One has to be pretty stupid to rob the house of their employer," retorted Kain. "Touché," said Eugenia, "but personally, Kain, do you think Jeremy has what it takes to be a robber?" Kain looked at Jeremy over the top, and he looked so sweet and innocent playing with his cat, and Kain in the end said, "Jeremy is too pure to do something so wicked." "So why are you stalking him?" asked Eugenia. "Jeremy has a secret boyfriend, and Siddhanta wants me to find out his identity so he can shoot him," explained Kain. "Whoa, Siddhanta doesn't mess around. I wish I had a sibling as overprotective as him," said Eugenia bitterly. Her sister had become distant ever since she hooked up with Siddhanta, or maybe Dorothy had become distant because Eugenia was pregnant, so she couldn't party as hard as she used to. Eugenia didn't know why, and she wasn't in the mood to get a proper answer. Siddhartha has his reason, and Jeremy's new boyfriend is physically abusive, and he has choke bruises, and last night Siddhartha claims that Jeremy came home. He has bruises, and last night Siddhartha claims that Jeremy came home with choke wounds. The conversation was cut short when Siddhartha arrived on his motorcycle to pick up Jeremy, and he was furious, but he didn't want to make a scene in front of his girlfriend's house, and he knew that he was being watched therefore he acted differently. And he opened his sidecar and he beckoned Jeremy to sit with him. And Jeremy meekly left with Siddhartha and Kain returned to the borrowed car and he clocked in, and then he went home and he made dinner for his father and his grandma Esther. Alright, that's the end of that one. Bye-bye. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 3, Chapter 5, Page of Cups. Esther spent the evening interrogating Jack about his new girlfriend. She was suspicious of any woman that seemed a little too eager to date her youngest son. And she was an Irish Catholic lady at the age 67. She had long, silver-white hair, wrinkled face, and ash-colored eyes. I'm just saying, Jackie, a woman with a child has an agenda, mused Esther. Shouldn't you be getting going? Asked Jack, trying to distract his mother. I guess, said Kain, thinking that his father didn't want him around. Let me take care of the dishes, said Jack, entering the kitchen. Now put on the new outfit we bought you and go out and have fun with your friends, alright, champ? And you look a little tense, and a bit of the razzle-dazzle might do you good. Alright, Dad, said Kain, giving a fake smile. And you have work tomorrow, so don't stay up too late, said Esther, and do not drink. Sheesh, Mom, Kain is not a little kid. Let him live a little, said Jack. 2 drinks, Kain, 2 drinks minimum, and come before 11, said Esther, setting a curfew. Kain got dressed in all black before heading out, and he tested his single friend Malik to see what he was up to. And Malik was out clubbing in the Flavor nightclub in Coconut Grove. And Flavor was a 2-story building, and the first floor was pop, and the second floor played hip-hop. The second floor also had a raised stage for the shows, and the interior was dark with red neon lights illuminating the surrounding. And the roof had a stained glass windows, and while waiting in line to get in, he got a text message from Overton. What you up to? Tested Overton. I'm waiting in line at a nightclub. I can text you the address. If you're not too busy, you can join me and my friends, tested Kain. I work at night, tested Overton. I am free on Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. And if you're not too busy, we can hang out this Wednesday as soon as you get out from work. I look forward to it, tested Kain. And he erased that response before testing instead. Okay, I will see you this Wednesday. He didn't want to seem too eager. Kain entered the club and he made his way towards the second floor, and he found Malik in the center of the dance floor. And there was a circle around him as the crowd cheered for him. And Malik was a handsome, raven-haired, green-eyed, tan gentleman, and the former baseball player still maintained his athletic body, especially his impressive caboose. And the woman he was dancing with was equally well endowed, and both were shaking their moneymaker to the delight and amusement of the crowd. Malik danced his way towards Kain, and he pulled Kain's arm to force him to dance as well. And his date then summoned her friend to act as Kain's dance partner, and they got into a dancing competition, and Kain tried to give up, but alas, Malik was victorious because he had more practice partying. The hours rolled quickly with Kain dancing while he attempted to have a conversation with his date. And when the rap concert started, the music got even louder, and it became impossible to have an intelligent conversation. And around 10, Kain returned home without a name or even a phone number. Tuesday passed uneventfully, and he spat on Jeremy, and at night he went clubbing with Malik. And while he was fooling about with Malik, there was an emergency meeting in Gen's house, and a relative clean criminal record didn't suffice to put Uncle Gen at ease. And the meeting was held under the guise of a play day. And Karina dropped off her work before making her way to the game room, and this was the first time she had been invited to a Sanson family crisis meeting. and Kain had told her about such meetings, but she had often fancied that her friend was exaggerating. She couldn't help but laugh heartily when she saw the police board with Oberon's face in the middle, and there were red strings connecting to all of the pertinent information about him. Karina sat with Stacy, who seemed the most sensible of the group, and Gen saluted those assembled there before starting official business. What do we know of Oberon Mendel? Asked Gent. Kain told me that Oberon is a bouncer, said Karina, raising her hand. And he's very flirty but respectful, and he likes mating, speeding, and eating. And he's a total slob who hasn't cleaned his toilet in over a century. And his knowledge of music is wide, but he prefers to listen to smooth jazz, and he lives by himself. He's a bachelor. He doesn't feel guilty about lying just to get into your jeans, but he has a good heart. Alright, so we know that Oberon is a lying womanizer that wants to get into Kain's jeans. They'll get adding this to the info to the board. That isn't what I said, but you can interpret my information in whatever way you like, said Karina, pouting. Look, Karina, there's no need to sugarcoat the situation, said Jack. Oberon is a degenerate that is taking advantage of my son, and he got my boy drunk, and he did God knows what to him. That isn't really what happened, said Karina sheepishly. So what actually did happen? What did Kain tell you? Demanded Jack. Karina realized that this was an ambush, and she hadn't been summoned there to discuss Oberon. They just wanted to know everything that Kain had told her. As Kain's self-proclaimed best friend, she was supposed to know everything that was going on in his life, and the reality was that she knew as much as the others. So you don't have any new information, barked Jack. I'm sorry, but Kain is an adult, so he got a little carried away with his drinking. It is no big deal. And that just means that he was having so much fun that he didn't notice how much he drank. It happens all the time, said Karina. It happens all the time, said Esther, alarmed. What I mean is that it happens to you, it happens to me, it happens to them. All of you need to lighten up about this Oberon fellow. It is still too early to tell whether Oberon is friend or foe, though we should monitor his actions closely before we decide how to proceed, said Stacy. You are right, Stacy, said Gen, agreeing with his level-headed wife. And let us not forget that Kain is grieving because Eugenia dumped him like a sack of potatoes, said Karina. And we may think that he's a fool for feeling the way he does, but even so, we must acknowledge the fact that he is hurting, so be nice to him. Alright, fine, you win this time, Karina, said Jack, folding his arm. This isn't a competition, said Karina, giggling happily. There was nothing she loved more than being in the right. And she suggested, and why don't we do a supervised play date, and we can all go together to the movies, or wherever he wants to go. I don't think Oberon will agree to a supervised play date. He isn't a child, said Stacy. Perhaps we can arrange a bachelor's night out in town, and male bachelors feel more at ease when they travel in packs, and your cousin Rodrigo can act like our eyes and ears. Stacy's plan was voted on, and with everyone agreed to it, it fell on Rodrigo to make the necessary calls. And he called first Oberon, and he was the very reason why Rodrigo was traveling outside his usual social circle. And Rodrigo called Oberon 15 times until he finally answered his cell phone. And who are you, and why do you have my number? Asked Oberon. Took you long enough to answer, said Rodrigo. Tomorrow, ready yourself. Ready myself for what? Asked Oberon, worried and curious. For the thrill of a lifetime. You are coming, aren't you? Asked Rodrigo. It all depends. First, tell me how you got my number. Asked Oberon. Kain gave it to me. The name is Rodrigo, by the way, and you didn't think that you were the only man in Kain's life. Asked Rodrigo, poking Oberon for signs of weaknesses. Is that so? Said Oberon bitterly. Rodrigo held his cell phone at arm's length so that Oberon couldn't hear him giggling. Rodrigo added, so are you ready to run with the wild horses? Yes, said Oberon after hesitating. I will pick you up tomorrow then, said Rodrigo before hanging up. Alberto felt tense after the call, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was in danger. In the end, he called the only person he could rely on. If he was walking into a trap, he wasn't going to face the enemy alone. Wednesday came, and Kain finished his surveillance without any incident. And in the station, Kain was looking at all of the surveillance tape. The camera showed Jeremy walking the path and going home. And the very same day, a heist had occurred while Jeremy was washing cocoa in Eugenia's garden. He couldn't be in two places at once. But why do they keep insisting on Jeremy's culpability? Asked Kain while eating lunch with his uncle. All the houses that were hit belonged to people who were mean to Jeremy at some point or another. And Lady Agatha said a racial slur to Jeremy. And that very same day, her jewelry box was stolen. And Robert Mueller called Jeremy a fag, and 2 hours later his sports ring went missing from his safe. And Jeremy was near the area where the heist took place, and he had a motive, explained Gant. But without physical evidence or eyewitnesses, there is no crime, just false accusations, reasoned Kain. I mean, hear me out, Uncle Gant. What if the victims are also the culprits? You mean that those rich pricks stole from themselves? Asked Gant. Kain, that is ridiculous and also stupid. Why would they do that? It isn't as ridiculous as you might think, Uncle Gant, and it has also been known to happen. Michael's mother-in-law was stole for himself to cause a fight between him and his dead wife. And some rich people are stupid and petty, and they live with the illusion that they are untouchable until they mess with the wrong individual. Uncle Gant and nephew continued to muse about the case, though now their current working theory was that the rich victims had robbed themselves in a vain attempt to get rid of Jeremy. And the working day came to an end, and on his way out he found Siddhartha with a skinny maiden in a golden dress. And when Kain drew close enough, he recognized Jeremy's face hidden underneath a short, straight black wig. And his outfit was complemented by golden bangles, a heart pendant, a hoop earrings, and a diamond-encrusted anklet. I like the new you, Jeremy, said Kain before patting Jeremy's head. A queer smile was painted in Jeremy's face, and he said with a strange inflection in his voice, It is Isis. When I wear this necklace, I become the avatar of Isis, like the goddess Isis. Pleased to meet you, Isis, said Kain, shaking hands with Jeremy, and he found the game amusing. I heard that you have a new gay friend, and take Jeremy with you tonight, and do a formal introduction between your friend and Oberon and my sister Isis, said Siddhartha bitterly. And he felt embarrassed to be seen in public with Jeremy in that get-up. Siddhartha took Jeremy's hand and he offered it to Kain, and Kain now had full autonomy over Jeremy's fate. And he guided Jeremy to his patrol car, and both rode in complete silence, and their first stop was to Kain's house. And he installed Jeremy in front of his television with a remote controller, and Jeremy flew to the channels until he found PBS. And his eyes became dreamy while he watched the white swan gracefully glide onto the stage. And Kain went to his bedroom to get changed, and he opened his closet while he pondered what he wanted to wear that night. In the past, he would wear whatever fell out of his closet, and as of lately he was feeling self-conscious about his looks, and Lysander had rejected him for dressing like a rocker. And his daughter Karina's boyfriend Bruno was always curating his wardrobe, and he claimed to use his outfits to influence others, and as a lawyer he was an expert in manipulating others. And Kain looked at his wardrobe while he pondered what impression he wanted to give a potential girlfriend, and for the first time in his life, he took his time to get dressed. After half an hour, he left his bedroom wearing blue jeans, black shoes, and a black guayabera. He felt that the guayabera told others that he was serious, but he liked to have fun. And he made a final stop to the bathroom to apply cologne, and he combed his hair, and he gave a final look at himself in the mirror before grimacing. He positively hated what he saw. What's the use, said Kain, talking to himself. My mother didn't love me, and it wouldn't surprise me that no other woman wants to be my girlfriend. Kain went to the living room, and he smiled when he saw Jeremy making the ballet movements of a ballerina on the television. And based on how he moved, it was obvious that Jeremy had taken ballet back in high school. As if reading Kate's mind, Jeremy explained. See, Dante was the one who wanted to be a dainty ballerina, and he learned the craft from his mother. And after she was murdered, he tried to continue his training in a public school setting, but the bullies had other plans. How did his mother die? Asked Kain. She was in the wrong place, at the wrong time, with the wrong individual that called himself her husband, explained Jeremy before bowing to the crowd. The poor dear was shot in the head by a white cop, and she was a victim of crossfire or of racism, depending on which version of the story you wish to believe. Why are you telling me all this? Asked Kain. No reason. If you do not like my conversation, I can go back to being silent, said Jeremy, pouting. Alright, let's just leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. The Lover's Pentacle 3, Chapter 6, Knight of Swords. There was a honking outside of his house, and Karina's cousin Rodrigo was there to pick them up. It was going to be a bachelor's night out, and all the single guys were going on the prowl together, and to save on gas, they were picked up in Rodrigo's minivan. It wasn't the ideal party wagon, but it was better than nothing. Rodrigo frowned when he saw Jeremy. And didn't you get the memo, Kain? No chicks allowed, said Rodrigo, pointing at Jeremy. That's Jeremy, he's a man. No, I'm not. I am Isis. Isis is a woman, said Jeremy, insisting on being perceived as a woman. Yeesh, you're one of those weirdos, said Rodrigo, rolling his eyes. Weirdo, you say? That isn't the worst thing that I have been called. And since you meant no harm by it, I will forgive you, for now, said Jeremy ominously. Rodrigo drove off with his two passengers, and during the car ride, he spoke to Kain only. Rodrigo picked up Malik and Balthazar next, and followed by Rodrigo's friend Lucas and Michael, and the final person to be picked up was Oberon. Coming along with Oberon was his friend Natasha, or Nate if she was in a masculine mood, and tonight Natasha was in a Nate type of mood. Therefore she was indistinguishable from a man, and she wore her short hair combed back and a blue shirt with black lines, brown cargo pants, and hiking boots. Kain giggled when he realized that Oberon's friend was cosplaying as Charlie Harper. She was part of a cult of females who ironically worshipped Charlie Sheen, and they cosplayed as him whenever they saw a particularly amusing 2.5 Men episode. And yes, this was a thing in Miami. The cult was founded in Florida International University, and it started as a school assignment in the Feminist Studies class, and the teacher asked her students to start a cult that empowered women. And one of the groups founded the Charlie Sheen cult instead. The teacher naturally gave her students a bad grade, and the Charlie Sheen cultists argued that it was in their right to decide what empowered them. And the course survived the bad grade, and it expanded outside the classroom setting. Natasha didn't trust Oberon's new friend, so she had come along for the ride to provide backup just in case things got ugly. Natasha had an imposing height for a woman, and her black eyes rarely showed her true emotions. The time maiden was a trainer that worked in LA Fitness. Who is the broad? Asked Natasha, pointing at Jeremy. Broad. You're walking on thin ice, woman. You have been warned, hissed Jeremy. Isis doesn't like to be name-called, and she takes offense to even the slightest hint of an insult, translated Kain. Please be nice to her. My apologies, Lady Isis, and I will keep my witty comments to myself, said Natasha with a condescending tone in her voice. So where are we going? Asked Oberon. I don't know. Whenever Rodrigo drives, no one ever knows to what hellhole we're going to, said Malik dryly. Rodrigo took the party to the booby trap on River Drive, Miami. It was an adult entertainment venue. The bar was towards the left, and in the middle was the raised neon stage for the pole dancers, and there were other smaller stages littered with cushioned chairs, and they bought drinks before taking their place in the front of the center stage. And Kain frowned before reluctantly opening his wallet. He had only brought large bills. I can break. of your bills into smaller currency, said Oberon, bringing out a roll of $1 bills. Kain got his change, and he turned to look at the topless dancing maiden, and she was a redhead, just like Eugenia. And instead of becoming excited, he felt depressed, and he took a deep breath before forcing a fake smile. He started to echo the enthusiastic yells and mannerisms of Malik, and mimicking Malik had been a survival mechanism he had developed in middle school, and the minutes rolled lazily by without anyone having an actual conversation. The music died down. It was amateur hour. At bored, Natasha decided to go earn a bit of extra cash, and she pulled Jeremy by the arm to force him onto the stage. The drunken men cheered when they saw Jeremy's beautiful ballerina legs, and Jeremy attempted to return to his seat, but Natasha tended to be a bit of a bully when drunk, and a drunk man threw a 20 at Jeremy. Jeremy picked up the 20 before stashing it inside his dainty purse. He was the only man not to throw any money at the dancers. In fact, he had come without his wallet. He had no intention of paying it for anything. Jeremy wobbled to the nearest pole, and Natasha did the same. The DJ began to play Move Your Body by Nina Sky. Natasha danced with the drunken gracefulness of a satyr, and she contrasted with Jeremy's shy, seductive striptease. And when both got topless, it became obvious that Natasha was a woman and Jeremy a man. "Ooh, get off the stage, you freak!" yelled a random drunkard, and a driven fellow threw a bottle at Jeremy. Jeremy caught the bottle before it struck him, and he drank what was left of it before gracefully placing it down on the floor. He fixed his dress before picking up the money that had been thrown on the floor, and he sank back into the safety of his pack. As for Natasha, she had jumped off the stage, and she was currently punching the drunkard that had thrown a bottle at her friend. And when the drunkard started losing, more of his buddies came to assist him, and they fell on top of Natasha, punching and kicking the woman. "Stop, police, you're all under arrest," said Kain, bringing out his badge and his pistol in a vain attempt to save Natasha from the sticky situation. The violence paused for a moment, and this allowed for Natasha to slip away, and the fear of the gun was only temporary. A drunk brought out his own pistol, and Kain shot the gun before the enemy had a chance to remove the safety. The bouncers came and order was restored, and the host politely asked Kain and his friends to leave and never come back. They were officially banned from the booby trap. "I don't see why we got banned," protested Natasha, putting her shirt back on, "and we were not the ones who started the fight." "Yeah, but we were definitely the ones who had the intention of ending it," said Oberon, nudging at his friend with his elbow. "Are you alright, Isis?" asked Kain. "No, I haven't been alright in a long time," said Jeremy bitterly. "But what does it matter as long as Siddhanta's happy?" "Do you want to go home?" asked Kain. "Yes, for the love of God, take me home," begged Jeremy. The party gathered inside Rodrigo's minivan, and Jeremy gave Rodrigo the address, and this was the first time they saw Siddhanta's house. And the small house was located in Homestead. The view into the backyard was obstructed by a concrete fence and a hedge bush. There was an ominous willow tree in the center of the yard, and the windows were covered with iron bars, as well as the front door. The front garden was still covered by thorny roses and climbing vines, and a pale full moon casted an icy shadow over the surroundings. The place looked positively haunted at night. "It looks better in the morning," said Jeremy. He walked towards the front door, and the moment he turned the key, Jeremy heard a sinister growling. He opened the door wide, and a large black dog ran towards the minivan to bark at the intruders. Oberon, who had the window seat, pushed himself backwards, and he worried that the dog might break the window and enter the car to maul his face. "Get back inside the house, you stupid dog," said Jeremy, placing his hand behind the nape of the dog. The moment he touched the dog, the creature became as docile as a little lamb, and the large dog whimpered before putting his tail between his legs. "You should put a leash on him," said Rodrigo. "And what's that stupid mud call?" asked Natasha, getting out of the car. "Natasha, get back inside the car," ordered Oberon. He did indeed leave the car to help his drunken friend. Natasha patted quite roughly the dog's face, and the dog bore his teeth to illustrate his desire to rip her hand off, and the only reason why he was keeping his cool was the thin hand over his neck. "He looks like a wolf. Is he a wolf?" asked Natasha, pulling the tail of the dog. "Kinda, I don't know." "The dog isn't mine, but I haven't the means to stop him from jumping the fence," said Jeremy, speaking quickly. "And if he feels cold or lonely, he smashes through the back door until he enters the living room. So now we leave the door open for him to come into our living room to stick up the place. You shouldn't be telling others that you leave the back door open, advised Kain. You never know who is listening. All my treasures are cursed, so I'm not worried about thieves, said Jeremy as a queer smile was painted on his lip. Whatever a person takes from me, they always return whether they want to or not. The dog whimpered before licking Jeremy's hand, and Jeremy started making his way back home, and he frowned when he noticed that he was being followed. Natasha had taken a fancy to Jeremy, and Jeremy reluctantly allowed Natasha into his home. She drew Jeremy into her maiden embrace to deliver a drunken, slobbery kiss, and Jeremy, who was physically starved, yielded to her physical prowess. And once again inside the house, Natasha got busy in the living room, and the man lingered in order to eavesdrop, and they had gone to peep to the window, but Natasha had left the ravenous dog outside the house. So none of the men dared to step outside the car, and in the end Rodrigo chose to drive away from the situation. Almero felt happy for his friend's latest conquest, but he was a tad angry at being abandoned among strangers. Maybe this is a good thing, said Rodrigo, speaking his thoughts out loud. Natasha's a masculine girl, while Jeremy is a feminine guy. They are perfect for each other. I am so sorry, Balthazar, said Malik apologetically. I guess Jeremy is another one that got away. It's all right, wrote Balthazar. I hesitated too much. Oberon took Balthazar's notepad to read his message, and then he said, if it makes you feel better, Natasha's relationships don't last, and you will have Jeremy all to yourself in less than a month. Can you drive me home, Rodrigo? Said Kain, looking at the time. I'll wake up early tomorrow. Rodrigo drove Kain home, and Oberon followed after Kain, and he was curious to see what his home looked like. And Kain allowed it since he had crashed in Oberon's apartment last Saturday, and sitting in the couch sewing was Grandma Esther, and at her age she only slept 4 hours a day, and if she was lucky, she was watching a marathon of cheesy old science fiction movies, and Kain sat down on the couch to be on eye level with his grandma, and Esther drew close enough to smell Kain's hair and mouth, and when she verified that her grandson had not drank that night, she allowed him to go about his business. Oberon watched this scene extremely weirded out, and he guessed that Kain had to abide by Esther's house rules because she owned the house, and little did he know that Kain was the true owner of that property. And Jack's bedroom door opened slightly, and the two pair of eyes regarded Oberon with curiosity. Jack frowned when he saw that his son had brought a man home, and Oberon took Kain's hand. Kain opened his mouth to protest, but he felt Oberon's hand trembling and extremely sweaty. Oberon is a little drunk, so I'm going to let him crash here, explained Kain. This is your house, son. You're an adult. Do whatever you like, said Jack, closing the door. I ain't going to my room, said Esther, turning off the television. You can sleep in the couch if you want, though I won't judge you if you choose to share the bed with a man. You are already judging me by making baseless assumptions, Grandma, sighed Kain. Instead, he said, Good night, Grandma. Kain walked towards his bedroom with Oberon following close behind, and Oberon breathed a sigh of relief as soon as the door closed behind them. Kain turned on the lights and he got a set of pajamas and a towel, and while he showered, Oberon studied the bedroom, and there was a computer, the bookshelf, the drawing table, and a king-size bed. He opened the closet before giggling. All the office were organized by color, and this was the bedroom of a neat freak, and Oberon decided to borrow one of Kain's pajamas, and he changed out of his street clothing into the pajama before getting inside the bed, and Kain frowned when he saw Oberon wearing his pajamas. You didn't shower, protested Kain. I already showered today, said Oberon. Fine, suit yourself, said Kain, taking the pillow from underneath Oberon's head, and he added, This is a pillow I sleep with, and this is the one I snuggle with, and you can keep the other two, and good night. Oberon pouted when he saw Kain leaving the bedroom, and in order to sleep in the living room, and he tossed and turned in the bed for half an hour, and he sprung from the bed to tiptoe into the living room, and he saw in the darkness a silhouette of Kain's face. He went to a nearby window to open the curtain a bit, and Kain's face was immediately showered by moonlight, and with a trembling index finger, Oberon caressed Kain's moist lips, and Oberon's eyes caught the glimmer of the revolver. The revolver was resting in front of the framed photograph of Grandpa Raphael. Oberon picked up the photo to examine it under the moonlight, and the photo showed a man with a face identical to that of Kain, and Raphael was in his army uniform, and in the darkness Raphael's face looked extremely angry, and Oberon felt a cold chill in the back of his neck, and trembling he returned the portrait back to its place, and he fled the bedroom to hide under the bedsheets. And Oberon didn't believe in ghosts, but what he had just experienced made him rethink his opinion. And after tossing and turning for another half hour, he managed to consolidate sleep. The following morning, Oberon awoke 2 hours before noon, and since he worked that night, he could sleep in the morning for as long as he wanted. And he felt the bed he left the bed before stretching his elegant limbs. And he found a note by the nightstand. There is food for you in the fridge, and please leave through the front door. And on the way out, press the button stay in my alarm, and this will activate it without me needing to give you the password. And text me after you eat breakfast, and I will take a break from work to drive you home. Signed, Kain. Oberon went to the kitchen to look for his promised meal, and the fridge was completely packed, and there was not a beer within sight, more the pity. And he found 2 Tupperwares with his name on them, and Kain had prepared for Oberon both breakfast and lunch. The first one had breakfast quesadillas and a Caesar salad, and the lunch one had a pickle club sandwich with turkey and cheddar and a bag of chips. Kain had actually gone to the trouble of asking Natasha what Oberon ate for breakfast and lunch. This is fine. This is great even, thought Oberon while he ate his breakfast. Kain and I can be friends, just friends. I have more than enough lovers, but only one true friend. He can be my second true friend, and my stomach needs a friend like Kain in my life. Oberon finished eating his breakfast, and he left the dirty dishes in the sink, and he didn't bother to make the bed. And despite his original sentiment, Oberon went into the laundry room to look for a dirty shirt or undergarment that still stunk of Kain. And he frowned when he found the washer and the hamper completely empty. Ever the need for Kain never allowed for laundry to accumulate. Oberon activated the alarm before leaving the house, and he sat on a bench beneath a shaded tree. He gave a cursory glance at the symmetrical garden. The 2 hibiscus bushes added a bit of color to the scenery, and he texted Kain to inform him that he was awake. And while he waited to be picked up, he gossiped with Natasha. And she was the only true friend that Oberon had, and the rest were just unreliable party friends or co-workers. I sealed the deal, said Natasha proudly. You sealed what deal? Asked Oberon Johnny. And without his morning coffee, it took him longer to process information. I fucked ISIS, said Natasha giggling. And she has succeeded in wooing Jeremy. Yes, I saw, we all saw. Even the stupid wolf saw, said Oberon, remembering the night before. He has a lot of energy for such a skinny little twig. So how did your night went, and did you seal the deal? Asked Natasha. Kain doesn't like men, but that's fine, Natasha, said Oberon with a hint of longing in his voice. I consider myself lucky that he treats me so nicely, even though he barely knows me. And I gotta hang up now, and Kain has just arrived to pick me up. Oberon saw the police car drive up, and he saw a police officer stepping out of the vehicle, and Kain looked twice as handsome in uniform. He opened the passenger door for Oberon. And you're not going to let me drive? You're no fun, protested Oberon, sitting in the passenger seat. While I am driving, I want you to keep silent, ordered Kain, and you can talk in your cell phone, but just don't talk to me. Can you put a bit of music? Asked Oberon, reaching for the dashboard. Kain shook his head. The drive to Oberon's apartment was quite somber, and Kain stopped at a red light, and when the light turned green, he started to hyperventilate. And he leaned forward in the steering wheel, completely incapable of driving. Kain, what's wrong? Are you sick? Asked Oberon, alarmed. And did your sugar levels crash? And what do I do? I'm calling 911. Quiet, please, just, said Kain as he struggled to breathe. With a trembling hand, he reached for his cell phone, and he played a note message from his psychologist, Unla, and this helped him regain control of his emotions, and he took careful, controlled breaths. Kain continued to drive once his feet passed, and when they reached another red light, Oberon started to worry, and he breathed a sigh of relief when Kain crossed that light without another incident. After 20 minutes that felt like an eternity, the car arrived to Oberon's apartment. Oberon didn't depart right away. Do you suffer panic attacks often? Asked Oberon. I take it you are familiar with them, asked Kain, leaning back on his seat. Back when I used to do gymnastics, I used to have a mini freak out whenever I had to do the all-round competitions. And if I was performing last, that is when I would really freak out. And it was terrible knowing that your best was never going to be enough, said over and over reminiscing. So what is the reason for your attacks? Is your work really that stressful? I had a car accident a few months ago, and I got T-boned by a speeding driver, and my patrol car exploded, and I almost died. And ever since then, driving has been difficult, said Kain, rubbing his temple. I can drive just fine in the expressway, but if I stop at a red light, that is when the problems begin. And when the light turns green, I sometimes suffer a panic attack. Did they ever catch the speeding driver? Asked Overton. They did today. At least they think they did. They asked me to identify the perp from the limelight, but I wasn't able to. The accident happened so quickly, protested Kain. I do not know if I was hit by a man, a woman, or teenager. And thankfully there were other eyewitnesses, and my testimony isn't necessary to make a conviction, or so my uncle claims. I gotta get back to work. And what police station do you work at? Asked Overton. Islandia Police Station. Here's the address, and you need to call me before visiting. And I'm not always at the station, and there are times when I am sent on patrol, said Kain, writing down the address behind the business card. Do you still work at Magnum Lodge? I work in club space now, and the crowd is a little excitable, but it's a full-time job with double pay. And if you haven't anything better to do tonight, you can stop by and watch me do nothing for a couple of hours, offered Overton. All right, I will see you tonight then, said Kain, accepting the invitation. Can I have your police hat? Asked Overton before he could stop himself. Okay, I don't see why not. Here you go, Overton, said Kain innocently, and he removed his hat to place it on top of Overton's head. Have fun. Do you want a pair of handcuffs? I have my own set at home, said Overton, looking at his own reflection in the rear mirror. Overton returned to his apartment, and he spent the evening overthinking his blossoming friendship with Kain. And when a stranger is extremely nice to you, he traditionally wants to mate with you. This is what Overton's experience had taught him. And Kain wasn't like other men, and Overton removed the police officer hat, and he took a strong whiff of the aroma that still clung to it. Alberto VO5, cheap but effective, said Overton, identifying the shampoo. And Overton smacked the hat against his forehead before saying, Damn it, Overton, you and Kenny's never gonna happen, capisce? The sooner you get this truth into your sis skull, the sooner we can be two happy Gilmore girls. Kain drove back to the Islandia police station, and there had been an advancement in the case, and the mysterious thief had returned all the stolen goods, and all the items were exactly where they were supposed to be, and there was not even a hint that they had been moved. And he was summoned to the interrogation room to confirm Jeremy's alibi. When the stolen goods were returned, Jeremy had been out partying with Kain and friends, and as for Sidanta, he claimed to have spent the night with his girlfriend Dorothy. Dorothy corroborated the story, but the reality was that Sidanta couldn't account for his whereabouts of the night before. That's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Chapter 7, Tree of Swords. Kain spent the rest of the evening analyzing the footage of the houses that had been robbed. The newly installed night camera saw nothing. Everything was as it should be. There wasn't even a hint of an intruder. The mansions were dusted for fingerprints and searched again for any physical evidence. There was nothing. The mysterious thief had come and gone without leaving a trace, and the detective heading the investigation was stumped. He had fancied that the victims had robbed themselves, and the problem was that the cameras proved otherwise. That this is probably Jeremy's mysterious boyfriend, said Kain, gossiping with his uncle Gen. It is a possibility, mused Gen. Whoever the person might be does have a motive, but the real question is, how did he do it? Maybe he tunneled into the houses, suggested Kain. Tunnels take months to make, and the water table near the beach is too high. Any person that tries to tunnel will run into seawater, said Gen, poking holes into his nephew's theory. What if he used a remote-control helicopter with a camera, suggested Kain. I don't know, Kain, said Gen. Maybe the cameras were hacked, said Kain. If they were hacked, then why don't they show static, asked Gen. They are probably using digital cameras. They have higher resolution, but their connection to the internet is a double-edged sword. Yes, you can save all of the footage you record for weeks and even months, but they can be hacked, and a crafty hacker can loop an old recording and no one would be the wiser, said Kain. A hacker. That would definitely explain all the impossibilities we have observed, said Kain thoughtfully. Can alarm system be hacked too? Yes and yes, said Kain. The word came to an end, and he drove to Karina's house to speak with his shrink. Unla, the mother of his friend. Unla had recently turned 49, and she had dark copper-toned skin with brown eyes and medium build. And she had a face filled with laugh lines and eyes marked by deep suffering. Unla greeted Kain by the hammocks, and he removed his utility belt and his gun before settling down on top of the hammock. And Karina saw her mother working from far away, and slowly she sneaked to the bushes until she got close enough to listen. Karina told me that you made a new friend, said Unla. The more the merrier, said Kain. One can't have too many friends. There's nothing wrong with making new friends as long as you do not neglect your old friends, said Unla. Did Karina say something? Asked Kain. Kain, why don't we hang out anymore? Protested Karina, coming out of her hiding spot. I'm sorry, Karina. It's just that you're doing couple things with Bruno, and a single guy like me would just be a third wheel, said Kain shyly. Bruno's not attached to me by the umbilical cord. He doesn't need to be involved in all my activities, and we can have fun separately, said Karina. If it bothers you, I can leave him at home, so we can hang out together like old time's sake. And I can be your wingman, Kain, and let's see if we can find you a new ginger-haired idiot. Eugenia isn't stupid. She has a degree, and she wrote a big fat dissertation, said Kain, defending his ex-girlfriend. Sheesh! Are you still hung up on that woman, said Karina, coming over to sit down beside her mother. And did you really fall in love with that skank? And was the sex with her really that amazing? We didn't have sex as often as you think we did, Karina, said Kain. And I was the boyfriend she partied with, and Santiago was the guy she liked to sleep with. But why? I trained you well, said Karina, completely offended. Not well enough, said Kain, sighing. If I may interrupt, said Unla, interrupting. Karina, in all the times you met it with Kain, did he ever make a request? Karina ran through her head the 47 times she had made it with Kain, and it was such a low number because in the past she only dated Kain while she searched for something better. And he was always the placeholder, and there was a time when she fancied settling for Kain, but she changed her mind after meeting Bruno. Bruno was mature. He was as experienced as Karina in the bedchamber. He knew what he wanted. He was passionate. He recited poetry. He was a real man. The psychic Karina was right. I am a selfish lover, said Karina, looking at her palm. And she added apologetically, I am so sorry, Kain. I am just the worst. It's no wonder you refused to marry me. Karina on a whim had asked Kain to marry her, and Kain said, I didn't truly believe you wanted to marry me, but I really did mean it, insisted Karina. You didn't buy me flowers or even a wedding ring, scoffed Kain, folding his arm. He opened his mouth before closing it again. He would have believed that Karina wanted to commit to him had she showed him the same attention she used to show Malik. Karina narrowed her eyes, and she was certain that Kain wanted to say more, and in the end she decided not to press the issue. She was with Bruno now, and things were going swimmingly, and she was in love with Bruno, and Bruno loved her, or so he claimed. Everything was perfect. Now, Karina, if you are done disrupting my session, please leave, and there are things that Kain doesn't feel uncomfortable talking with you about, said Unla, pointing towards the house, and Karina started walking to the porch, and her mother added, yelling, and stay where I can see you. Yes, Mom, said Karina, sitting on a bench in front of her house. Now, without any more interruptions, here's what I wanted to discuss, said Unla, opening her folder. And she handed Kain a Valentine's Day heart, and the heart was torn in half, and it was being held together by duct tape. Kain laughed heartily before saying, and where did you even get this? Did Malik keep it? When Kain was 12 years old, his language arts teacher had instructed her students to write a Valentine's letter to their sweethearts, and innocent Kain wrote a love letter to Malik. And back then, Malik was the only friend close to his age that Kain had in the entire world, and Malik reacted to the letter by tearing it in half. Your grandma brought his letter over today, said Unla, and she wanted to know what went through your head when you wrote this letter. Nonsense, scoffed Kain. The teacher didn't allow me to write a Valentine's letter to my grandma or my grandpa. She told me to write a love letter to the person I liked the most that was close to my age, and I did. I did what she told me, and that caused a family crisis. Did you actually read what you wrote to Malik? Asked Unla. Kain read the letter out loud. Dear Malik, happy Valentine's Day. I love you. You are my best friend in the entire world, and please be my friend always. Signed Kain. See, perfectly innocent. I wrote sign instead of sign. I wrote sign instead of sign because I always got both words confused. Turn the letter around, said Unla. Kain turned the letter around, and the teacher had instructed him to write a love poem. And since Kain wasn't much of a poet, he translated from Spanish to English a love sonnet by Federico Garcia Lorca. Kain counted on the English teacher, not being familiar with a Spanish writer. The sonnet was called Soneto de la Guirnalda de Rosas, and he was so focused in making the translation right that he didn't pay attention to the true meaning behind the words he was writing. Enjoy the fresh view of my pain, embrace the delicate rivers and mountains, and drink from my side the flowing honey blood. Oh, good God, what was I thinking when I wrote this? Said Kain, turning red as a tomato. All right, that answers that, said Unla, retrieving the love letter. Do you feel comfortable talking about the family crisis this letter caused? Kain remembered coming back home from school, and he had spent the entire bus ride crying, and he thought that Malik didn't want to be his friend anymore because of the stupid letter, and he didn't understand what about the letter had offended Malik's sensibilities. And when he entered inside the house, the entire family was gathered in the living room, and Malik was there with his grandpa Lorraine, and in the center of the coffee table there was the heart letter split in two. Grandma Esther left her seat to whisper to Kain. Kain, honey, can you tell me why you wrote this letter? The teacher told me to, whisper little Kain. The teacher told you to, repeated Esther loud enough for everyone to hear. And why did you write this letter to Malik? Asked Esther. Because she didn't let me write it to you or Papa or to Grandpa, whispered Kain. And the poem, asked Esther. It is just a stupid lyric of a song I heard. It doesn't mean anything. I'm not a poet, whispered Kain, further shrinking into himself. It's all right, baby. You're not in trouble, said Esther, rubbing Kain's back. And you can go to your room, and I will explain everything to the others. So I went to my room, I put it on my headset, and I got my homework done. And during dinner, everyone acted like nothing had happened. And since nobody talked about the letter ever again, I quickly forgot about it, said Kain, concluding his story, and he added, looking at the clock, and our time is up, and see you next time, Unla. Unla looked at the time, and Kain still had another 10 minutes in his session, and she scribbled in her notepad that the letter was a sensitive subject. And Kain entered Karina's house to shower and change out of his uniform, and Bruno was doing his business in the toilet while reading a book, and Karina's house only had 2 bathrooms, and so the bathroom situation sometimes got a little crowded when there were guests, and Bruno was already used to Kain's coming and going, so he didn't make a big deal about his intrusion. And a person that did mind was Bruno's older sister, Rebecca, and she was there with her daughters, inconveniencing her baby brother. And Rebecca didn't like that Bruno had moved into Karina's home too quickly, and she didn't like how her brother was actively avoiding her. And Rebecca hadn't come there to ruin Bruno's relationship. She had come there to get to know Karina. And Rebecca sat on the couch while she silently judged Karina, and she frowned when she saw Kain entering the bathroom while her brother was in the can, and her scowl deepened when Karina entered the bathroom as well to speak to Bruno while Kain showered. Bruno, Kain is going to borrow one of your outfits, said Karina. Take whatever you want from the far left, said Bruno, not looking up from his book. And he finished dropping his first present, and he frowned when he noticed that he wasn't finished. By the gods, and what did you eat today? Said Kain, overcome by the foul smell. And he originally wanted to take a long, relaxing shower, but Bruno wasn't making it easy. And he concluded his shower swiftly. And he ran out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, and he sat down in Karina's bed to wait for her to choose his outfit. Rebecca peeped into the bedroom, and this scene didn't sit right with her. And Karina looked at the clothing in the far right, and now that Bruno had a girlfriend, he rarely used his bachelor outfits. And Kain slipped into Bruno's skinny jeans. It was a tight fit. You are getting fat on me, Kain, joked Karina seeing Kain struggling to button his pants. "Help me here," said Kain, lying down on the bed. And Karina anchored her feet on the bed, and she pulled up both sides of the pants, and just when she was about to close the pants, the button flew off. "Bruno, the pants don't fit me. The pants don't fit," protested Karina. "Did you get them from the far right?" asked Bruno. "Yes, from the far right," said Karina. "I told you to get them from the far left," said Bruno. "But those are your old jeans," said Karina, looking at the other jeans, and she looked at the pant size, and Bruno had dropped 2 pant sizes, and she added, pouting, "Have you been losing weight?" "Just 2 pant sizes," said Bruno. "Don't make a big deal about it." "Here, Kain, try this ones on," said Karina, gifting her friends the new jeans. And the ones were a perfect fit, and all that was left was to pick the shirt, and she held up a tank top and a guayabera. "Are we going to a nightclub or a nice place?" Kain looked at the tank top with a tie-dye black and red spiral, and Karina placed the guayabera away. It was clear that they were going to a nightclub. And she wore her red strapless dress, red high heels, and a fake golden accessories. And she never used expensive jewelry to a nightclub. And once both were ready, Karina drove off with Kain. "Oh yeah, if you're like in a Miami nightclub scene, don't wear your expensive stuff. Like, people are already like too drunk in nightclubs, so they're not gonna notice that you're like wearing plastic sheet stuff. It's like for your own safety." "So tell me more about this Oberon fellow. You have been spending a lot of time with him," asked Karina after stopping at a red light. "Jealous?" asked Kain, teasing Karina. "A little. You are replacing me, aren't you, Kain? How could you?" said Karina, doing an exaggerated display of sadness. "I'm not replacing you, Karina. It is just that you're busy with Bruno, and I don't want to intrude on your happiness," said Kain shyly. "Listen to me, Kain. You are never, ever, ever going to be an intruder. Capisce?" said Karina when the light turned green. After the little pep talk, the friends arrived to Club Space. And the room was aglow with disco ball and a fake climbing vines, and Oberon smiled when he saw Kain running up to greet him, and the smile faded away when he saw that Kain was not alone. "This is my best friend Karina," screamed Kain, presenting his petite friend. The music made it difficult to have a normal conversation. Karina, meet my new friend Oberon." "Girlfriend, you said Oberon, mishearing, and he thought, "It shouldn't surprise me. A handsome stud horse like you is not likely to stay single for very long." Best friend," repeated Kain. "Oh, best friend," said Oberon, reading Kain's lips. And he shook Karina's hand before saying, "Pleased to meet you. My best friend is fooling about over there with her new shoe toy." Oberon waved at his friend Natasha, and she was dancing about with her new lover, Jeremy. Jeremy was not only skilled in the ballet, but he could dance to all the popular style. And chaperoning the day was Siddhanta and his girlfriend Dorothy. Dorothy was having a good laugh at Siddhanta's expense. Siddhanta had always thought that Jeremy was gay, and the fact that Jeremy had opened himself up to a woman and had even mated with her was unexpected surprise. Natasha danced in dominance, tossed Jeremy about like a little rag doll, and Karina and Kain pushed through the crowd to dance close to their friends, and the 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. And an exhausted Karina staggered to the bar to get a drink, and Kain had almost had to carry her. And he smiled happily after working up a good sweat. How he missed dancing with Karina, and he removed her heels before getting a bar stool for her to stretch her legs. "Wow, that was intense," said Karina before gulping down a glass of beer. Burp. "Excuse me, Kain, why aren't you drinking?" "I got drunk last Saturday, and everyone in my house made a big deal about it, so I'm not allowed to drink anymore," said Kain, sighing sadly. "Are you employed?" asked the bartender. "Yes," said Kain. "Are you the owner of your own house?" asked the bartender. "Yes," said Kain, not certain where this was going. "As the breadwinner, it is your right to drink as much as you want, whenever you want." "The first one's on me," said the bartender, tempting Kain with a glass of beer. "I won't tell if you don't." Kain saw the free glass of beer, and his thirsty lips longed to taste its bittersweet nectar. And it's just one glass of beer, and just because his father was a recovered addict didn't mean that he ran the risk of becoming a drunkard. Still, he didn't want any more controversies in his house, and since he kept hesitating, Karina drank down the free glass of beer, and Kain breathed a sigh of relief, and Karina had saved him from temptation. Kain ordered mineral water, and once he was hydrated, he returned to dancing with Karina. While dancing, they bumped into Malik, and he was dancing with a maid that he cared very little about, and he switched dance partners with Kain, and Malik hadn't danced with Karina since the two had broken up 7 years ago, and both danced with the intimacy of an old married couple, and Karina completely forgot about Kain. Karina pressed her body against Malik while he coiled his dexterous fingers around her succulent frame, and their bodies longed to intertwine while their hearts and minds repelled one another. And Malik changed his stance to put as much physical distance between himself and Karina pouted as she saw a visual representation of how far they had grown apart. And her mind drifted to Bruno. He was loyal. He had an eating disorder he never told her about, and Rebecca had warned Karina that Bruno was bulimic, and if he was going down pant sizes, clearly this meant that Bruno was suffering. And was he suffering because of Rebecca's presence, or was he miserable because he was with Karina, or maybe he didn't like being a lawyer? And perhaps my cousin nitpicking is probably stressing him out, thought Karina, and I shouldn't try to rush this relationship thing and just sit back and enjoy the ride, and he will open up when he's ready. Kain sighed sadly before turning to look at the woman he was dancing with, and the maiden whispered something he wasn't able to understand, and he was half deaf due to the loud music, and the maiden pulled at his hand to drag him to the bathroom, and when they have a semblance of privacy, she started to kiss Kain, but he didn't kiss her, and he drew her into the maiden embrace as his hands caressed the silky, sweaty flesh. And there was something mechanical about his movement, but his day was too drunk to notice that he really wasn't into her. And the maiden unbuttoned Kain's jeans, and after 10 minutes of using her lady fingers, she rudely asked, "And what gives? Are you gay or something?" "I don't know. Everyone seems to think so, and sorry for making you waste your time," said Kain, buttoning up his jeans. "And go find yourself a little less complicated." Hold it," said the maiden, detaining Kain. And she reached into her purse to bring out a pill. "I have some Viagra." "I am not an old man, and I'm just not in the mood," said Kain, leaving the bathroom in a huff. Kain saw the time and was a bit early, but he felt like going home, and with Karina not paying him any attention, he felt lonely, and he danced his way back to Malik and Karina to inform them that he was going home, and Kain opened his mouth to speak, but the music deafened his voice. "Just one more dance, Kain," yelled Malik, twirling Karina around. "I'm going home," yelled Kain. "Buy us a couple of beers," said Karina, taking out a $20 bill. Kain sighed with frustration, and he was getting a bitter reminder of how things used to be back when Karina dated Malik. He took the $20 bill, and he came back with 2 beers, and Malik and Karina emptied the beers before returning the empty glasses to Kain. He was reminded of the first time he laid eyes on Karina, and he was 12 years old when he first laid eyes on the gilly, hyperactive Karina, and since they were officially going steady, Malik now wanted to spend as much time with his girlfriend, and Karina shook Kain's hand with both her own, and after this brief introduction, she returned to focusing on Malik's dreamy green eyes. And Malik too only had eyes for Karina, and he turned on the Super Nintendo for Kain, and once the kids started playing, Karina and Malik sat very close together, and whenever their parents looked away elsewhere, they would take chance to steal a kiss. As for little Kain, he felt jealous and angry at Karina, and she was the reason why Malik didn't play with him anymore. And during that awkward play, then Malik and Karina spent their time smooching while Kain stoically ignored what was happening behind him. And when he couldn't tolerate anymore being ignored, he made up a flimsy excuse to go home, and if they were not going to play with him, then they shouldn't have asked him to come over. Back in the present, Kain was typing a message on his cell phone. He held up his message right into Malik's face. "I am going home. Karina is your problem now." "Kain, don't go. The night is young," said Malik, grabbing Kain by the elbow. "If you miss Karina so much, you can have her back. There's no need to be a big baby about it." "God, you're such a child," said Karina, laughing, and she took Kain's hand in order to dance with him a little. Malik, be a dear and find a new dance partner for Kain. I guess little Kain is still shy around the ladies, said Malik. Keep an eye on him, love, and I will find a suitable partner for our ward. Malik departed in search of a woman for Kain, and Kain opened his mouth to complain, but Karina was functionally deaf due to the loud music. And he saw Malik's smooth talking, a skinny brunette, and Malik pointed at Kain, and Kain answered using baseball signs. And Malik understood that his friend wasn't interested, and he pointed at the ginger-haired maiden, and she giggled when she realized that Malik was looking for a date for his friend. Kain signaled to Malik that he wanted to go home, and what Malik understood of that baseball jargon was that he had chosen right. Pentacle, Chapter 8, 2 Clubs. Malik fancied that Kain had a weakness for redheads, the same way that Karina had a weakness for green-eyed men. Malik took the maiden by the hand to have her dance with Kain. Kain danced with a red-headed stranger, if only to be polite. She had come looking for a good time. She shouldn't need to suffer just because he was in a foul mood. He danced 5 songs with a redhead. After the 6th song, she flirtatiously felt Kain before dragging him into the bathroom, and she slobbered his face with kisses before working her way lower and lower. And his face blushed an exquisite pink, and her lips felt amazing, and he parted her hair down the middle, and from that high angle she resembled Eugenia. How he missed Eugenia, how he loved her, and the maiden sat up once Kain's instrument acquired the rigidity she desired. Let me get a condom, said Kain, opening his wallet. And the woman took it before Kain had a chance to open the package, and frowning, she said, This condom is expired. Condoms expire? Said Kain, shocked. Do you have another condom? Asked the woman, becoming frustrated. Kain showed her the 15 other condoms he had brought, and all of them were expired. When Kain turned 15, his grandpa taught him about the birds and bees. He also received from his grandpa's, he also got his grandpa's old Playboy magazines and a box with 400 condoms. Kain had been using the same box of condoms, so naturally they were all expired by 3 to 5 years. Well, it's fine. You look clean enough, and I have a morning after bill, said the maiden, lowering her undergarments. I prefer not to chance it, said Kain, putting his instrument away. It was quickly losing its inspiration. But what is tomorrow? We go on a date, just the 2 of us. Nah, I have a boyfriend. If you're not going to fuck me, I will take my vagina elsewhere, said the woman, departing. Kain went to sit down on the toilet, but he grimaced when he saw something that made him wish he had never been born. He took refuge in the stall for the handicapped people, and there was a spot in the floor that was sanitized enough for him to sit down. He sat there for half an hour while he played the Game Boy Advance he carried in his back pocket. Kain, you have been in the bathroom a long time. Are you alright? Asked Oberon. I'm fine. I just need to rest my feet for a bit, said Kain, leaving his hiding spot. He left his stall to wash his hands fastidiously, and he frowned when he realized that there was no soap left. 2 in 1 night. I admire your stamina, said Oberon, giggling. Nothing happened, said Kain disdainfully. Are skinny hot skanks not your type? Asked Oberon. I don't have a type. I just wasn't in the mood, said Kain, still washing his hands with just water. Don't have a type, eh? I guess we're the same, said Oberon, biting his lower lip, and he added, suddenly remembered that Kain didn't like men. We are the same as far as our taste in women are concerned. I guess, is Karina still dancing with Malik, said Kain. The little lovebirds are taking a break to empty out our entire liquor cabinet, said Oberon. Good for them, said Kain with a hint of jealousy in his voice. I gotta get back to work, said Oberon, and please stay where I can see you. Bathrooms are a fun hangout, but they are also a great place for an ambush. Kain left the bathroom following Oberon's advice, and he sat down by the bar to drink a smoothie while he played his game for a bit. And he also made small talk with the bartender, and the 2 hours past midnight, Karina was officially at her limit, and she had forgotten that she had work and that Kain was employed. Malik threw Karina over his shoulder before joining up with Kain. I think she had enough, said Malik. Are you all right to drive? Yes, said Kain, picking up Karina. Malik, wait, I'm not done talking with you. Hiccup, said Karina. Let's go home, Karina, said Kain, walking. No, Malik, you have to come home with us. We're not making the same mistake again, said Karina, reaching for Malik. Karina sunk her claws into Malik's shirt, and Malik tried to move away from Karina, but the woman refused to let go. The three friends left Space Club, all the while Karina continued to be both whiny and paranoid, and she wanted Malik to tell her the identity of the woman that had defiled him when he was a teenager, and Malik didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to think about it. A pity that Karina wasn't the type to live well enough alone, and her questions kept scratching away at the festering wound in Malik's soul. Get in the car with us, Malik, said Kain, and you look as purple as a grape. I don't think you're well enough to drive. Let me worry about me and you worry about Karina, said Malik. What he truly wanted to say was, Karina is the only thing that you ever cared about, and it's not as if we were truly friends. Malik felt something brush past him, and at the time he didn't think much of it. Kain drove Karina home, and the moment she entered her house, extremely wasted, Rebecca pitched a fit, and Bruno regarded his sister's little outburst with cool indifference. He picked up his girlfriend Karina and he took her to the bathroom. Karina peeled off her insides before half fainting on top of the toilet. I'm a mess, Bruno, said Karina. No, you're beautiful, and please don't speak ill of yourself, my love. It wounds the worry you carry inside your heart, said Bruno with all sugary sweet voice. I did everything right, and why does it feel so wrong? Insisted Karina, trying to stand up. You will feel better after you take a shower. Come now, love, and take my hand. The sooner you shower, the quicker you can get to bed. And tomorrow you have work, or don't you remember? Whispered Bruno as he undressed Karina. Karina sat in the shower, and she took much comfort from Bruno gently washing her body and cleaning her hair. And while she roosted there, her mind drifted to Malik again, and he would also shower her whenever she was too wasted to take care of herself. And Rebecca entered the bathroom with 2 towels and a bathrobe, and she assisted her brother in getting Karina out of the shower. I'm sorry, Malik, said Karina, calling Bruno by the other man's name. I wasn't there for you. Can you forgive me? A thin smile was painted on Bruno's lips, and Rebecca tried to interpret that smile, but she could never tell what her little brother was thinking. And once Karina was safely installed in her bed, Kain finally left her house. And he fiddled with Karina's car keys, and he wanted to drive Malik home, but his friend didn't want his help. And he got a text message from Malik. Somebody had stolen his car keys, and he needed Kain to pick him up. Kain sighed with relief. The problem had solved itself. After a short 20-minute drive, he was able to reunite with Malik. And Malik had dragged himself into a stupor, and Oberon was standing outside with Malik to keep him safe, and from time to time, Malik would eye Oberon with suspicion. He didn't understand how such a short guy was employed as a bouncer. I bet I could take you, said Malik, speaking his drunken thoughts aloud. Take me where? Asked Oberon innocently. You wanna fight, funny guy? Barked Malik, shoving Oberon. Please, Malik, settle down, said Kain, taking Malik by the elbow. And what would your father say if he saw you like this? Fuck my father. He doesn't care if I live or die, whined Malik. And he added as tears ran down his cheek. He doesn't care about me. There, said Kain as he attempted to hug Malik. Don't touch me, barked Malik, punching Kain in the face. And don't touch me, don't you ever fucking touch me. Kain stood there waiting, and this was an unfamiliar problem that he didn't know how to manage. And Oberon picked up Malik like a sack of potatoes, and Malik punched and kicked up a storm. And Kain guided Oberon to the car, and once Malik was safely stashed in the back seat, both men breathed a collective sigh of relief. Oberon gave Kain Malik's car keys, and Kain frowned when he saw that Oberon's face was bruised. A friend of mine owns a clinic, and if you tell her that Kain sent you, she can give you a family discount, said Kain, giving Oberon the address. I have insurance, lied Oberon. You can tell her that I will pay in full. If you have insurance, then you shouldn't need to pay, said Kain, but I won't argue. I will tell her to charge you in full. Kain drove away with Malik, and his friend had fallen asleep. And he called ahead to inform Lorraine that he was bringing his grandson home. And Lorraine had just turned 60, but he looked and felt like an 80-year-old. And he was functionally bald, with only a few wisps of white hair in the back of his head. And his face was like a melted candle, while his eyes were a solid green hue. Lorraine didn't sleep whenever his grandson went out to destroy himself, and he wanted Malik to go to AA or a trauma counselor, or both. And if Lorraine so much as hinted about the existence of a counselor, Malik would immediately leave the house to drink, and Lorraine left his seat when he saw Kain entering the house while carrying Malik. God bless you, Kain, and thank you for bringing Malik home, said Lorraine, and he added, what happened to your eye? Kain opened his mouth to think of a good lie, but he was mentally exhausted. Was it Malik? Asked Lorraine. No, it was a different drunk, lied Kain. A married woman brushed up against me, and her husband didn't take too kindly to her cheating ways, so he sucker punched me. Malik? Asked Ariel, peeping out of her bedroom. Go to sleep, Ariel, said Lorraine. Kain has carried Malik to the bathroom, and like Karina, Malik emptied his bowels, and he got undressed without the assistant before entering the shower, and the cold water helped bring him out of his stupor. While Malik showered, Kain spoke with Lorraine in the bedroom. Does Ezra know? Whispered Kain. Ezra was Malik's father, and Ezra had divorced Rosanna and moved to Orlando, and he had a new wife and children, and his relationship with Malik had become strained due to the divorce. No, he doesn't. Malik forbade us from telling his father about what those demon succubi did to him, said Lorraine bitterly. He already knows, lied Malik, and he left the bathroom while wearing a clean set of pajamas, and he told his father his story while claiming that it had happened to someone else. I told him everything the day that after it happened, but he didn't believe a word I said. I see, said Lorraine, growing somber. Malik sank into his bed, and his grandpa tucked him in the same way he used to back him when he was a wee child. Kain saw the time, and it was almost 4 o'clock, and Eugenia, his body was overcome with weariness, and he tested home to inform his father that he was sleeping over at Malik's house. He was too weary to drive home, and he informed Jack that both Malik and Karina got drunk, and as a designated driver, it fell on him to bring both idiots home. Jack, who was still waiting for his son to come home, finally left the couch to go to sleep in his bedroom. The following morning, Jack drove out to Malik's house to bring Kain a clean uniform, his gun, and his utility belt. Kain was already up and about making breakfast, and the smell of food lured Ariel out of her bedroom, and she opened the door for Jack to enter within. Kain, are you good friends with a Eugenia? Asked Ariel. Yes, do you want to curse one of your little friends? Asked Kain, smiling benevolently. I want a love spell, lied Ariel. How cute, my little baby's growing up so fast, said Rosanna before hugging her youngest daughter. Ariel was Malik's half-sister, and she had blonde hair and blue-green eyes, and she was as skinny as a twig like her mother, and her face was a tad managed, since she had her father's big nose and thin lips, and Rosanna was in her late 40s, and she was a lovely green-eyed brunette who dyed her hair blonde, and she dated a little after her divorce, but as of lately she had resigned herself to living without a man in her life. Even so, she lied that her sweet daughter had a little boyfriend. Rosanna frowned when her black sheep of a son crawled out of his bedroom, and even with 2 showers, Malik still smelled like a brewery, and he had tried to mask his scent by applying cologne. Sweet Ariel hugged her big brother in order to comfort him. She didn't know what was truly wrong, but she could tell that he was suffering. The family and guests ate breakfast in silence, and Malik drove his little sister to school while Kain and Jack went to work. Once again, he was sent to spy on Jeremy, and even if Jeremy was no longer a suspect in a criminal investigation, he still needed to be observed. The new working theory was that his secret, psychotic, violent boyfriend was the thief. And Kain followed Jeremy's dog-walking route for 2 hours, and from time to time he checked the camera networks in search of spywares and viruses. If a hacker was involved, he was a very good one because he didn't leave a trace of his tampering. And Jeremy returned the dogs to Eugenia's garden, and he was out of sight for half an hour. I know, said Jeremy, unexpectedly appearing inside Kane's car. Ah, fuck me, yelled Kane, completely taken aback. Ha, you got me good, Jeremy. I didn't even notice when you got inside the car. The doors automatically unlock when you put the car in parking. I would be careful if I were you. One never knows if a psychopath might take advantage of your car scheming to slip your crook, said Jeremy sinisterly, and he opened the passenger door to allow Theobald into the car. So where to? Asked Kane shyly. To the Islandia police station. Since I am no longer the suspect on our investigation, there's no need for you to continue stalking me, officer, said Jeremy. I always believe in your innocence, Jeremy, said Kane, but Siddhanta asked me to keep an eye on you, and he wanted to know the identity of your secret lover, and he's worried about you because of the bruises. I should have guessed as much, and it's Balthazar doesn't know the meaning of the word secret. But that is what I deserve for thinking that a mute knows how to keep quiet, whispered Jeremy. And then he said loudly to Kane, spy on me again, and there will be consequences. What consequences? Asked Kane, still with the same shy smile. He found Jeremy's tantrum adorable. Siddhanta doesn't even consider you a friend, but Jeremy, kicking Kane's driver's seat. And you are his errand boy and nothing more, and he only ever thinks unflattering things about you, Kane, and you are better off looking for a friend elsewhere. I see, said Kane, growing saddened. And do you consider me your friend, Jeremy? No, said Jeremy. Why? Asked Kane. We have unreconcilable differences, and nothing you say or do is ever going to make me consider you someone worthy of being my friend, said Jeremy. You are not mad because of the spying thing, asked Kane. No, I'm already used to looking over my shoulder constantly, said Jeremy. Kane grew saddened by what Jeremy said, and he began to overanalyze all of his interaction with Siddhanta and Jeremy. If it wasn't for work or Jeremy-related, Siddhanta didn't bother to speak to him. And as for Jeremy, their interaction were always being forced by Siddhanta, and it made sense that Jeremy would resist being friends with somebody he couldn't tolerate. And why didn't Jeremy want to be his friend? He was always so nice to Jeremy. And as for the spying thing, he did it because he was worried, and he felt sorry for the delicate Jeremy, and he wanted to protect him from the evils of the world, and perhaps Jeremy had taken offense at being treated as a weakling. Kane drove to the Islandia police station with Jeremy, and during that time Jeremy informed Balthazar that they were no longer friends, and he removed Balthazar from his contact list, and he marked his phone as spam. Kane arrived to the station close to noon, and he went to Uncle Gen to inform him that he was done spying on Jeremy. And if Siddhanta wanted to know what his little brother was up to, he should hire a private detective. And why are you telling me, not Siddhanta? Asked Gen dryly. He's not in the police station, and I need to go to the clinic, said Kane, pointing to his swollen eye. He lacked the courage to tell Siddhanta that he didn't want to spy on Jeremy anymore. Sheesh, did you try putting some beef on that? Asked Gen, grimacing. I did. The swelling was much worse last night, and I better have Onla look at it just in case, said Kane. Kane drove to Onla's clinic, and it was a family-owned business owned by Onla and her two big sisters. Their adult group worked in the clinic, with the exception of Rodrigo, who was the family lawyer. And Karina was employed in a different clinic, and she wanted to make it on her own without having to work in the family clinic. And Kane smiled shyly when he saw Oberon in the waiting room, and he said beside Oberon while he filled up his shorts, Teresa, I also want to check myself for cooties. Can you do this here, or where can I go get tested? Asked Kane as his face blushed and exquisite pink. Aha, so you did get lucky, said Oberon, giggling. No, I have been using expired condoms for years, and nobody told me that they expire. And after the expiration date, they start losing their ability to protect you from STD, said Kane, alarmed. Don't make a big deal about it, Kane, said Teresa, the secretary. She was Rodrigo's little sister, and she had curly brown hair, almond skin, broad eyes, a rubenesque figure, and full pouty lips. It is not as if you are that experienced. How inexperienced are you? Asked Oberon, raising an eyebrow. Define inexperienced, said Kane. How many times a week do you fuck? Asked Oberon. Twice, if I'm lucky, said Teresa. And once in a blue moon there happens to be a man in my bedroom. It all depends on the company, and if I have a girlfriend and I follow her rate, and before any group borrow me. We made it 4 to 5 times a week, though on the weekends it happened twice and sometimes thrice. And the second person I made it with the most was Karina, and whenever she would break up with her boyfriend, she would sleep with me for a few days before bouncing to someone more interesting, explained King. So if you're not in a committed relationship, you do not put out as overall. Truth be told, I had never been with a woman that wanted to commit to me, and they all leave me after a month or two, and Eugenia was the first woman I had performance issues with. And the first time she sunk her claws into me, I wasn't able to get inspired, and despite her best effort. And once we got better acquainted, I was able to keep up with her for the most part, and my body was willing, but I didn't have the skills to satisfy her, so she left me, said Kain was thinking of Eugenia. And as of lately, I haven't been in much of a mood. You didn't meet Eugenia shortly after your accident. Perhaps the stress of almost dying is the reason why you have performance issues, suggested Unla. I don't have performance issues. I can rise to the occasion if I feel like it, protested Kain, folding his arm. Nobody here is attacking you, Kain, and we are just having a friendly conversation, said Unla, coming out from underneath the receptionist's desk. And she had been eavesdropping since he had heard Kain talking about his latest malfunction. Do you have a type? Asked Teresa, and if you tell us your type, it is going to make it easier for us to find your girlfriend. I don't have a type. I am not shallow, said Kain, starting to hyperventilate. Come on, Kain, don't be shy. Everyone has a type, said Teresa. Quiet, Teresa, you're not helping, barked Unla. Please, Unla, I didn't come for a session. I am not in the mood to talk about my types or my bedroom preferences, said Kain, dropping the subject altogether. He was irritated that sex was the most important thing that women valued in a relationship, and he barely cared or even thought about it, so why was it so important to Eugenia? And he was willing to learn, but Eugenia wasn't willing to train him to do the things she liked, and it was easy for her to just replace him. Alright, at the end of that chapter, bye-bye. Chapter 9, Ace of Cups. Kain entered one of the rooms, and Unla collected the blood, saliva, and urine samples for his test. She also looked at Kain's swollen eye. She gifted him a cream to soothe the pain and lower the swelling. Oberon was the next patient to get treated, and she dressed his wounds before charging him a pittance. He was thankful to have received that family discount. Kain and Oberon went their separate ways, and Oberon wanted to ask Kain to visit the Space Club again, but he didn't want to appear like he was desperate. Hearing Kain talk about his sexuality had given Oberon false hopes. If Kain didn't care what his girlfriends looked like, then perhaps he might be able to overlook his male reproductive organs. As for Kain, he was a little disappointed that Oberon hadn't invited him to visit Space Club again. He had felt safe knowing that the bouncer Oberon was keeping an eye on him. Kain received a text message from Ariel. This Friday she wanted Kain to pick her up early. She wanted to visit the witchy dinner without her mother or brother tagging along. Ariel wasn't looking for a love spell. She wanted something else. Kain drove out to Kenda's charter middle school, and he showed his police badge before asking for Ariel. And since he was in the emergency contact list, he was allowed to take the girl. She ran to Kain before jumping into his arms to slobber his face with kisses. Ariel said, giggling, "My hero, let's go, Kain, run, run, run!" Kain went out of the school carrying Ariel in her backpack, and he started texting Rosanna to inform her that he was taking Ariel to see Irina, and Ariel took Kain's cell phone to erase the text message. She didn't want her mother to know the nature of the spell she wanted. On the ride there, Ariel started playing with Kain's computer, and she wanted to see if any of her classmates had juvenile records. And she laughed when she saw that her boyfriend Oswald had been caught driving without a license, and he had crashed his father's Mustang against a tree. And to teach his son responsibility, Detective Farley had allowed his son to be processed. And Oswald was charged with a second-degree misdemeanor, and in lieu of jail time, he served 2 months of community service. And instead of teaching Oswald responsibility, the youth learned that he couldn't count on his father for anything. Farley is just awful, said Ariel, reading the record. And what kind of a psycho arrests his own son? It must be difficult for Oswald to have Farley for a father, and I have to work with him for 8 hours a day, and I can barely tolerate his presence. And he spends all his time making certain that we are doing our work instead of getting his own job done. And the atmosphere has been super tense ever since he was sent to our station, barked Kain. After a short drive, Kain arrived to the Savannah apartment, and there wasn't any parking space, so he parked on the curb, and he opened the door for little Ariel, and he took her hand and they two climbed up the stairs. And there was a line at Irina's doorstep, and after half an hour they were able to speak with the infamous psychic. Kain, welcome, said Irina, leaving her seat. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Don't worry about it, said Kain, smiling sadly. Did you come for a psychic reading, asked Irina. Yes and no. Ariel needs a spell first, said Kain, pointing to Ariel. Ariel was hiding behind Kain, and she was shy among strangers, and she had only seen Irina once at a party. Irina had interpreted the dreams and thrown the cards, and on the way to her car, Irina saw Malik being held at gunpoint, and she had been instrumental in saving Malik from a murderous stalker. And thanks to her psychic round, she was able to delay the would-be killer long enough for Kain to show up. He arrested the pair, and Malik got to leave for another day. Ariel said before the psychic, and after carefully meditating her request, she said, I need a spell to kill a demon. I do not do death spells anymore, said Irina, but for you, little darling, I might make an exception. Tell me the name of the demon you wish me to slay. I do not know the name of the demon. She comes to my brother's bedroom every night, and he hasn't been able to sleep in over a week, and I haven't been able to get much sleep either, with my brother screaming at the top of his lungs, explained Ariel. Can you help me exorcise this demon? To exorcise this demon, I'm going to need your brother to be present, said Irina. Why? Asked Ariel. I can't do long-distance exorcism, said Irina. Well, I suppose it will fall on you, Kain, to tie Malik down for his exorcism, said Ariel, pouting. Now that everything is decided, I will gather my supplies, said Irina, going upstairs. Irina returned dressed all in white, and she carried a well-worn Catholic Bible in a basket, and she went to the kitchen to pack herbs, eggs, and holy water. Holy water worked better if refrigerated, or so Irina believed. Is this demon male or female? Asked Irina while looking at her spice rack. Is a succubus male or female? Asked Ariel. Kain grew somber. Ariel had overheard part of his conversation with Grandpa Lorraine, and he pondered just how much Irina knew of the demon that haunted Malik's nightmares. Irina gave Kain a knowing glance, and then again Irina was an expert pretending to know more than what she truly did. And with all the items gathered, all they needed was to secure Malik. Ariel called up her brother, and she was happy to hear that he was home from work early. The office snitch had recorded Malik napping a few times and drinking on the job, and all this was forgivable, but his work output had gotten sloppy, and Michael had no other choice but to let him go. Michael felt guilty about firing Malik, and as quickly as he had fired him, he had changed his mind, and after speaking with his lawyer, he gave Malik a temporary leave of absence. Malik would be welcomed back into the company as soon as he got his drinking under control, and he was distracted from his rumination by the arrival of his little sister. Malik, I have a surprise for you, said Ariel, covering her brother's eyes. But it isn't my birthday, said Malik, forcing a fake smile. It is your happy non-birthday, said Ariel, giggling. Are you ready to see your big surprise? Yes, lied Malik. He couldn't imagine how this day could get any worse. When he opened his eyes, he gasped when he saw Irina. He hadn't seen the psychic since the night he had almost gotten shot, and before he had a chance to digest the situation, he was struck in the forehead by a wreath of herbs, and Irina saw the wreath with holy water before chanting in Mayan. I overheard Kain and Grandpa talking about your demon problem, so I hired an exorcist. I tried to get a Catholic priest to come, but all he did was give me this stupid pamphlet, said Ariel, showing a pamphlet for AA. That's Alcoholic Anonymous. Thank you, sis. I really needed this, said Malik, giving a queer smile. Malik was swatted from head to toe by the herbs, and just when he thought that the exorcism was finally over, Irina brought out an egg, and she passed it over Malik's forehead and limbs, and she placed the egg in a bag before handing it to Kain. Throw it in a street that has 4 corners, said Irina. Kain ran to do what she asked. He didn't want to miss a second of the exorcism. When he returned, Irina had lighted up an incense candle, and now she was reciting Bible verses. Malik found the situation laughable, but he had to maintain a straight face. His sister had gone to a lot of trouble to find a cure for what ailed him. Write the name of the demon that ails you, said Irina, handing Malik a piece of paper and pencil. Malik wrote down 3 names. Both Kain and Ariel attempted to look over his shoulder to read the names. Irina took the paper before they had a chance to read it, and she placed in the center of the paper sacred herbs, cinnamon bark, and various dry flowers. She rolled up the paper into a cigar, and much to everyone's dismay, she lighted the cigar, and she inhaled. And her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and this deeply impressed Malik, who was the biggest skeptic of the trio. And she began to pace about the house, blowing smoke in random spots. And it was incredible how she continued to walk around with her eyes still completely white. And she picked up a portrait that was hanging over the fake chimney, and she cracked the glass before burning in the face of someone who was in the photograph. And she dropped the portrait before continuing on her way. And Kain had to catch it to keep the picture frame from breaking. Who did she burn? Asked Ariel, looking at the picture frame. She burned Ezra. I guess your daddy must be possessed too, said Kain. Papa's possessed? Asked Ariel, surprised and alarmed. By a pride demon, said Irina, but those are almost impossible to exorcise. Irina made her way to Malik's bedroom, and she tore down the curtain, and she threw away the bedsheets and pillow covers, and she also threw away all of Malik's old clothing. And she did a similar despojo in Ariel's bedroom, and all she left was a couple of posters and a music box. And just as Irina was making her way towards the other bedrooms, Rosanna arrived with Grandpa Lorraine, and she screamed when she saw the strange woman in white with her eyes rolled to the back of her head. Mom, relax, it's fine, said Ariel, running to her mother. We are doing an exorcism. Even after hearing the word exorcism, Rosanna refused to hear another word, and she wanted a charlatan out of her house immediately, and the exorcism was left incomplete. Irina was paid $100 to leave immediately, and Ariel handed Irina the piggy bank as a tip for the exorcist. And while she was outside Malik's house, she handed Kain a small round box. I didn't get a chance to give Malik this rosary, said Irina. I'm sorry about Rosanna. She's usually very nice, but she's under a lot of stress, said Kain. As a mother, I understand and I forgive her rudeness, said Irina. And if you need me to do another exorcism, you know where to find me. Is the demon gone, Irina? Asked Kain, worried. Yes, the demon is long gone, but the memory of the creature can never be truly exorcised. And trust me, I know from experience, said Irina. I see, said Kain, growing saddened. Irina got in her car and she drove back home, and she could sense that Kain wanted to ask the name of the demon that haunted her, and she still had the strength to speak the demon she once called father. And Kain returned inside the house, and Rosanna was pacing the living room, was screeching at the top of her lungs. Mom, I owe my life to that charlatan, said Malik when his mother finally quieted down. Be that as it may, it doesn't give her the right to invade our privacy under the excuse of performing a phony exorcism, said Rosanna, folding her arms. She went to her bedrooms to check for missing valuables, and it piqued Rosanna that her children had acted behind her back. And as the head of the household, she wanted all the secrets to be run by her, and she frowned when she saw the missing curtains in Malik's bedroom, and his closet was also missing a good portion of his wardrobe. What happened to the curtains? Asked Rosanna. They had demons in them, said Ariel dryly, so they had to go. It's fine, Mom, don't make a big deal about it. I have been meaning to redecorate, said Malik. If I am to live here with you, I want to finally have a say in the decoration of my bedroom. What's wrong with the way I arranged them? Asked Rosanna in a whiny tone. Mom, can we not fight in front of Kain? Said Malik, pointing at Kain, and Kain's posture was hunched and he was fiddling nervously with his fingers, and his mannerism from his childhood had recently resurfaced. And Malik patted Kain's hair before saying with a mocking tone in his voice, There, Kain, you can relax. We are not fighting. I'm not a child. Stop treating me like one, said Kain, swatting Malik's hand away, and he stood straight with a defiant look in his gray eyes. Malik rubbed Kain's cheek before commenting, What happened to your eye? Kain saw Ariel, so he chose to remain silent, And said Malik answered and Cain dodged the question by asking, "Why are you home so early?" "We were all let off the early for the weekends," lied Malik, and to mask his lie he brought out an invitation. "And Michael asked me to give you this letter. I do not know why he couldn't just send you a text message, but I guess some guys are fans of traditional media." Cain looked at the letter with his name, and it was an invitation to Eugenia's baby shower, and the invitation came with a list of pastries she wanted Cain to make for the party. And she had a craving for Cain's homemade cookies and cupcakes. And the baby shower was happening on December 4th, and Cain made his way towards the door, and he was weary of the situation, and he wanted to go home to forget about Malik and his problems. And he was a lousy police officer. He didn't have a cure for Malik's woes. He found Lorraine standing beside his car. "Can you stay the night?" Cain asked Lorraine. "Lorraine, I can barely manage my own demons, let alone the demons of another. I already did enough for Malik for one day," said Cain, fiddling with his car keys. "Cain, please stay just for one night," insisted Lorraine, taking Cain's hands. Cain saw that Lorraine was just on the verge of crying, and he informed his father that he was staying over at Malik's house. Jack was happy to hear that he had the house to himself, and he called over a bunch of guys and his new girlfriend. In less than an hour, he had a loud party going. Cain returned to Malik's house, and the first thing he did was raid Malik's closet. And once he had a comfortable pajama, a short and underwear, and a tank top, he went into the bathroom to shower. And he lingered in the shower for almost an hour, and can remember how his father would brush and style his hair when he was small. And if he was suffering from withdrawal, Jack would brush him a little too hard. And if Cain cried in pain, Jack would break down into tears before running away. And if Jack was flying, little Cain would get a haircut and a cool hair dye. When he finally left the bathroom, he stood before the mirror, and for all his life, his look was being dictated by others. As a child, his parents and grandparents dictated his fashion, and now as an adult, he wore what he thought would help him attract a mate. "Cain, I have to use a can," lied Malik. Cain got dressed quickly before opening the door, and instead of entering the bathroom, Malik pulled Cain by the elbow to drag him out of his bedroom. And before they got to the living room, Malik whispered, "You are making Grandpa sad by isolating yourself in the bathroom, and you only need to put up with me for a few hours, and let's put on a good show for him like old time's sake." Malik was alluding to how he would pretend to have fun whenever Cain was around, and both twins would pretend to have fun in order to make their respected grandpas happy. And Lorraine was Raphael's best friend, and he wanted Malik to become best friends with Cain. "It wasn't all pretend, Malik, and I truly did enjoy playing games with you," said Cain bitterly. "And for a while I fancied that you had stopped pretending as well." "I never stopped pretending, Cain," said Malik, giving a sardonic smile. "But now that little Cain finally grew up, I can honestly say that I am starting to tolerate your presence." 2 tears rolled down Cain's cheek, and he had finally reached his limit, and he didn't want to be there anymore, and he ruled the day his grandpa Raphael forced him to play with Malik. And Malik's smile immediately faded, and he was overcome with guilt. "Stop crying, you're making a scene," whispered Malik, and he added as he saw Grandpa Lorraine approaching, "I'm sorry, Cain, I didn't mean it." "You are a thankless bastard, Malik, and I saved your worthless life, and this is how you treat me," whined Cain with his face contorted into a childish grimace. "I wish I had never met you." "I am sorry, Cain, I'm sorry, I didn't mean a single word of it," lied Malik. "Oh, my grandson, are you bullying Cain again? Wasn't it enough for you to punch him the night before, and must you also taunt him?" said Lorraine wearily. "This is your fault, Mom," said Ariel, pointing at her mother. "The old Malik was on the verge of returning, but you just had to interrupt the exorcism." Malik grew saddened, and he didn't remember punching Cain, and he spent the rest of the night as docile as a little lamb. And he played video games with his little sister while Cain tested Karina, and he became peeved by the fact that all she wanted to talk about was Malik. And Ariel went to bed at 9 p.m., and with her gone, there was nobody left to force the adults to act civilized. Rosanna, forced in small talk, asked, "And how is your life going, Cain? Have you found yourself a new girlfriend yet?" "Not really," said Cain bitterly. Any casual encounters? Asked Lorraine, switched into gossip mode. No, said Kain before resting his face on his hand. Don't lie, Kain. Yesterday he bedded 2 maidens in a single night, said Malik, remembering something from the night before. So you remember that much, eh, Malik? Asked Kain. I am sorry to disappoint, but nothing happened. Why? Asked Malik. I understand that you had issues with the first chick. She was a plain Jane, but the redhead was simply stunning. Why weren't you able to get inspired? I wasn't in the mood, and I'm not in the mood to talk about it, said Kain. And what is it like going to a shrink? Asked Lorraine, changing the subject. And he wanted to show Malik that shrinks were not as bad as they sounded. It isn't as melodramatic as what you see in the movies, and we talk for an hour and then I go home, and Nolan is close enough to me that I feel that she cares about my petty woes, but she's distant enough that she's able to do her job, said Kain. What antidepressant pills are you on? Asked Malik. None, said Kain. And he yawned before making his way to the guest room, and just when he was starting to fall asleep, he felt movement under the bedsheets, and he lifted the sheets. When he lifted the sheets, Kain saw Malik's green eyes glistering in the darkness, and Malik rested his head against Kain's shoulder before breathing a sigh of relief, and it didn't take long for him to fall into a peaceful, heavy slumber. And while Malik slept, Kain stayed awake, and he was angry at the situation, and Malik didn't show the slightest hint of remorse. Even when he apologized, Kain could tell that his friend didn't really mean it. Kain slithered out of the bed and he tiptoed into the living room with his cell phone, and he lay down on the couch to look through his messages, and he smiled when he got a text message from Oberon. At least his new friend was always nice to him. They exchanged messages for half an hour, and eventually Kain got a phone call, and Oberon wanted to hear his voice. We have to whisper. Everyone is asleep. Whispered Kain, calling into a fetus position, and he placed the couch pillow over his head in order to muffle the sound of his voice. You're the one who needs to whisper, Kain, said Oberon, giggling, and he was in the break room. Are you doing anything tomorrow? I am baking cookies and cupcakes for my ex-girlfriend Eugenia, and she has a craving for them, and for the sake of the baby, I cannot in good conscience let her starve. And at what time do you get off work? And if you go to bed immediately, you can assist me in the kitchen, said Kain. I don't know how to cook, but maybe I can learn a thing or two by watching you work, said Oberon. And at what time are you waking up? My grandparents raised me to be an early bird, but I can start baking as soon as you arrive, and the latest I am awake is 9, said Kain. Do you want me to buy any ingredients? Asked Oberon. No, just drive him it directly, and if we need anything we can just buy it together, said Kain. And let me text you the address of where I'm at. You're not at your house, asked Oberon, reading the address. Kain is late. Get back in bed, automatic, and he had awoken to find himself alone. Stop being a baby and go sleep by yourself, Malik, barked Kain. Please, Kain, I'm begging you. Please go back to bed, begged Malik. I gotta go, Oberon. Don't work too hard. Bye, said Kain, hanging up the phone. Oh, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 10, 4 Swords. No relation to Zelda. Oberon couldn't believe his ears, and he had heard a man's voice begging Kain to get back in bed. And Kain was sleeping in the same bed with another man, and Oberon shook his head completely incredulous, and he preferred to think that Kain had rejected him because he was straight and not because he wasn't his type. Kain returned to bed with Malik, and he lay down on the side of the bed before pushing himself to the edge as far as possible, and Malik stretched his hand to pet Kain's hair. Do you remember? The first time you slept over in my house, you had a nightmare, and I allowed you to sleep in my bed, and I petted your hair until you fell asleep. I petted your hair many times back when we were children. Do you still suffer from night terrors? Asked Malik. I am not afraid to fall asleep anymore. It is when I awake that the problem starts, said Kain, inching even further away from Malik. I am sorry for punching you, Kain. I don't know why I did it. But obviously you didn't deserve it, said Malik, finally apologizing for real. You were crying, and I tried to hug you, and you punched me, and my new friend tried to carry you to the car, and you punched him every step of the way. And after you tugged yourself out, you passed out and immediately forgot all of the bad things you did, said Kain, turning to face Malik. Malik was thankful for the darkness, and he didn't like to be seen crying, and crying was a sign of weakness. crying was a sign of unmanliness and men were not allowed to cry, and before he could help it, a whimper escaped his lips, followed by another and another. I am going to hug you, though I have permission to hug you in a brotherly way, asked Kain, opening his arms. Malik fell into his friend's embrace, and he cried a good while before falling into a deep slumber. And an hour past midnight, Kain too was able to consolidate sleep, and the following morning he awoke a half hour before 9. And he frowned when he saw Balthazar looming over him, and he was a tall, lanky, freckle-faced 19-year-old with monolith brown eyes and ginger hair. "What are you doing?" asked Kain, sitting up. Balthazar showed his sketchbook, and there was a perfect rendition of Kain sleeping with his mouth open while drooling. Balthazar brought out a little writing pad, and he wrote these lines. "Jeremy won't talk to me anymore, and I tried visiting him today, and he didn't allow me inside. He is angry because he told you a secret and then you told it to Siddhartha," said Kain. "And I have been thinking that maybe Siddhartha is a jealous secret boyfriend. I mean, think about it. His possessiveness of Jeremy is not normal, and you only see that type of behavior in jealous spouses." "Huh, I hadn't thought about it," wrote Balthazar. "But then why date Dorothy?" "To maintain appearances," mused Kain. "But I'm not in the mood to talk about Siddhartha or Jeremy. I have more than enough on my plate without worrying about what those two strangers who do not consider me worthy of being their friend are doing." Kain left the bed to give himself a quick shower, and while he showered he hummed a little song, and he had somehow managed to wake up in a good mood. And he sat on Malik's drawers today. He looked through Malik's drawers to dig up a fresh pair of shorts, undergarments, and a tank top. And while he changed, he was completely oblivious to Balthazar's swift sketching hand. "If you like art, I know a little artist collector that will be more than happy to add you to their ranks, and I can introduce you after I finish running my little errand," offered Kain. "I don't want to be a bother," wrote Balthazar. He was about to write more, but Kain said, "It's no bother at all." Kain went to the kitchen to start his little baking project, and he texted Oberon to inform him that he was up and about. And in less than 5 minutes, Oberon was knocking outside, and he had driven his car to Malik's house after work, and he slept there until he got Kain's text message. And little by little, the rest of the household was summoned to the kitchen. Rosanna was a little disappointed to know that Kain wasn't making breakfast. She busied herself with breakfast while Kain continued with his little baking project, and Malik eventually entered the kitchen, and he had awoken bright and early to meditate on his existence. And this was the first time he had ever done violence upon another person while drunk, and that side of himself appalled him. He frowned when he saw a stranger in their midst, and Kain explained, "That is Oberon, and you also owe him an apology." Malik looked at Oberon's face before lowering his gaze, and it was painful to look at him. And Oberon, scoffing, said, "I had worse, and you're not the first drunk I had the misfortune of hauling into a car. I don't usually drink so much, and what happened was all Karina's fault, and I only drank so much because she encouraged me to keep up with her. And she has a high tolerance for liquor for such a petite maiden," said Malik, displacing blame on Karina. "And I sometimes forget that we are not in high school anymore, and we can't drink as much as we used to." "I really think you should go to AA, son," said Rosanna before serving a plate to her son. "Where is Ariel?" asked Malik. "She woke up early, and she had a date with her little boyfriend, and Grandpa went with her to the beach as a chaperone," said Rosanna. "Talk about being a party pooper," remarked Oberon. "Ariel is 12, and she needs a chaperone," said Malik. "I don't trust that Oswald. He acts shy and innocent, but that brat already has a juvenile record, and the moment we turn our back on him, he's going to show his true colors." "Come now, Malik, all he did was crash his father's car, and if father didn't want his son to crash his Mustang, he shouldn't have taught Oswald how to drive it," reasoned Rosanna. Mother and son gossiped about Oswald while eating breakfast, and as for Kain, he amused himself by giving Oberon a crash course on baking cupcakes and cookies. And he showed him how to make the frosting, how to colorize it by squeezing blackberries and strawberries. And Balthazar to observe, and he took notes of all of the steps. Kain had his two prospective students make their own batches of cupcakes and cookies, and even with his instructions, they made a mess of it. And Balthazar burned everything while Oberon left everything almost raw. Not bad for your first time, said Kain. Now that everything has cooled, we can add the frosting and sprinkles, and here you go. I will give you a cookie and a cupcake to decorate. I want one too, whined Malik. Please don't exclude me. You used to exclude me every chance you got, Malik, said Kain while he battered the cream. Geez, talk about holding a grudge. And I was 12, Kain, and it isn't my fault that you were too shy to play whenever my friends were around, said Malik, rolling his eyes. Based on the contest clue, Oberon figured that Malik was Kain's childhood friend, and this explained why Kain didn't make a big deal about getting punched in the face. The cooking project concluded 2 hours before noon, and Kain followed Oberon to the car, and much to Oberon's annoyance, he saw Malik and Balthazar sitting in the backseat. Balthazar is gay, said Malik, bringing out a card with Balthazar's number, so if you're looking for a good time, please give him a call. You make cards? Wrote Balthazar, and why? I didn't give you permission. Calling cards make you look mature, explained Malik, and just because that diva Jeremy dumped you doesn't mean that you're not destined to find love. You are the only person I love, thought Balthazar. Instead he wrote, I want to win Jeremy back. Good luck. Natasha has taken a liking to the diva, as you like to call him, and from what she tells me, he's a total peach. But then again, Natasha always had a weakness for cats despite being allergic to them. And Jeremy's a bit feline-like in his moods and mannerisms, said Oberon. I noticed too, said Kain. If you get on his bad side, he isn't shy about baring his fangs. You know, like cats. The party is gossip about Jeremy all the way to Eugenia's house, and Kain tested Eugenia to make his presence known, and her niece welcomed the guests before getting them to the pool area, and Eugenia was sunbathing, and she had officially had a noticeable belly, and her fiancé was resting his head against her tummy while he tried to feel for the tiny feet, and it was too early for the baby to be kicking. Even so, that didn't stop Santiago from trying to feel the little baby. And he was a brunette beefcake with honey-colored skin, a strong yaw, and a mustache for the ladies. Let me guess, you brought me this dessert because you want a favor, Kain dear, said Eugenia, sipping her iced tea. And she added when she saw Malik, and you want me to convince Daddy to let your friend have his job back immediately. You got fired, asked Kain, surprised. I am shocked that you are shocked, commented Oberon, folding his arm. So it is fine for me to drink at work when your father asks me to share a glass with him, but it is wrong for me to have a pint when I am alone in my office, said Malik. You certainly do make a good point, mused Eugenia. Don't worry your pretty little head, darling, said Santiago, petting Eugenia's belly. And you have more important matters to think about, and I will speak to your father. Santiago went inside the house to speak with Michael, and he was resting in his bedroom with his wife Eunice, and they were watching the movie Decor. And Eunice had a weakness for disaster movies, and a boy Michael every so often would text Jeremy a cat photo. Ken is here with Malik, said Santiago, and I want to know the real reason why you fired him. I didn't fire him, I gave him a temporary leave of absence, and when my first wife died, I almost drowned myself in alcohol. And I saw Malik walking the same self-destructive path, so I decided to intervene, said Michael. First of all, you still drink when nobody's looking, and second of all, having a pint at work now and again isn't enough for you to be considered an alcoholic, retorted Santiago. Alright, fine, it wasn't for something he did at work, said Michael, and he added saying a half-truth, and one of my employees sent me a video of Malik punching Kain and then getting thrown out of the club by a bouncer. And I consider Kain part of my family, even if he no longer is dating my daughter, so on impulse I fired Malik as punishment for what he did to our friend. Santiago returned to the pool area to explain the true reason why Malik had been fired, why Michael had fired Malik. And he gave a pout when he saw Kain resting his head on Eugenia's belly, and she petted Kain's hair maternally while she mused about how her life was going to change after the child was born. And with her other hand she was munching on the freshly baked cookies. I spoke to your pops, and he fired Malik because he gave little Kain a black eye, said Santiago. And you are welcome back to the company as soon as you get that alcoholism under control. It is under control, and I haven't drank in over a day, and I can easily go without drinking for a month and even an entire year. You see this hand," said Malik, extending his hand. "It isn't shaking." "Withdrawal symptoms only kick up after the third day," said Santiago. "If me drinking bothers all of you so much, then I will quit this house for good, and I will even waste time in AA once a week, if only to get all of you off my back," scoffed Malik. "Perfect," said Eugenia. "Consider yourself rehired. The company will see about finding a support group that suits your particular needs." "Thank you. I wouldn't have been able to take the final step towards sobriety without your help," said Malik with a fake smile painted on his face. "Thank you very much, Noah." An hour's silence followed, and Kain left Eugenia's side, and he felt he had abused her hospitality enough. And the next stop was Sebastiano's art skill in Wynwood, and the exterior was a warehouse decorated with graffiti. And Balthazar nervously hid behind Malik, and he was afraid of getting mugged. And the moment that Kain entered within, he was greeted warmly by Sebastiano, and he was Kain's former art teacher. And after his divorce, he stopped teaching in high school to dedicate himself to his art. And he still taught classes sporadically, but now he was in control of the lectures. "Kain, perfect timing. One of our artists might have cancer today, and we are in need of a strong hands-on young man," said Sebastiano, guiding Kain to the studio. And this wasn't the first time that Kain posed for the art class, and the first time he had been quite shy about the process, and now he felt super chill about modeling in the nude. And his friends followed after Kain, and he went into the bathroom, and he straight down before lying down on the sofa. And the artists got busy with their sketches, and Sebastiano did some correction in Kain's pose, and once he was satisfied, he went to his Victrola to play classical music. And Balthazar took an empty seat, and he began to sketch Kain as well. A bored Malik left the classroom to run about the collective, and his eye caught sight of a slender maiden struggling with her painting. It didn't take much flirting for Malik to convince the maiden to roll around the hay with him for an hour or two. Back in the drawing room, Oberon was inviting the sight of Kain's nudity, and he didn't have a lick of hair in that silky body. And Eugenia wasn't too much of a fan of body hair, and back when she dated Kain, she had gotten him to shave his pits, legs, and other parts, and he started shaving after Eugenia dumped him, and the problem was that his body had gotten used to live without all that extra body hair. And now he shaved off that extra baggage because he found it more comfortable to live with silky, breezy skin. Oberon brought out his cell phone to take a photo of Kain, and Kain didn't notice as he was struggling to stay awake. And classical music always made him sleepy, and since nobody said anything, Oberon took another photograph, and Oberon frowned when he saw the quality of the two photos he had took, and then he drew closer, and this time he used the flash. And Sebastiano sprang from behind his seat, and he stood before Oberon to block his view of Kain. Sebastiano bellowed, "This is an art studio, not a nightclub, paper and pencil only." "And why am I not allowed to take photos?" whined Oberon. "Making sketches is no different than taking photos." "What we are doing is art, not pornography," hissed Sebastiano, visibly livid. "Photography is a legit art form," remarked Oberon, and he had always been a poor student, and what is considered art and pornography varies from country to country. "Just let it go, Sebastiano." "Oh, John." "There isn't a need to form a big controversy over something so trivial," said Kain, nodding off. Sebastiano turned to look at Kain, and he changed the pillow position on Kain's head to make it easier for the youth to nap. And his beauty radiated now that his facial features relaxed, and Sebastiano placed his hand on his lips, and he didn't want anyone to disturb the sleeping beauty. And Oberon was allowed to take as many photos as he wanted, as long as he didn't use a flash. And Kain napped for an hour and a half, and he awoke when Malik loudly entered the classroom. And Kain stretched his elegant limbs before leaving the sofa, and once he was dressed, he went to speak with Sebastiano. "Jan, yes, I almost forgot," said Kain, pointing to his friend. "This is Balthazar. He's an aspiring artist and needs more space to do his artwork." "Studio space is limited," said Sebastiano, "and let me see your portfolio, and then I will see whether you're worth accommodating." Balthazar showed his sketchbook, and Sebastiano chuckled when he noticed that the bulk of it featured sketches of Malik. The earlier drawings show a happy, playful, or bored Malik, and the later drawings show Malik afraid, sad, angry, or in talented. With a bit of instruction, he can easily become the next Dirk Dismirkiski. Like I wrote the name, but like, how if I can pronounce it? Said Sebastiano. The next, who? Asked Oberon, raising an eyebrow. Yahoo, said Sebastiano disdainfully. And he asked, and do you want to paint a bit, Kain? Making a painting wasn't part of the plan, and I merely came here to introduce Balthazar to the group, said Kain. You paint now, Kain? Asked Mary, opening the door of the classroom, and I saw some paintings being displayed in the second floor. Come and show me which one is yours. The friends went to the second floor gallery, and close to the window that overlooked the city, there were 4 unassuming little portraits, and Kain painted with paper, ink, and watercolors, and he added the final drawing first before tracing over it with ink, and afterward he erased the pencil eyes before adding the watercolors to the painting. Kain needed to practice drawing faces for his job, and he wasn't happy about his drawing hobby turning into a job, but he always did as his uncle Kain commanded. And this dissatisfaction manifested in his paintings, and it didn't matter whose face he painted, it always looked like he was about to cry. Hey, this little sad girl looks a bit like my sister, said Malik, smiling. I tried to sketch her from memory, so I got some of the details wrong, said Kain, criticizing his own work. And the rendering here isn't my forte, and the eyes are also a tad too big, and the teeth look ghastly, and I don't know why I always have a hard time drawing smiles and open mouths. Most paintings do not show teeth, wrote Balthazar. Why? Asked Oberon, reading the notebook. Bad oral hygiene, wrote Balthazar. Even if it kinda just looks like my sister, I want to buy this painting from you, said Malik, giving a face smile. And he wanted Kain to sleep beside him again. He had slept like a baby with his friend watching over his dreams, so he was trying to butter up Kain by purchasing one of his paintings. You are really talented a painter, Kain. Don't try to be nice, Malik. I have known you long enough to tell when you don't really mean what you say. You don't know me as well as you think you do, Kain. A person can change a lot in the course of 6 years, and Malik patted Kain's shoulder. It is for that very reason that I'm not sending you my artwork, said Kain, shrugging away from Malik's touch, and I have no guarantee that you won't rip it in half before throwing it away. Can I buy your painting, wrote Balthazar. No, you're just going to give it to Malik when I'm not looking, protested Kain. Or I can just take it right now with you looking, said Malik, removing the painting from the wall. I'm done, Malik, done, said Kain, making his way out of the studio. He gave a final look at the painting in Malik's hand. He was going to miss it, but he wasn't going to give Malik the pressure of fighting him for it. And as he was going downstairs, he started having breathing problems. It was another panic attack. And with a trembling hand, he reached into his pocket to get his cell phone, and he needed to hear the recording of his doctor's voice to get his attack under control. And the cell phone escaped his trembling fingers, and he tried to save it from falling, but his wobbling legs failed him, and he would have fallen down the stairs if Oberon hadn't caught him by the hand. Oberon made Kain sit down to wait for this episode to pass, and Kain fell into Oberon's arm in search of comfort, and Oberon patted Kain's back until the fit passed. I returned the painting, said Malik sheepishly, and he added, smiling warmly, and he was happy to have confirmation that Kain hadn't changed one bit. You don't need to cry anymore. I'm not crying, I'm just under a lot of stress, and I don't have the energy to put up with your crap anymore, Malik, said Kain, and he added, turning around. And just because your life sucks doesn't give you the right to bully those stupid enough to try to help you. I wasn't bullying you, said Malik, offended by the very idea. I was just teasing you a little, and you used to find my casual ribbing hilarious. I only laughed because my grandpa found your teasing hilarious, and everything about a friendship was a lie, said Kain bitterly, and a grandpa should have never forced us to interact, and if a friendship doesn't happen naturally, then it isn't real. Kain left the staircase to continue his path towards the parking lot, and he no longer wanted to be near Malik. That chapter by Banga. Chapter 11, 3 of Cups. Oberon left with Kain. Malik and Balthazar were driven home by Sebastiano. Oberon drove around Miami without any clear destination. His stomach eventually reminded him that he had skipped lunch. "Do you want to grab a bite to eat?" asked Oberon. "I'm not really hungry, but if you're starving, we can go somewhere. Or we can go home and I can cook you something," said Kain. Oberon meditated on both options. He was sick of eating out and microwave meals, so he opted for a home-cooked meal instead. He drove back to Kain's house, and every so often Kain's phone vibrated. He was ignoring Malik's text messages and calls, and when the two arrived home, Kain frowned when he saw that his father was having another loud party. It peeved him that his father never wanted to party with him. Kain opened the front door, and they practically had to squeeze through the crowd. The electric guitar screeched like a wounded animal, and in the center of the living room, Jack was improvising a guitar solo. And since his muse was watching him, Jack was feeling particularly inspired, and staring and cheering like an excited groupie was Lysandra. And Kain mimicked the excitement of those who surrounded him, and Jack, seeing his son, made him play a rock note, and he grew immediately flustered as he was overcome by stage fright, and he played another rock note and another. He lowered the guitar before saying with a fake smile, "Concert is over, guys. Circulate." The group dispersed with the bulk of them going to the patio to play domino and poker, and Kain took Oberon's hand to guide him to the island, and Oberon sat on the stool to wait for his meal. "So what are you in the mood for?" Oberon asked Kain. "What can you cook?" asked Oberon. "I can cook," said Kain, listing all of the recipes he knew. Oberon asked for barbecue ribs, French fries, coleslaw, and apple pie for dessert, and Kain put it on a red apron before getting to work, and he prepared the ribs first before whipping out the apple pie. And once he made the coleslaw, he went to the gardens to cook up the barbecue ribs. "Let me have some of that," asked one of the guests, drooling while looking at the ribs. Kain clanked the iron thongs as a threat display, and after cooking for half an hour, he finished Oberon's meal. The pie was left in the window to cool off, and to accompany Oberon, Kain made for himself a small salad. Jack saw that his son had no intention of truly eating, and he fetched a hot dog from the barbecue, and he added ketchup and honey mustard before stuffing it in Kain's mouth, and Kain forced himself to eat despite his lack of hunger, and he finished his salad as well before eating a handful of French fries. "How's the girlfriend hunt going?" Kain asked Jack. "The fishes are biting," said Kain. "Women are not fishes, Kain," said Lysandra, stealing a French fry from Oberon's plate. "You can't just throw the line and expect for them to come flocking." "Have you tried flirting, Kain?" asked Jack. "I hear that wooing is a good strategy for winning over the ladies." "Flirting is not really my style. I feel stupid every time I try one of Malik's stupid pickup lines. They always work for him, but when I try them, I get laughed at. No, flirting doesn't work for me. No. You know, a strategy that never fails is to dance until a woman rose up against me," said Kain before munching on more fries, and his hunger was quickly returning. "If it ain't broke, don't fix it," retorted Oberon. "A man with your body and your dance moves doesn't need pickup lines." "If you say so," said Kain, and he added, "I mustn't market until my test results come back. And do you know that condoms inspire? I didn't know. God knows how many germs I got from Eugenia." "She seemed clean enough for a gross hippie," said Jack, teasing his son. "How experienced was she?" "Very experienced," said Kain. "I was never able to keep up with her, so she left me for another man who was skilled enough to satisfy her." "Is that what that slut told you when she dumped you?" asked Jack, frowning, and he clenched his fragile, tiny little fist in impotent fury. "No, she told me that I deserved to be with someone who truly loved me. But before that line, she told me that only once was I ever able to thrill her," said Kain, resting his chin on his hand. "Ouch," said Jack, flinching, and he added, smiling candidly, "Don't make a big deal about it. You just need more practice and experience. You can only learn so much from books." "What's the difference between practice and experience?" asked Lysandra, raising an eyebrow. "Practice is what you do by yourself or with a friend. Experience can only be gained through conquest," clarified Oberon. "Look, there's a woman. Go conquer her, Kain," ordered Jack, pointing to one of the guests. "Now it is not a good time," said Kain, coming up with excuses. I'm waiting for test results. Just use a condom, said Jack, offering his son protection. And use one of Dad's pickup lines. They still work even in this century. Trust me, I know from experience. Jack accepted the protection and he went to the porch to flirt with the maiden, and his ears turned red when he heard his father giggling. The woman turned around before taking a step back, and she looked at Kain from head to toe, and she liked his body but not his icy eyes. And Kain opened his mouth once or twice before getting the courage to speak to the woman. He whispered, "My dad told me to flirt with you, and you can play along or you can laugh and order me to leave." "Is this your first time flirting, sweetie?" asked the woman, amused, and she patted Kain's hair coquettishly. And she was curious about his hygiene, and since his hair felt freshly washed, he passed the first test. "I have flirted before, but it isn't really my style. I dance like an idiot until a woman rubs up against me. In doing yoga is another strategy that has worked for me in the past," said Kain, remembering how he had met Eugenia at a yoga class. "Show me one of your yoga moves," said the woman, teasing Kain. Kain sat on the floor and he crossed his leg, and he rested the entire weight of his body on his hand before lifting himself off, and thus he succeeded in doing the scale yoga pose. The maiden clapped as well as some of the other guests, and the other yoga poses he did were the garland, the dancer, the warrior, the forward fold, the chair twist, and lastly, the monkey. The monkey was a split with your arms stretched behind your head. "Doesn't that hurt, Kain?" asked Jack, coming over to admire his son's yoga. "Only the first time, though if you do it enough times, you grow to like it," joked Kain before sitting up. "Are you familiar with tantric yoga?" asked Eugenia, Jack's sponsor, boss, and best friend. "Tantric?" asked Kain innocently. "Eugenia, don't corrupt the boy. He's far too innocent for tantric yoga," said Eugenia's wife, Fatima. "I want to be corrupted," said Oberon, raising his hand. "Me too," said the maiden. "Me too," said Jack, raising Kain's hand. Eugenia did a demonstration of the few tantric yoga poses with the help of his wife. The show body caused Eugenia to become overly excited, and he took his wife to a dark corner of the garden to mate with her, as well as to feed the mosquitoes. "Well, that was fun. I gotta get into this yoga thing. And do you want to practice a few tranquil moves with me?" asked Oberon before he could stop himself. "I would love to," said the woman, assuming that Oberon was talking to her. "I was kidding," lied Oberon, and he added, "but you're Kain's quarry, so you go play with her." "She wants you, so you can have her," said Kain disdainfully. "Relax, boys. There's plenty of meat to go around," said the maiden, taking both men by the elbows. Kain reluctantly went towards his bedroom, and he felt uncertain about the situation. He wasn't in the mood. He had just ate. He was missing Eugenia. He was waiting for test results. The more he thought about it, the more reasons he had for not mating with a stranger. The three arrived to the bedroom, and the walk there had felt like an eternity. "I am going to get wine, strawberries, and whipped cream," lied Oberon. He planned to give his friend a bit of privacy. "You two can get started without me." "Don't take too long," said the maiden before turning her attention to Kain. He kept looking at the door and the bathroom. Both were viable escape routes, and the maiden proceeded to string him down, and Kain didn't kiss her, nor did he caress her, and he allowed her to do as she will with his unworthy flesh. And after 10 minutes of doing nothing, the woman realized that he was just not that into her. "If you don't want to fight, you could have just said so," barked the woman angrily. "I want a girlfriend, not another one-night stand. If you're just here to fool around, then leave," said Kain before hiding underneath his bedsheets. "I want to fuck you before I decide whether you're worth dating," said the woman sitting down beside Kain, and she lifted the bedsheets to give one last look at his beautiful body. Kain sat up before grabbing the woman by the hair, and he threw her towards his face to deliver a brutal kiss. The woman, excited, continued with her lovemaking, and he completely exhausted her after 2 hours. He used his physical strength and uncomfortable positions to wear her down, and like some cliché, the maiden lighted up a cigarette after she was done. "My name is Adeline, by the way," said Adeline. She was a skeletal, sun-tanned, raven-haired maiden, and her face was pretty thanks to the Botox lips and her fake nose. Her large bosom was also fake. The only thing not plastic about her was her behind and her blue eyes. I had a lot of fun. We should do this again sometime. Kain took her cigarette before flinging it into the toilet, and he sat down on the edge of the bed to wait for Adeline to leave. The woman got dressed before returning to the party, and as soon as she opened the door, the guests cheered. They had heard everything, and the noise died down little by little as the guests departed, and Kain got Adeline's phone number, which he immediately threw into the garbage where it belonged. And number two had gotten lucky, and he went into Kain's bedroom to regale him with the tales of his most recent conquest. He asked Kain for details. Kain repeated everything he had seen and done with a fake smile on his face. He changed the bedsheets before getting a quick shower, and Oberon was allowed to sleep in Grandma Esther's bed since she was never home when Jack organized his little parties. And 3 hours before sunrise, Kain heard a knocking on the door, and he looked to the peephole. He saw a person running back to his car before driving away, and his curiosity compelled him to open the door. And in the floor he saw a white rose and a heart-shaped letter. Dear Kain, you are the only true friend I have in the entire world, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to appreciate you all those years ago. And I'm sorry for being such a self-centered jerk, and please continue being my friend. Signed, Malik. And the other side of the letter there was a poem by Jose Martí called Cultivo una Rosa Blanca, a poem about friendship. Kain called Malik immediately, and in a matter of minutes, Malik drove back to Kain's house, and this infantile letter with a rose had the intended effect. Kain had forgotten and forgiven everything, and Malik stood awkwardly in front of Kain's house, and based on the pillow he was carrying, Kain guessed that Malik wanted to sleep beside him again, and the two shared the bed as brothers as they had pleasant dreams for a change. An uneventful week passed after this incident, and Kain's test results came back negative, and he didn't have cooties, and he was healthy as a horse. The test removed the biggest source of stress in his life, and he bought new condoms, he worked, he celebrated Thanksgiving with his friends and family, and he took Malik to AA, into his trauma counselor meetings, and at night he went to Space Club with his new girlfriend Adeline, and he no longer stalked Jeremy, nor Sidanta had the need to have someone keep an eye on Jeremy. Jeremy no longer returned from his days with bruises, and since he had a girlfriend that Sidanta approved of, Jeremy was finally allowed more liberties. With Kain not having a girlfriend, Oberon returned to his one-night stands. Everything was as it should be. On a hot Saturday afternoon in Kenda, Adeline showed up unexpectedly at Kain's house, and so far Adeline had limited her interaction with Kain to clubbing and mating, or mating while at the club, and in the morning she received a text message from Grandma Esther informing her that Kain was going to the baby shower of his ex-girlfriend, and she was welcome to come along if she liked, and after consulting her friends, Adeline was advised to attend the baby shower. Kain opened the front door, was still in his undergarments, and the air conditioner had gone kaput overnight, and while it was being fixed, everyone in the household was sweating bricks. Like, having your air conditioner broken in Florida is a death sentence. No, seriously, like, during, like, the pandemic, a bunch of, like, old people died when the air conditioner broke in, like, the home that they were living at. A lot of people got sued. The true smile on his face immediately faded away, and he had been expecting someone else, and this true smile was immediately replaced by a fake one. Adelaide didn't notice the change because she was distracted by Kain's sweaty abs. Karen moved aside to let his girlfriend come within, and the woman slumped over the couch, and she placed beside her the gift bag. And since she didn't know the gender of Eugenia's baby, she had bought for the little bean a teddy bear and diapers. Did the air conditioner break? Asked Adeline. Is it that obvious? Said Kain dryly, and he brought a ventilator over to keep his girlfriend from overheating. He looked over the work being done before giving himself another cold shower, and there was a knocking on the door, and this time Adeline opened it, since her boyfriend was busy showering, and she frowned when she saw an unfamiliar maiden in high heels, and she had midden bills, sun-tanned skin, and dyed blonde hair, and the makeup work was exquisite, giving interest to the face that wasn't anything exceptional. Kain, I'm home, barked Alessia. Alessia, welcome back, said Kain, running out of the bathroom to greet his friend. I missed you. He gave a big hug to his friend. He hadn't seen Alessia in weeks, though they had tested each other often. You did? You surprised me, Kain. Is this the Oberon I've been reading so much about? As Alessia pointed to Adeline. Oh, that is just Adeline, scoffed Kain without giving a second glance to his girlfriend. It's just some random chick. That's just some random chick. Just Adeline. One Adeline extremely offended, and she dabbed at Alexia with her index finger before adding, I will have you know that I am Kain's girlfriend. Pleased to meet you, said Alexia, and he caught his arms around Kain's elbow. Relax, Adeline, said Kain. Alexia's a bit of a flirt, but he's a married man. You have no reason to feel insecure. I see. A married man, said Adeline before bursting out laughing. And why you dress like a woman? Because it makes him happy, said Kain dryly. If everyone is here, we should get going, said Grandma Esther, sitting up. She took her sewing project with her, and she had already made the dresses and socks for the baby. And at the last moment, she had decided to sew a little pink hat, and she was certain that the baby was going to be a boy. And they got inside the car, and Esther sat beside Alexia while Kain rotted in the back seat with a woman that called herself his girlfriend. He knew absolutely nothing about Adeline. He didn't even know her last name. Her big brother Roger worked in the same police station as Kain, and according to Roger, Kain was a lazy police officer who spent all day doodling in his sketchpad or running errands. He was only useful whenever a computer got a virus. And she also knew that Kain liked playing video games and that he worked out and he was into yoga and that he didn't do mouth stuff. Adelaide began to text her friends and Kain sighed with relief. He didn't need to make small talk with a woman, and he brought out his own cell phone to text over them. He was riding out with Natasha and Jeremy, and they were all going to rendezvous in Eugenia's mansion. Did you sleep well? Tested Kain. Not really, tested Overall. I am jealous. Of who? Tested Kain. Of Jeremy, tested Overall. Ever since Jeremy got Natasha that expensive bracelet, she has completely forgotten that I exist. How expensive was it? Tested Kain. Expensive enough for her to consider switching careers. Who knew that dog walking pays so well? Tested Overall. It depends on the dogs, mused Kain, and Jeremy doesn't just walk the dogs, he washes them every Friday, so he provides groomer service. I bought this bracelet at a discount price, said Jeremy, looking at Overall's cell phone. I don't care how much it costed, Jeremy, lied Natasha before admiring the bracelet. As long as you didn't use the 5-finger discount. That means as long as you didn't steal it. Here's the receipt, said Jeremy, opening his purse, and Natasha turned her head around to look at the receipt, and this almost caused an accident. Overall photographed the receipt and he sent it to Kain in order to fuel their gossip, and the bracelet had come from a Jewish-owned jewelry store in Miami Beach. And surprisingly, Jeremy had only paid $300 for the bracelet. And during the red light, Natasha once again began to marvel at her slave bracelet. The flower ring was composed of 5 rubies around a topaz, and the delicate chain connected to a golden butterfly. And from the tail of the butterfly, 5 chains linked to a golden bangle with a little round charms, and each charm had a unique design and a different gemstone. This was the first time that Natasha had been gifted jewelry, so in the commemoration of this grand occasion, she was dressed like a woman. Guess what, Kain? Natasha's wearing a dress. The last time she wore a dress was at prom night, tested Overall. And what happened? Did some guy break her heart, tested Kain. It was actually a girl, tested Overall. Natasha was asked to the prom by a cheerleader she had a crush on, and it quickly developed into a Carrie situation. They didn't dump pig blood on her, did they? Tested Kain. No, nothing that exaggerated, just a lot of teasing. You know how women are. Their words cut deeper than any knife, tested Overall, and he was about to rhyme more, but the car stopped. They had arrived, and the guests walked into Eugenia's house, and it was completely decked out in blue and pink ribbons. And at 6 weeks old, the baby was too small for its gender to be known, but that wasn't going to stop Eugenia from hosting her first baby shower. You look radiant, said Esther, complimenting Eugenia. And have you been throwing up a lot? And have you experienced any hives or other complications? It has been smooth sailing, said Eugenia, patting her tiny belly. I do not know why other women are such martyrs about being pregnant. If everything's going well, then it means you are going to give birth to a baby girl. Baby girls beautify their mothers, while boys have the opposite effect, said Esther before giving Eugenia her present. Trust me, I know from experience. Eugenia opened this present first, and she began to gush over the handsome outfits, and she had a thing for handmade items, the things that were made with love. And she greeted all of the guests until she eventually made her way towards Kain. And Adeline had her arms around Kain's elbow, and she was feeling insecure about her non-existent bond with Kain. Alright, that's it. Chapter 12, Queen of Clubs. Kain, you didn't tell me you had a girlfriend, said Eugenia, playfully slapping Kain on his shoulder. The name is Adeline Rodriguez. We have been dating for more than a week, said Adeline, coiling her arms around Kain's elbow. So she does have a last name, thought Kain. The wonders of the world never cease. If it is your first week anniversary, we had double the reason to celebrate today, said Eugenia, clapping cheerfully. I have your order, Eugenia, said Kain, changing the subject. And if Adeline allows, I would like to go to the car to get the baked goods. Adeline finally released Kain from her grasp, and on his way to the car, he began to weigh the pros and the cons of dumping his girlfriend. If he dumped her, he would be forced to look for a new mate. If he stayed with her, he would continue the charade for a little longer. He didn't want his family and friends to know that he was still pining after Eugenia, and by the time he returned with his presents, he had decided to tolerate Adeline a little longer. Adeline opened the first Tupperware before Eugenia got a chance to look within, and she giggled coquettishly while she looked at the dainty little cupcakes overflowing with cream and sprinkles. And she took one and she bit it down, and inside her dulce delicious. Now Adeline had learned that Kain could cook. So what do you think? Can your man cook or can he not? Asked Eugenia. For how long did you and Kain date? Asked Adeline. A few months. It was nothing special, said Eugenia thoughtlessly. Is the baby his? Asked Adeline. I don't think so. Maybe he used a condom, an expired condom, so there's a slim chance that he might be the father, joked Eugenia. Don't even joke about that, Eugenia, barked Santiago. The baby's definitely mine, and I fuck you more often, and I didn't even use a condom. That isn't something to brag about, Santiago, said Eugenia before munching on a judgmental cupcake. And it is my fault, really. Nobody told me that St. John's wort and flaxseed interfere with my birth control medication. But you live and you learn, I suppose. Instead of blaming each other, be happy for the miracle called life, said Esther, smiling benevolently, and she opened a different Tupperware to fetch a cookie. Yes, Nana Esther, said Eugenia, rolling her eyes. I am happy. I am, though I wasn't at first. During the first few days, she genuinely considered an abortion, said Santiago. What made you decide to keep the baby? Asked Adeline. I am a big little curious about that myself, said Santiago. Kain once told me that both his father and mother wanted to abort him, and I tried to imagine what my life would have been like had Kain never been born. And the thought of him not existing made me feel sad, so I decided to keep my baby, explained Eugenia. I don't know what possessed Bella to tell Kain such an awful thing, said Esther. But was it true? Asked Eugenia. It was, but the baby didn't need to know that he was unwanted, said Esther. But you have to understand, Jack was just starting his musical career, and he had just turned 12. He was too much of a child to have a baby. Say what? Said Adeline, surprised and shocked. If Jack was 11, how old was Kain's mother? 14 going on 15, a real mess, no matter which way you look at it, said Eugenia, shaking her head sadly. While Adeline cut up the latest gossip, Kain had slipped away to chat with his friends in the garden, and he had left as soon as Eugenia had said that their relationship had been nothing special. He had shared hundreds of intimate details about himself with his ex-girlfriend, details that were often painful to talk about, and he found Alexia and Ovid on sunbathing by the pool, and Jeremy and Natasha were already splashing about in the pool like a couple of children, and watching over the pair was Siddhanta, ever the worrywart. And Kain lay down in the chase chair in the middle of his two friends, and he stretched like a lazy cat before he started talking. I like your new girlfriend. She seems nice, said Alexia. I guess. So, how was the Euro trip? Asked Kain. Alexia's fiancé Byron was a novelist who owned a gossip magazine, and Alexia had spent 2 weeks riding travel blocks and sightseeing, and meanwhile Byron spent his time passively aggressively yelling at his laptop while he struggled with his writer's block. I gotta run! Thankfully, by the end of the tour, Byron had come up with an idea, so the couple returned to Miami. It was nothing special, pouted Alexia. Did he cheat on you already? Asked Kain. No, not yet anyway, unless if you know something that I don't, said Alexia suspiciously. I know nothing at all, said Kain before flapping his shirt, and in the end he got undressed before jumping into the pool to cool off, and he rested his chin and arms at the edge of the pool. It is just that yesterday I tried to bring him a sandwich and he shouted at me out of the office. And he has never raised his voice at me before, but I suppose it's the first time for everything, pouted Alexia. Now that he feels comfortable with me, I feel that he's starting to show his true colors. If he wants to be alone, let him be alone, said Overton. So show him that you don't need him. But the thing is that I do need him, whined Alexia. I'm lonely. You don't have to feel alone when you're surrounded by friends who care about you, barked Kain. Go out with me tonight, and we can go wherever you want, Alexia. Do you have Adeline's permission? Teased Overton. Adeline isn't my boss, and she isn't even my girlfriend. She's just a woman that goes out dancing with me every time I ask, said Kain. She doesn't know anything about me, and I know nothing about her, and I don't intrude in her life, and she doesn't intrude in mine. We are keeping things casual. If she isn't intruding, then what the hell is she doing here? Asked Overton, pointing at Adeline. Today she broke our unspoken agreement. After the party, I will lay down the rules of our engagement, said Kain, frowning. Adeline waved when she saw the boys looking at her, and Kain sunk his head underneath the water to avoid her playful gaze. He didn't want her there. He hadn't invited her, and he didn't want her talking to his grandma or his friends. And he soaked underneath the water for 4 minutes, and when he rose to the surface, he saw Adeline standing before him, and she had sun cream in her hands. Your grandma wanted me to put sun cream on you, said Adeline. And Kain pushed himself out of the pool to sit at the edge, and she added the sun cream to his back and arms, torso, and face. And her lady fingers lingered on his stiff shoulder, and instead of relaxing, he became more irritated by the minute. And he wanted her to stop touching him, but he didn't want to make a scene in Eugenia's baby shower, and he made his body limp to fall back into the pool. God, he's such a little kid, giggled Adeline, folding her arms. So impatient to get away from you, said Alexia under his breath. Did you say something, Marica? Asked Adeline. No, nothing at all, said Alexia, smiling thinly. That's what I thought, said Adeline. Adeline straight down to her bathing suit, and she applied sun cream on herself before launching about with her cell phone. She had never learned to swim, so she only went to the beach to suntan or to gossip, and the baby shower continued at a leisurely pace, and the guests ate, swam, or engaged in polite conversation. The pace was interrupted by a bored Santiago, and without warning he picked up Adeline before tossing her into the pool, and Adeline, in full panic, began to splash while screaming like a peacock, and Kain swam to the maiden, and he held her up above the water. Ah, save me, Kain, cried Adeline. Santiago, you asshole, what's wrong with you? Barked Eugenia. I'm sorry, nobody told me that she couldn't swim, said Santiago sheepishly. Kain lifted the skinny twig over his shoulder, and he walked towards the shadow to set her on the stairs, and Adeline relaxed as soon as her toes touched the solid ground, and once her panic passed, she was overcome by a murderous rage. And she grabbed the nearest sandal, and she ran to smack Santiago with it, and Santiago gave her the runabout, always making certain to be near, but never within striking distance. He eventually cannonballed into the swimming pool to escape, and Adeline took careful aim, and when Santiago rose to the surface of the water, she threw the sandal. The sandal missed smart, but it did manage to hit someone, and that unfortunate someone happened to be Jeremy. Jeremy furiously picked up the sandal with the intention of throwing it at Adeline, and he saw Sidanta shaking his head in disapproval, and he lowered the sandal before swimming to the edge of the pool. He gently placed the sandal on the ground before sinking underwater, and he stayed underwater while he internally imploded. When he rose to the surface, he saw Adeline throwing the sand door again at Santiago, and clearly she didn't feel guilty about accidentally hitting him. Ah, poor Jeremy, said Natasha, patting Jeremy's head. I'm alright, it doesn't hurt too much, said Jeremy, flinching when Natasha patted his head. His head was fine, but he was of the type to linger for attention. To move past the bad moment, Eugenia summoned everyone to the kitchen to have dinner, and since it was December, the sun was already setting over the horizon, even though it was 5:30. The food helped dispel the negative vibes, and before dessert was served, Kain went over to his grandmother to whisper in her ear. Alright, that's enough for today. Bye-bye and God bless. Chapter 13, The Tower. Kain whispered. Okay. The two moved past the bad moment, and Eugenia summoned everyone to the kitchen to have dinner. And since it was December, the sun was already setting over the horizon, even though it was only 5. The food helped dispel the negative vibes, and before dessert was served, Kain went over to his grandmother to whisper in her ear. He whispered, Grandma, here's the keys to the house. I'm going clubbing with my friends. Have fun, Kain said after giving her grandson a comforting hug. Kain lowered himself to enjoy the hug, and just as he was making his way towards the door, he felt two familiar hands calling themselves around his elbow. So where are we going? Asked Adeline. Wherever Alexia wants, and before you self-invited, I have made plans to go out with my friends, like Kain. I didn't self-invite. Your grandma asked me to be here for you, said Adeline. After 3 minutes of silence, he gave a fake smile before saying, Thank you. That is very thoughtful of you, Adeline. Kain reluctantly left with Adeline, and the party of 4 got inside Oberon's Mustang. Alexia and Oberon sat in the front, while Kain and Adeline sat in the back. And like before, Kain brought out his cell phone to avoid speaking with Adeline, and Adeline did the same. Kain began to text Alexia while Adeline texted Grandma Esther. The old woman wanted to facilitate her grandson's non-existent relationship with Adeline, so she was sharing a lot more intimate details than she should. Do you want to go to Space Club? Tested Alexia. I hate that place. The music is too loud and it is too crowded, and it's impossible to have a conversation, and I only go there to make Oberon's worship tolerable, wrote Kain. I know a club where the music is a little lower, and you will be able to slow dance and have an intelligent conversation with your girlfriend, suggested Alexia. Stop suggesting places where you think that I am going to feel comfortable. We are going where you want to go, insisted Kain. Alexia finally vocalized the name of the club that he wanted to go, and Oberon gave a U-turn in order to drive to the Twist in South Beach. The Twist was a dance club with 2 floors and 3 dance stages, and it had 7 bars to hydrate the guests, and the interior was dark with neon lights highlighting the shadows of the guests. And they got drinks at the bar before taking in the ambience. The music was loud but not deafening, and after quenching their thirst, they went to the dance floor to work up a good sweat. Alexia danced with Oberon while Kain danced with Adeline, and Adeline was far too focused on Kain to notice that the Twist was a gay club. The music changed to cha-cha-cha, and a dance style Adeline was not familiar with. She took that moment to rest her weary legs, and she couldn't help but admire her boyfriend's stamina, and he had spent the entire day in the pool, and now he was dancing the night away. Alexia took the chance to dance with Kain for a little bit. I don't know how he does it, said Adeline, sipping her margarita. You don't know how who does what, asked Oberon before drinking from his beer. I mean Kain. I don't know how Kain can tolerate to dance with a man, said Adeline, pointing to what she found offensive. When in Rome, said Oberon dryly, do as the Romans. Adeline finally got a good look at her surroundings, and frowning, she said, took me long enough to notice. Does it bother you? Asked Oberon. No, not really. My dad, he's married to a man, so I do not have the right to judge, said Adeline, nursing her drink. You don't sound happy about it, said Oberon. Of course I'm not happy about it. The freak abandoned his family to go sow his wild oats, barked Adeline. And I bumped into him the other day, and the pig didn't recognize me. Or maybe he did recognize it, but he pretended not to know me. Parents can be just awful, and 1 minute they love you, and the next they throw you out of the house, said Oberon, vibing with Adeline. And he extended his hand before asking, Shall we dance? Both danced a few songs, and slowly, little by little, Oberon broke the physical barrier, and his spirits caresses were quickly igniting the fires of Adeline's passion. And just like that, she kissed Oberon, and Adeline turned as pale as a sheet when she realized her mistake, and she turned to look at Kain to see if he had noticed her lapse in judgment. And Kain had seen Adeline kiss Oberon, but he didn't care. If Oberon wanted her, he could have her. He smiled cynically as he realized that Adeline had given him the perfect excuse to dump her. Close to midnight, Adeline left Oberon's side, and she pushed Alexia out of the way in order to dance with the man she perceived as her boyfriend. And she anchored her feeble weight as she tried to dance Kain towards the bathroom. And she was still feeling a little giddy, so naturally she wanted to mate. And since she thought he wasn't getting the hint, she decided to vocalize her desire. "Wanna fuck?" asked Adeline, petting Kain's hair coquettishly. "I'm not in the mood," said Kain, "and go bother Oberon. You seem to like him better." "He kissed me. I didn't kiss him," lied Adeline. "No, he didn't, but I forgive you," said Kain, gently pushing her away. "It was nice knowing you." "Are you dumping me?" asked Adeline, shocked. "Don't make such a big deal about it. We only dated for a little over a week, and during that time we never had a real conversation. And you don't know anything about me, and I know nothing about you, and nothing was gained, nothing was lost. You'll return to your world, and I will return to mine," said Kain disdainfully. "You jerk," said Adeline, slapping Kain, and she left the club in a huff, and she called her brother to pick her up. "I recorded everything," said Alexia before flipping down his cell phone, "and you can never be careful with bitches. They always like to make themselves out to be the victim of every story." Kain took Alexia's hand in order to continue to dance, and he soon forgot all about Adeline, and everything was going swimmingly until her brother Roger showed up. And when he arrived, he saw Adeline crying in the parking lot, and before she had a chance to explain, Roger entered the club in search of Kain. And obeying his first instinct, he went to punch Kain, and Alexia saw the punch from the corner of his eye, and he pushed Kain aside, so Roger ended up punching another man. And together with his boyfriend, they kicked Roger furiously. Kain was about to interfere, but he remembered that Roger was the one who had spray-painted the word fag on his patrol car. "Enough, boy, he already learned his lesson," hissed Alexia. And the man left Roger alone, and they went to dance in the second floor of Twist. Kain attempted to help Roger, but the Jew struck away from his touch. "All I did was dump your sister," said Kain. See here, I recorded everything," said Alexia, bringing out his cell phone. Roger reluctantly looked at the recording, and he saw and heard Kain politely dumping his little sister. Adeline slapped Kain before running away in tears. "Alright, so maybe I did overreact," barked Roger. "Are you going to apologize?" asked Alexia. "No, you did dump my little sister after all," retorted Roger, "and she just got out of a bad relationship, and I thought you of all people would be able to empathize with her." "It is hard to empathize with someone who barely talks to you," said Kain flatly. "Adeline never told me her last name. She never told me she had a brother. She never told me that she got out of a bad relationship. She only ever opens her mouth to ask for sex, and the rest of the time she's fiddling with her cell phone." Roger was about to retort, but he saw his sister looking for him, and he checked his temper and he returned to her side. And the siblings went home in order to digest what had occurred. "Do you want to continue dancing?" asked Kain. "Nah, that jerk were in the mood," said Alexia, pouting. "Let's just go home." "All right," said Kain. The friends drove Alexia home, and Alexia smiled happily when he saw his husband waiting for him. The two shared a kiss before returning to the warm comfort of the domicile. Oberon fiddled nervously with the steering wheel, and he had nobody waiting for him at home. "Do you want to?" said Oberon and Kain at the same time. You first, Kain," said Oberon. "Do you want to come over to my house and watch a movie?" asked Kain. "I would love to," lied Oberon, giving a fake smile. Oberon drove back to Kain's house, and the house was as silent as a morgue, and there was an unfamiliar car parked outside. And Kain's heart began to beat extremely fast, and if he passed through the threshold, there was going to be trouble. And Oberon noticed that something was wrong, drove past Kain's house, and he stopped the car a few houses away. "Trouble at home?" asked Oberon. And why do they always have to form a huge controversy over every little thing?" barked Kain. You should be happy that I take so seriously every little thing you do, said Oberon, putting things in perspective. My family doesn't care whether I live or die. And you are very lucky, Kain. You are very lucky. Do you think I should go inside? Asked Kain. I don't know, said Oberon. Do you want to go inside? Just tell me what to do, said Kain, covering his face with both his hands. Relax. Everything's going to be alright, said Oberon, petting Kain's hair. You have nothing to be afraid of. Oberon drove back to Kain's house, and with his friend beside him, Kain finally had the courage to face the unknown scenario that was waiting for him in the living room. And Roger was there with his sister Adeline, and they were conversing with Jack and Esther, and the conversation immediately died when Kain entered the house. Couldn't this controversy wait till tomorrow? Asked Kain. And couldn't you give my grandma the illusion that all was going well for another few more hours? I told my sister to wait until tomorrow, but the girl is stubborn, said Roger. Nothing you say is going to change my mind, said Kain, looking at Adeline, and he added while looking at his grandma. Had you not slapped me, then maybe the situation would have been salvageable, and just because you're a woman, it doesn't give you the right to hate those who say things you disagree with. I am sorry, Kain. I don't know what got over me. I am only human, said Adeline apologetically. There is nothing else to be discussed, said Grandma Esther, and Roger, take your sister and go home. Well, we tried, said Roger, leaving the sofa. The unwelcome guest finally left, and Kain marked Adeline's phone as spam, and this officially marked the end of that torrid affair, and Esther was at a loss for words, and when she had invited Adeline over, she had never imagined things would have turned out the way they did. And she seemed like such a nice girl. Esther sighed sadly, and it wasn't the first time she had misjudged a character. And Kain sat down beside his grandma, and he gave her a comforting hug before kissing her in the forehead. Try not to lose sleep over it, Grandma, said Kain. I am so sorry, Kain, said Esther apologetically. I told you not to worry about it. You didn't do anything wrong, Grandma. And I was just going out with Adeline so you wouldn't think that I am still pining after Eugenia. And I felt nothing for her, and I am sorry for making a mess of everything, said Kain. Esther left the couch to return to her bedroom to rest her weary bones. Her conversation with Kain had been emotionally draining, and she slowly dozed off while thinking sad thoughts. And what are you going to do now? Asked Jack. I'm going to watch a movie with Oberon, and I will try to keep the volume low so I don't wake you up, said Kain. Have fun. Good night, son, said Jack before returning to his bedroom. And Kain took Oberon's hand, and he guided his friend to his bedroom, and he showered before changing into his pajama. And on the meantime, Oberon browsed the Humble movie collection, and he found it amusing that all of Kain's movies had been illegally downloaded, and Kain wasn't as perfect as he pretended to be. The movie he ended up settling for was Big Fish, and Kain left the bathroom smelling like fresh daisies, and he handed Oberon a towel and a change of pajama, and Oberon performed his libations before getting changed. And he has a toothbrush, said Kain, giving Oberon an unopened toothbrush. And Oberon washed his mouth before returning to the bedroom. He pondered on whether he should lie on the bed or if he should sit on the chair, and Kain propped up a couple of pillows for himself and Oberon, and he patted the empty spot beside him. Oberon didn't wait for another invitation, and he lay down on the bed beside Kain. And once they were comfortable in the bed, Kain allowed for the movie to begin, and the minutes rolled lazily by, and he was finally doing what he truly wanted, watching a movie with a good friend. Oberon started dozing off little by little, and he rested his head against Kain's shoulder, and by the middle of the film he was sound asleep. Kain turned off the movie before settling down to sleep, and that night he suffered a night terror. And he dreamed he was working on fixing his patrol car, and a hand pulled him to draw him out of the shadows into the light. And whenever Kain had dreamt of his grandpa, his shade always towered over him, and the shade held up the hard letter that Kain had given Malik when he was small. Explain this to me, Kain, growled Grandpa Raphael. I am sorry, Grandpa. Please don't be mad at me, said Kain sheepishly. And when he held his hands to his face, he saw that they were small and puny. His body had morphed into that of a small child, and the shade crashed to be at eye level with Kain. And Kain took a step back, but the patrol car was behind him, and he tried to run away, but the giant hand sunk his claws into his elbow. The hand squeezed down as a warning. I will ask you again, Kain. Tell the truth. What possessed you to send Malik a Valentine's Day letter? Insisted Raphael. The teacher made me do it. I did it for a grade. The letter doesn't mean anything. I am not what you think I am, Grandpa. Please, you have to believe me, cried Kain. Oh, my grandson, said the shade wearily. And Raphael sat up before turning his back on Kain, and the shade punched the hood of the car before saying, You are such a disappointment, and to think of all the time I wasted on you. The shade began to walk away, and Kain opened his mouth to speak, but for some reason no sound came out of his mouth. And he yelled again, and only silence. And he ran after his grandpa, but no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't seem to reach him. And it was then when he felt a heavy hand on his shoulder, and this hand was delicate, feminine, and the hand was followed by another hand, and both amorphous hands coiled themselves around his frame, as if the arms had the elasticity of snakes. And the hands pulled him towards an Iron Maiden, and the face of the torture device had his mother Bella's face, and the face twisted into a fake smile. My boy, spoke a voice from within the Iron Maiden. And he awoke early in the morning screaming at the top of his lungs. And Jack sprang from his bed with a bat, and he was a light sleeper who awoke at the slightest bit of noise. And he entered his son's bedroom with the intention of clobbering over him, and he lowered the bat when he saw that his son thrashing about in the floor fighting with the bedsheets. Kain, wake up, you are having a nightmare, said Jack, poking Kain with a bat. Tick, tick. Overton took one of the flaying hands and he squeezed it until Kain finally awoke. And Kain started screaming as soon as he awoke, and the last time he had a nightmare like that was the day after his grandpa's funeral. Dad, said Kain, hugging his father's fragile body. There, son. It was only a bad dream, said Jack, dropping the bag to hug his son. A very bad dream by the looks of things. I didn't pee the bed, did I? Whispered Kain as his ears turned red in embarrassment. You just fell off the bed, said Jack, patting the bed. It was bone dry. Kain sat back down on the bed, and he was trembling from head to toe. Go back to bed, son, and try to sleep a little more, said Jack, pushing his son into the bed. Kain closed his eyes, and as he attempted to sleep, tried as he might, he was unable to consolidate sleep, and he rested his eyes for half an hour, and he regulated his breathing to pretend to be in a deep slumber. And he did a bit of rapid eye movement, too, and he felt Overton staring, and Kain's heart began to beat rapidly. What was Overton going to do? Overton went to touch Kain's lips with his index finger, and he saw from the corner of his eyes the portrait of Kain Sanson. The man in the portrait looked tired, and out of respect for the judgmental war hero, Overton decided to show restraint, and he contented himself with pooping Kain's nose. Poop. Kain gave a shy smile before giggling, and he yawned before closing his eyes again, and this time he managed to consolidate sleep for at least a few more hours. Vamos haciendo that chapter, but God bless. The Lover's Pentacle, Chapter 14, The Moon. He awoke 2 hours before noon, and Overton had already left the bed, showered, and got undressed. Kain did his libations before seeing about the noise in the living room, and somebody was making breakfast, and his face lighted up when he saw Eugenia. He returned to his bedroom to get changed, and after 10 minutes he left the bedroom wearing a black tank top and blue jeans and matching black tennis shoes. Eugenia shook her head sadly when she saw Kain approaching, stinking of cologne. Oh, Kain, it really doesn't do one well to obsess with a person who is not in love with you, said Eugenia, trying to extinguish all of Kain's hopes. And as long as he had hope, he was never going to be able to form a new relationship. I am not obsessed with you. I don't stalk you. I don't put spywares on your electronics, and even though I easily could, and I am respecting your wishes as I always have, said Kain, giving a fake smile. Kain, I want you to give Adeline another chance, and you have a lot of chemistry, and why don't you like her? Said Eugenia, attending the role of mediator. She had felt a lot of guilt after dumping Kain, and this guilt had been temporarily lifted when she fancied that Kain had moved on, and now it had returned twice as strong. Whatever sob story she gave you is probably a lie, and being a woman doesn't give her the right to physically abuse me, reasoned Kain. If I was a woman, you wouldn't be asking me to get back with a man that slapped me for dumping him. Eugenia clapped before saying, You know, you're right, Kain. Kain, I envy you, said Santiago. I had never, ever won an argument against Eugenia. That is because you're only capable of walking in a man's shoes, mused Eugenia. And changing the subject, she said, I need more cookies and cupcakes. The guests ate everything. Kain sighed with relief, and he hoped that nobody else would show up to bully him into dating Adeline. She was a bad woman, just like his mother, Bella. Sunday ended peacefully enough, and on Monday Kain awoke at the crack of dawn. And he jogged, lifted weights, and he did a bit of yoga to wind down, and he showered, made breakfast, ate, and got dressed, and then left for work. While he drove, he hummed a little tune, and he was actually looking forward to work. And he hadn't seen his Uncle again since Friday, and he was starting to miss him already, and everything was fine as long as he had the love of good friends, as long as he had good friends and a family that loved him. He didn't need a girlfriend. He didn't want a lover. He repeated this lie to himself until he started to believe it. When he arrived to work, everything was business as usual. And Roger was not openly hostile, but other than dry remarks, he wasn't causing any problems. And Ken interrogated the witness to do a forensic sketch, and this was the low point of his day. And his sketches had never caught anyone, and with that out of the way, he collected all the food donated, and he then placed them in his patrol car before driving to Camilo's house. And it had been a while since he had fed the homeless, and back when his grandpa was alive, the two would visit Camilo's house twice a month to perform their civic duty of helping the less fortunate. While he drove, he didn't notice that he was being followed, and when he parked his car at the Camilo's house, the residents naturally grew restless, and they realized when they recognized Kane's cool, great eyes. And he made his way towards the kitchen, and the vagabonds made their orders, and he had made all the requested home-cooked meals with the exception of foods that had ingredients that he couldn't find at the local Publix. And he lingered there until his work shift ended. And when he went to the parking lot, he found when he saw Roger sitting on top of his patrol car. And Roger had been sitting there for hours meditating on the Kain situation. And he didn't understand why his sister was obsessed about a guy she had only dated for 1 week. Can you just tell my sister that you're a closet case, and it'll be easier for her to accept the breakup if you tell her that you're just like our father, said Roger, finally speaking. If I was a woman and your sister a man, we wouldn't be having this conversation, said Kain. I get it, Kain. Double standard sucks, and women can get away with being bitches, but that is the price we men must pay for treating it like crap for over a millennium, said Roger. It isn't fair for her to punish me for the sins of another, and your sister doesn't need a boyfriend. She needs anger management therapy, and once she gets her rage demons under control, then maybe I will give her a call, and we can have a like civilized, mentally stable individuals, said Kain, giving his well-rehearsed argument. She's already going to therapy. Come on, cut her a break, said Roger. It was only a slap, and she has slapped me a couple of times, and we are still friends, and she's only human. Please, Kain. In the end, Kain said, tell your sister that I'm not falling for her manipulative tricks, and I may be lonely, but I'm not so desperate as to allow myself to be controlled by a woman who wishes to turn me into her doormat. Tell her that when she slapped me, she reminded me of my mother, Bella, and I cannot love any woman who reminds me of my mother. Can you repeat the last part, said Roger, bringing out his pocketbook to scribble down Kain's message. Kain signed before repeating everything he said, and he wanted to close the chapter on Adeline for good. And once Roger finally had what he needed, he allowed Kain to drive home, and when he entered his house, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was as it should be. It was late afternoon on Monday, and Kain was released to be rid of Adeline, and he made his dinner for his grandmother and his father. And once they had eaten, he had 4 hours to kill before bedtime. And after meditating all of his options, he decided to go bother Karina for a few hours. And when they arrived, there was a loud music playing in Karina's house, and he opened the door with the house key he owned. And he smiled when he saw Karina and Bruno dancing together, and they were celebrating that Rebecca that had finally stopped inconveniencing them, and she had been summoned back to Missouri by her ex-husband's lawyer. The children had been out of school for too long, and she had no other choice but to return home to deal with the problem she had created for herself. Kain, join us, said Karina, dancing over to Kain. And Bruno sat down to stretch his leg over the sofa, and he watched with bored amusement the 2 friends dancing. So Kain, to what we owe the visit, asked Karina, sitting down beside Bruno in the love seat. Dad had a date with his girlfriend, and Grandma is at Uncle Gen's house, said Kain, taking his place in the lazy boy. Have you ever tried just being by yourself? Asked Bruno, lowering the music. If you want me to leave, you can just say so, Bruno, said Kain, pouting. Nobody's telling you to leave, Kain, said Bruno, being equanimous. I like you, I really do. I was just curious to know if you ever learned to live by yourself. Have you? Asked Kain, not understanding Bruno's angle. Sometimes the lawyer had a way with words that confused and intrigued. Yes, in order to find an equal partner, I needed to learn to live by myself. Loneliness is a cruel mistress, but also a welcome friend once you learn to live with it. By learning to live by yourself, you're going to be able to tackle each new opportunity rationally, advised Bruno. This is going to save you from all future Adelines. And what do I need to do? Asked Kain. You need to go home and be by yourself without any distractions. Use that moment for introspection. You need to meditate on what you need to be happy, said Bruno, sitting up to pace the living room. And he was in the habit of doing that whenever he was coming up with a clever argument. Or we can do this exercise here at our house. For how long do I have to be by myself? Asked Kain, pouting. Just an hour, said Bruno. And he went to his chest set and he brought out a little hourglass. Go to the attic and tidy up my things a little and put all the files in alphabetical order. Dust off a little and remove the spider webs. Kain went to the attic, and with him gone, Bruno took Karina into the bedroom to roll around the hay. And Karina was quite amused by how Bruno had gotten rid of Kain for an hour without hurting his feelings. And Bruno needed to organize his clutter, so he had tricked Kain into doing his workload. Kain started by dusting everything, and he placed a handkerchief over his nose to filter some of the dust, and he vacuumed before turning his attention to Bruno's file, and he alphabetized everything, and he looked at the hourglass. He still had 10 minutes to spare, and curiosity compelled him to rummage through Umla's documents, and he wanted to read what she thought about him, and he opened the first file cabinet, and he smiled unhappily when he found his last name. Alright, bye-bye, God bless. Chapter 15, 6 Swords. When he opened the file, he turned as white as a sheet, and the world began to spin around him. And Bruno stopped meeting with Karina when he heard an unfamiliar sound in the attic, and he put on his undergarments and shorts before going into the attic. Karina, Kain is unconscious. Do something, ordered Bruno. Karina, springing into action, fetched the first aid kit she had under the bed, and Kain was passed out in Bruno's arms. Kain, are you alright? Asked Karina loudly, as she took his hand to measure his pulse. And she loosened his belt and his collar, and she placed him in the recovery position before opening a little packet of smelling salts. She placed it underneath his nose, and this snapped him out of his fainting fit. Bruno carried Kain downstairs, and he gently set him down on the couch, and Kain was still holding on to the file that had triggered the fainting fit. And Karina saw the name in the file, and frowning, she took it away. Curiosity killed the cat, said Karina, holding the closed file. And you shouldn't have been rooting around mother's files, and that is a violation of a psychologist-patient relationship. Is it? Asked Bruno while he propped a pillow underneath Kain's head. Kinda. Mother's operating in a bit of a gray area, said Karina. So tell me, what did you read that got you so bent out of shape? I didn't read anything. I saw a photo of me. And that photo is, just look at it, said Kain, placing his hand over his forehead. And Bruno brought a wet handkerchief and he dropped it over Kain's eyes. Karina opened the file photo before dropping it. Jesus Christ! Bruno saw a photo slipping out of the file, and he picked it up before raising an eyebrow, and he looked at the photo for 2 minutes while he thought of a proper response to this revelation. And when he couldn't come up with a spoken answer, he gave Kain a comforting hug. How could my mother do that to me? Cried Kain. The photograph showed how Kain looked after his operation, and it was one of the many photos taken by the surgeon who sent it to Child Protection Service. And how had Unla acquired such a photograph? And before Karina could digest the information, her mother entered the house, and she took the file from Karina's hand before returning the photograph. Don't ever look at my patient records again, Karina, hissed Unla. Yes, Mommy, said Karina, shrinking into herself, and she added, Haven't you done enough, Karina? Barked Unla, pointing an accusing finger at her daughter. But man, I didn't do anything. It is just that Kain was cleaning the attic for us, and he got curious," said Karina apologetically. She quieted down when she saw that her mother wasn't believing a word that she was saying, and Karina skulked away to her bedroom to tidy up, and she tended to clean up whenever she felt nervous. And from time to time she would peep into the living room to see if Kain had finally calmed down. And the crying fit lasted for 10 minutes, and Bruno patiently continued to hug Kain all the while. He felt that Rebecca's visit had damaged his relationship with Karina, and in order to restore her trust, he thought he needed to win points by being nice to Kain. "Thank you, Bruno. I feel better now," said Kain, pushing Bruno away, and he felt ashamed of being a burden on his friends and loved ones. "I am always happy to lend you a shoulder to cry on," said Bruno warmly. "And everything seems all right, Karina. You can come back to the living room." Karina scurried back to the living room, and Kain sighing wearily said, "I guess I'm still not strong enough to live by myself." "Staying by yourself for an hour and living by yourself are two different things," said Bruno. "The exercise I gave you was meant to give you a bit of a breathing room. When you're alone, there's no need to wear a mask. There isn't anyone to judge you or to demand things from you. It is only when you're alone that you can be your truest self." "I don't wear a mask when I'm with you," said Kain, turning to look at Karina. "That isn't true, and you know it. There are many things you never told me, things that I have been slowly finding out little by little. But it's fine, Kain, I get it," said Karina, coming over, and she took his hand before adding, "I am not the easiest person to get along with." Kain smiled happily, and he was always happy whenever he had Karina's undivided attention. And close to 9, Bruno went to sleep, and Kain took it as a hint that it was time to go home. And when he arrived, he saw that his father had company, and Jack decked out the living room with candles and roses, and Kain tiptoed into his bedroom before quietly closing the door. And he took a nice relaxing shower, and he sat down on the floor to enjoy the feel of hot water falling on his hair. And at times like this, he half wished he had a bathtub. And he dried himself before crawling into the bed, and he chuckled when he heard his father busy in the other room. And he put it on headsets to drown out the noise of the squealing peacock by the name of Lysandra. It was nice that at least someone in this house was happy and in love, though at the same time he was jealous that he no longer monopolized his father's attention. Then again, he was an adult. It was about time he learned to be independent. He sat up in order to examine his sanctuary, and he found when he saw the white rose by his nightstand had withered away. He opened the nightstand to reread the friendship letter he had gotten from Male, and he fought against the temptation of calling his friend at this ungodly hour, and tonight he was going to spend it alone without inconveniencing anyone. He decided to catch up with his reading, and the last time he had read a book for fun was before his grandpa died, and he hadn't originally wanted to be a cop. He was happy working as a mechanic, and he paid the bills, and it was fun tinkering with machines. And his grandpa, on the other hand, wasn't happy with how Kain was wasting his talent. And Kain never felt he was good at anything, and he got good grades because he paid attention and did everything that his teacher said. And he jumped before getting from his shelf the only book with a bookmark, and he read the front cover, Bull Hunter. His grandpa died before he could read past chapter 2, and it was the last gift he received from his grandpa. Raphael had said that Kain reminded him of Bull Hunter, and he decided to read the book from the beginning, and after not reading the book for almost 3 years, he couldn't remember anything about the plot. And he fell asleep after reading for 2 hours, and he dreamed he was trying to move a large tree stump, and tried his mind, the stump just wouldn't move, and looming over him was his grandpa. "You are such a disappointment. To think of all of the time I wasted on you," barked Raphael. "I will try harder, Grandpa. Please don't leave me," begged Kain. And once again he tried to move the large tree stump with his bare hands, and after struggling for an eternity, he turned his head to see if his grandpa was still there. Raphael was gone, and if his grandpa wasn't there anymore, Kain didn't see a reason to continue trying. And he sat on the tree stump, and it was then when he noticed a television. And he reached into his pocket, and he brought out a remote controller, and he flipped the channels until he found something he wanted to watch. He was watching a new Inuyasha episode, and this one focused more on his brother Sesshomaru, and the dream became polluted with other outside influence, and quickly everything became a pleasant, unintelligible mess. And he awoke the next morning refreshed, and the only thing he remembered of the dream was him struggling to move the tree stump. He came to the realization that after his grandpa died, he had stopped trying. Kain said to himself, "Today I am going to try hard, Grandpa, so watch over me from wherever you are." "I am not in hell, if that is what you are implying," said Raphael. Rather, it was Kain mimicking his grandpa's voice. "Lighten up, Grandpa, it was just a joke," said Kain, and he sprang from his bed with an energetic step, and he performed his morning routine. And Jack was happy to see his son looking lively for a change, and he made a bento lunches for his grandma, and his father, and he even added cute little faces on the rice bowl. Like every morning, he drove his grandma to Uncle Gan's house to spend time with Stacy and her sewing circle. With his tasks done, he went to work, and he arrived 10 minutes early to work. And he looked through his forensic sketches before listening to the interviews again, and he gave them a final polish before submitting his work to his boss. He patrolled around the neighborhood, and he even ticketed a few speeding tourists, and he drove back to the station by lunchtime. And like every workday, he had lunch with his Uncle Gan. "I see that your sketches have improved," said Ken, looking at the new wanted poster. "The more you do something, the better you get at it," said Kain, smiling warmly. "Tell me, Kain, do you like this job?" asked Ken suddenly. I like working with you, Uncle Gan," said Kain, visibly grieved. Our little lunchtime conversation at the high point of my day. You firing me? I can do better. I will do better. Please don't fire me, Uncle." "Nobody's firing you, Kain. God, why do you always make everything so difficult?" barked Ken, rubbing his temple. "I ask you again, and answer me truthfully. Do you like being a cop?" "It pays the bills," said Kain, shrinking into his seat. "I get health insurance, and if I play my cards right, I can get a pension when I retire. What is not to love about being a cop?" "If I were to find you a job that did all of that and more, would you do it, Kain?" asked Ken. "I don't know, Uncle. My future is secured here, and I don't know," said Kain, resisting the idea of change. Being a cop was something he knew. It was something he had grown accustomed to. "Tell me, Uncle, what brought this on, and why are you talking about hypotheticals that will never materialize?" "You don't know that, Kain. You shouldn't assume that your entire life is going to be an uphill battle. It is just that it is such a pity to see you wasting away in a job you don't like. You are young. You still have a chance to live the life you want to live." "I am already living the life I want to live, and just because I'm not passionate about my work doesn't mean that I hate it," said Kain, visibly angry. Ken sighed wearily before saying, "If you're done eating, go to the academy and show those idiots how to properly hold a gun." This was a unique request, and Ken had never been asked to teach a class, and when he drove to the Little Havana police training, he started to remember his grandpa's shooting lesson. Raphael had taught Ken how to shoot a gun when he was 9 years old, and he also learned how to fast draw, and by the time he arrived, he already had a lesson plan. And he parked his car before making his way to the reception, and after checking in, he made his way towards the shooting ring. The students did a march of salute when they became aware of Kain's presence. "Attention!" yelled the teacher. "At ease, gentlemen," said Kain in mimicry of his grandpa Raphael. "I was called here to teach you how to shoot, and I take it that all of you by now are familiar with your guns." The cadets nodded in response. "Show me what you know," said Kain, gesturing to the shooting ring. The cadets shot the targets to the best of their ability, and Kain then went to his own shooting ring to do his demonstration. The cadets crowded around him to watch the master work. "Head, shoulders, knees, and toes, said Kain as he shot the target. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Those who got the joke chuckled or smirked. "I learned how to shoot when I was 9, and I don't expect you to match my level of skill. And even if you were to practice shooting non-stop for 6 months, you won't be able to match my experience with this revolver," said Kain, petting his grandpa's revolver lovingly. "Yeah, because if you learned to shoot when he was 9, he technically has more than 10 years of experience shooting with the gun, you know. You can't match that, you know." "So what are you going to teach my students?" asked the teacher. The fast draw. It is an important skill that makes the difference between getting shot or taking down your target, said Kain. You mean making an arrest, corrected the teacher. Same difference. You can't arrest anyone if you are dead, said Kain. I'm not here to teach you proper arrest procedure. That is your teacher's job, not mine. Alright then, let's break up into pairs and make certain that you're using blanks and not real bullets. The one who gets shot first needs to do 10 push-ups before trying again. Like the cowboys of old, the students practice a quick draw. The speed is in your wrist, not in your arm, said Kain. And if you feel your muscles tensing up, then you're not doing it right. Imagine your arms as liquid. There, like that, perfect. If speed is not found in our muscles, then why are we doing push-ups as a student? The faster you tire the muscles, the quicker you will learn to remove them from the equation, said Kain, regurgitating what he had been taught as a child. A different student said, I keep getting shot and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Let me see your technique, said Kain, coming over, and the student did the fast draw, and he said, your problem is that you keep aiming for the head, and you waste extra seconds by trying to shoot the upper body. I advise that you aim a little lower, like the hand, the gut, or the hamstring. The quicker you get a bullet into your opponent, the faster you can make the arrest. The class came to an end after an hour, and a new batch of students came, and once again he regurgitated the same survivalist lesson he had been taught by his Vietnam veteran grandpa. You can't expect the enemy to play by the rules of civilized man. It is kill or be killed out there in the concrete jungle, said Kain, shooting a target. The sooner you get used to the idea that you are fighting for your survival, the quicker you're going to learn how to use a gun properly. Our badge says serve and protect, corrected a lady cop. Not shoot to kill. A man who cannot protect his own life has no business trying to protect the life of others, retorted Kain, echoing his grandpa's wisdom. And he added, smiling coolly, and those who live by the gun are destined to be killed by it. How many have you killed in the line of duty? Asked the lady cop. No one as of yet. I am a great marksman. I do not need to shoot to kill because I know where to aim to get the fool to drop his weapon, bragged Kain. How many arrests have you made? Asked the maiden. Is this an interrogation? Asked Kain. What a bother. If you're not here to learn, then stop distracting me with your questions. It wasn't an interrogation. I was just making small talk with another fellow police officer. And like you, I was sent here to share my experience with our future officers of the law. And do you mind if we have a little duel? Said the maiden, fiddling with her Glock. The students moved aside to give room for the two duelists, and Kain and his opponent stood back to back, and they walked 10 steps before turning around and shooting. The maiden shot first, but she missed the mark, while Kain shot her right in the upper joint of her index finger. Motherfucker, that hurts, sighed the maiden, rubbing her bruised finger. It isn't wise to sacrifice accuracy for speed, said Kain, smiling thinly. And had we been using real bullets, you would have lost that lady finger. Ideally, we should only need one bullet to take down one target. And it helps to imagine that you're playing a zombie survival game where you have limited ammo. In the real world, you do not have the luxury to waste bullets. I will remember your words, Sensei, said the maiden, giving a low, mocking bow. And we should play some other time. We shall see, said Kain noncommittally. The students took note of this new life lesson, and with the zombie survival game mindset, their accuracy improved significantly. And after the fourth class, his worship came to an end. And this had been a nice change of pace, and he had been worrying over nothing. And on his way to the patrol car, he found the lady cop waiting for him. Oh, well, that's a good place to leave him. Bye-bye and God bless. I hope you have fun with me reading. Chapter 16, Page of Swords. My name is Dolores Connor, but my friends call me Lola, said Lola, extending her hand. Nice to meet you, Officer Connor, said Kain, shaking hands with Officer Connor. My name is Kain Sanson, and you can call me whatever you want. I don't really care. You have my permission to call me Lola, insisted Lola. We just met. It is too soon for me to be calling you by your nickname, said Kain coldly. He just wanted to go home. He no longer had the energy or desire to deal with a stranger. My shift just ended as well, and do you want to go out and grab a beer? Asked Lola. I am not allowed to drink beer anymore, said Kain, stating a fact. Are you a recovering alcoholic? Asked Lola, folding her arms. No, I'm just not allowed to drink, said Kain, sighing with frustration. Others can get drunk every once in a while, but I come home drunk once and it becomes a family crisis. So I start drinking in order to avoid any further controversy, which is fine by me. I never much care for the taste of liquor. How about a coffee? Asked Lola. If I drink coffee right now, I'm going to spend the entire night wide awake, said Kain. Coffee it is then, said Lola, smiling coquettishly. He eyed her from head to toe. She had short, chestnut-colored hair, raven eyes, a round face, pouty lips, and a petite, athletic figure. Lola, too, checked out Kain, and she liked his body, but she disliked his serial killer ashen eyes. Kain relaxed when he noticed Lola's wedding ring. He remembered a little piece of wisdom from his grandpa. Some married women are flirty, and they like to feel desire, but that doesn't mean that they had the intention of cheating on their spouse. Let's have a drink instead, lead on, said Kain, changing his tune. He didn't have any cop friends his age. He didn't consider Dante his friend because the guy would only call him to babysit Jeremy. He followed Lola's patrol car, and she eventually parked at Bahama Breeze. He had driven by hundreds of times, but he had never bothered to visit the place. He parked and he informed his father that he was having a drink with a co-worker. Is your co-worker a woman? Tested Jack. A married woman, tested Kain. Shame on you, son. Happy face, tested Jack. And he added, is she hot? Yes, tested Kain, and he wrote an answer that would make his father happy. Lola tapped on the window to get Kain's attention. Tick, tick, tick. He closed his cell phone before getting out of the car, and there was a cool breeze from the ocean, and the sun was setting over the horizon. He followed after Lola, who chose to sit at the bar, and she ordered a Bahama Rita, while Kain had a Virgin Ultimate Pina Colada. So what do you want to chat about? Asked Kain after sipping his drink. The two spoke about their most recent cases. Kain ranted about the phantom thieves that had eluded authority, and Lola's department was also investigating the elusive thief. Do you ever just freeze up? Asked Lola, changing the subject. It has been happening more and more often since my car accident, but you learn to live with the fear, said Kain, referring to his panic attacks. How do you control the fear? Asked Lola before sipping her drink. I don't control my fear. I just do breathing exercises to get past the bad moment faster. And my grandpa says that fear is part of the human condition, and instead of fighting against it, we should seek to understand it. Once we understand the source of our fears, we can make peace with it, said Kain. He sounds like a great man, said Lola before nursing her glass. He certainly was, said Kain. Was? Asked Lola. He died 3 years ago, and it was my fault that he died. I became a cop to alleviate my guilt, said Kain. How did he die? Asked Lola. He got in a stupid argument with my grandma and my uncle, and they were arguing about my lack of a future, and he got so angry that he suffered a heart attack, said Kain. He wouldn't have died had I gone to jail like he wanted, but I didn't want to leave the nest. You could have just gone to community college, retorted Lola dryly. Grandpa used to say that community college is a waste of time. I either went to a good school or not at all, said Kain, remembering. Everything with you is Grandpa this, Grandpa that. Your grandpa's dead. Move on with your life already. If being a cop gives you panic attacks, then it is about time you made a career change, said Lola, not so much to Kain, but to herself. If she could have conquered her fear, she would have no other choice but to change careers. Kain opened his mouth to say more, but he chose to remain silent. He didn't trust Lola enough to talk about his panic attacks and what caused them. And since a young age, life got him used to the pain. And pain and the dread of danger was something he was familiar with. There was always a bully present in his life, and his first bully was his mother. And when he was taken to a foster home, he got bullied by 2 other brats who lived with him. And when his grandpa recovered his custody, his new bullies manifested in school. His tournament came to an end when Malik took him under his wing, and Malik was a baseball jock, and like all jocks, he traveled in pack. And bullies traditionally avoid those they perceive as physically stronger and who travel in larger numbers. Kain started to miss Malik, and he said goodbye to his new acquaintance before driving to Malik's home. And when he arrived, he saw an unfamiliar car, and he reached into his pocket to use the house key his friend had recently given him. Kain, welcome, said Malik, pausing the game before jumping out of his seat. He greeted Kain warmly before running to play Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2 with his little sister. Kain sat down beside Malik to watch his friend play for a little bit, and while roosting on the couch, he began to reminisce about his twin years with Malik, and he considered them good years for the most part. I am bored of this game. I want to play something else, said Arya before saving her progress. Something else by myself. You don't mind? I had Kain here to amuse me. You can play whatever you want, sis, said Malik before petting his little sister's hair. Arya left the couch to dig up Shadowheart's Covenant, and she was grinding for levels, and it piqued her that Yuri kept going berserk and attacking his cousin at every given opportunity. And while she was busy as dust, Malik went to the bedroom to chat with Kain for a bit. I take it that the fishes didn't bite today, said Malik. They did, but this one had a ring on it, so I let her go, said Kain, alluding to Lola. Did she give you her phone number? Asked Malik. She did, but she's a married woman, said Kain. That is her problem, not yours, said Malik. A woman need not stray if she has everything she needs in her home. Did you read that in a fortune cookie, Malik? Asked Kain. Pretty much, said Malik, opening his drawers, and he brought out a set of pajamas and undergarments for Kain. And the two used to wear each other's outfits as children, and now as adults, they continue that tradition. And he asked, are you sleeping over, Kain, or just visiting? I am just visiting, but I would like to get out of this uncomfortable uniform, said Kain, pointing to his outfit. Malik turned around so that Kain wouldn't see that he was unhappy, and instead of pajamas, Malik gave his friend a black broadpants and a Godsmack t-shirt. Kain showered and he changed out of his work attire, and when he left the bathroom, he asked the pertinent question. Who is the owner of that van parked outside your house? Asked Kain. My dad. Every year I will celebrate Thanksgiving with my dad and his new family, but this year she stayed home with us, and apparently she wishes to spend the Christmas with us as well. And she's the reason for this unexpected visit, not me, said Malik, sitting down on the bed. Does he know? Asked Kain. He only knows what my sister knows, and that is how we all like it. And he no longer cares if I live or die, so I had no reason to tell him about my problems, said Malik calmly. He was about to say more, but his bedroom door opened, and Ezra entered his son's bedroom, and he grew tense when he looked up on his son's piercing green eyes. Those eyes were the proof that the boy was not his flesh and blood. Even so, Ezra still loved the son he raised. Ezra had just turned 47, and his ashen hair was dyed black in order to look younger, and the beard was also an exorcism, said Malik, pointing at Kain. Oh, that's good, so you're friends again, and I never did quite understand why you stopped talking to Kain, and it isn't his fault that he benefited from your drunken mistakes, said Ezra thoughtlessly. Malik, tell him, whispered Kain. Tell me what? Asked Ezra. I started going to AAA, said Malik. Wonderful, so you're finally taking charge of your life. I am proud of you, son, said Ezra, placing his hand on his son's shoulder. Dinner is ready, said Rosanna. The family slowly gathered at the dinner table, and on his way there, Ezra took notice of the family photograph on top of the chimney, and this photograph was taken back when Ezra was still married to Roxana, and it showed him, Rosanna, Ariel, and Malik in Disney World, the happiest place on earth. The photo now had his face burned off by a cigar, and it was one thing for Rosanna to deface him. It was another matter to keep this photo still on display. And he took the picture frame to the dinner table, and once everyone was served, he held up the photograph for all to see. Honestly, Roxana, I thought we had agreed to let bygones be bygones, said Ezra, laughing. I didn't burn the photo, said Rosanna, stabbing at her chicken leg. I only had it displayed there because Ariel liked that picture, and I never bothered to look at it. So who burned off my face? Asked Ezra. The exorcist, said Ariel. There was a demon in the photograph, so she had to burn it. She? Asked Ezra. When you said exorcist, I was under the impression you had invited over a priest or a rabbi. Father Gaspar wasn't interested in helping Malik, and I asked him to come to my house to give my brother an exorcism, but the lazy bastard just gave me a pamphlet for AA. And my brother isn't a drunk, he's just, that is to say, he was possessed, and as soon as he got that exorcism, he turned back to his old self, explained Ariel. Ezra grimaced while he tried to suppress his laughter. And he knew that if he laughed, Ariel was going to feel extremely offended. Did you tape the exorcism, Kain? Asked Ezra. No, I didn't bring an exorcist to prank Malik, and we were trying to help him. And only time will tell if we succeeded, said Kain, taking Malik's hand before squeezing it to show his support. Malik smiled warmly before turning to face his food, and the friendly gesture was misinterpreted by Ezra. And since his arrival, Lorraine and Rosanna had been acting weird, and he could sense that they were keeping secrets for him, and to prove his suspicions, he began to interrogate Ariel. So what does Malik and Kain do when they are together? Asked Ezra. The same thing as before, said Ariel, speaking with her mouth full, and she added, they play video games, they go to parties, they go clubbing, they take me out shopping or to the park, and if the weather allows, we go to the beach together. And what do they do together at night? Asked Ezra. They play video games before going to bed, said Ariel. Is that all? Asked Ezra. Yeah, I do not know what else you want me to say, Dad, asked Ariel. And she thought that he's asking weird questions, and I guess it isn't right. My dad is possessed by a pride demon. Changing the subject, Ezra said, and do you want to spend the holidays with your daddy? No, said Ariel. I will take you to Disney World, said Ezra, trying to bribe his daughter. I'm bored of Disney World, lied Ariel. And she did like Disney World, but she was afraid of her supposedly demonic-possessed father, and Ezra was equally surprised and disappointed. She has a boyfriend now, said Rosanna. Mom, I told you not to tell him, barked Ariel, slamming the table with both her palms. So that's what's going on, said Ezra, laughing, and for a moment I was worried that you were angry at Daddy. I'm not angry at you, Daddy. I pity you even, said Ariel, pouting. Why do you pity me? Asked Ezra, raising a bushy eyebrow. I'd rather not say. You never know who else might be listening, said Ariel mysteriously, and she didn't know if she was talking to her father or the demon. So tell me, Ariel, who's the boyfriend you did not want me to know about? Asked Ezra. His name is Oswald, said Rosanna, and also became the main topic of conversation, and Malik breathed a sigh of relief, and he was happy that he was no longer the center of attention. And Ezra was saddened by the fact that his little girl was keeping secrets for him. At least now he had an explanation as to why his daughter was distant. She had a boyfriend, and a boyfriend she thought her father wouldn't approve of. And while she spoke about her boyfriend, she only focused on the positive aspect, though it was his flaws that she found most attractive, and Oswald wasn't as innocent as he pretended to be. The dinner was concluded peacefully enough, and Ezra went to the couch to watch television with his family, and instead of sitting next to her daddy, Ariel chose to sit beside her brother, and she pushed him on the couch to force Malik to sit next to his father, and in this way she used her brother to create a physical barrier between herself and her father. And while they watched television, Kain began to test his father Jack. Dad, are you still awake? Tested Kain. You know I always sleep late, tested Jack. Are you alone and is Grandma with you? Tested Kain. Question mark, tested Jack. Any something the matter? The thing is, if you are not entertaining anyone, I wanted to know if I can come home, tested Kain. This is your house, Kain, and you own it. You can come and go as you please. Or is me having a guest a problem for you, and I can always take my business elsewhere, tested Jack. No, it is just that I do not want to intrude on your happiness, tested Kain. And do you feel weird with me having a girlfriend while you're still single, tested Jack? No, Dad, it isn't like that. I'm happy for you. It is just that I don't want to be a third wheel, tested Kain. Right now, there's nobody at home, and you can come home to watch a terrible movie with me, or you can continue fishing for a mate, tested Jack. Kain looked about the living room, and everything looked as it should be, and he decided to go home, and he went to the bedroom to pick up his things, and on his way out, he got a text message from Malik. Please don't leave me alone with that man, tested Malik. You're not alone. You have your mom and your grandpa. You're going to be fine, tested Kain. Mom is a woman and grandpa is a feeble old man. And if dad decides to take Ariel by force, there won't be anyone here to stop him, tested Malik. Surely he wouldn't, tested Kain. And this is your father we're talking about. A person can change a lot over the course of 7 years, and other than our occasional chats on the phone, we truly haven't had many interactions since he remarried, tested Malik. I don't know or trust him anymore, and sometimes I feel like I'm talking to a complete stranger. Kain looked at his card before looking at Malik, and in the end he informed his father that he was going to babysit Malik yet again. Kain returned his stuff to Malik's bedroom, and he sat on the lazy boy before bringing out his Nintendo Advance. And he put it on headsets to play games to kill time, and just when he was finally about to kill Copy X, someone removed his headset, thus removing his concentration. Time for bed, Kain, said Rosanna. Geez, thanks, said Kain, pouting. It was game over once again. That's like a recurring joke with him trying to win Mega Man Zero, and then random things happening to conspire to keep him from making it to the end. Chapter 17, Two Pentacles. Kain stretched his elegant limbs before yawning, and he made his way towards Malik's bedroom. And Ezra was about to comment, but he remembered that the two used to share a bed since they were kids. And it was cute when Kain and Malik were sweet and innocent twins. And now that they were adults, Ezra was imagining that their relationship could have possibly evolved into something else. And Ezra had always suspected that Kain had feelings for Malik. After all, Kain did write Malik a Valentine's letter when he was 12. And Ezra went to the guest room to rest, and he turned off the lights, and after waiting half an hour, he pressed his head against the wall in order to listen. And everything was quiet in his son's bedroom. And he tiptoed into Malik's bedroom, and a sleeping Malik had his hand on Kain's hair, and clearly he had fallen asleep while petting Kain's hair. Malik used to do that whenever Kain had difficulty sleeping, and Ezra smiled. After all this time, their relationship hadn't changed one bit. And he continued to tiptoe his way towards the nightstand, and he took his son's cell phone to see his photos and read his messages. And he saw a selfie that his son had taken with Karina and Kain, and Oturi looked so happy, almost as if everything had gone back to normal. And this was followed by a photograph Malik had taken of a painting that looked like his little sister. And once he got bored of looking at photos, Ezra decided to read the text messages. And he saw his son stir, and Ezra tiptoed out of the bedroom before going to sit in the living room. And from the comfort of the couch, he read his son's most recent text messages. And the last message Malik sent was to a skank he was breaking up with. And the woman had made the mistake of telling Malik that she loved him, so she had to go. Ezra grew sad when he realized that his son hadn't had a serious relationship since breaking up with Karina. If he loved her, why didn't he fight for her? Whispered Ezra. My son is following the example that you set, hissed Rosanna, and she stretched her hand before adding, and give me that cell phone if you want to know about my son's life. Talk to him. Malik doesn't talk to me anymore, and he hasn't called me in over a month, and even today he barely spoke more than 2 words with me, said Ezra, closing both hands over Malik's cell phone. Malik no longer sees the point in talking to a man who doesn't believe a single word he says, whispered Roxana. I believe him when he speaks the truth, said Ezra. And what is the truth, Ezra? What is convenient for you to believe? Whispered Rosanna. Let's not start an argument, said Ezra, scratching his hair nervously. The children are sleeping. Give me my son's cell phone, ordered Roxana. No, said Ezra. He was daring his ex-wife to try to take it from him. Fine, suit yourself. I hope you choke on it, said Rosanna, returning to her bedroom. I love you too, said Ezra mockingly. He returned to reading Malik's text messages, and he tested it aloud with Balthazar, and mostly to talk about art. And he eventually read Malik's most recent text message, and he grew genuinely saddened when he read that Malik no longer trusted him anymore. and Ezra had allowed the relationship to deteriorate far too much, and it wasn't as if he wanted to see Malik anymore. He preferred talking over the phone. As long as he didn't see Malik's green eyes, Ezra wasn't reminded of Roxana's infidelity. It was a sunny Wednesday afternoon morning, and Ken awoke extremely refreshed, and it was then when he noticed the time. He had awoken far later than usual, and he sprung from bed to shower and get dressed quickly, and he found his uniform washed and neatly hung inside Malik's closet. And when he arrived to the kitchen, breakfast was already served, and Roxana handed him a large box overstuffed with goodies, and Malik had left for work early to avoid his father. "Kain, I need you to take me to work," said Ezra. "I am going to speak to Farley, but first we need to drop off my daughter at her school." Kain narrowed his eyes, and he did as he was told. He took Ariel to school, and then he drove directly to work, and this little side trip had officially made him late. And Ezra, noticing the problem, offered unsolicited advice. "Turn on the siren, like that you can drive past all of the red lights," said Ezra. "I'd rather not use my police sirens over something as petty as arriving late for work," said Kain. "We will get there when we get there." "Suit yourself," said Ezra. The morning traffic moved without a slug space, and Ezra opened his mouth again to chatter. "So, Kain, what type of a man is Farley?" "He takes his job as a detective very seriously, and his first name is Osman, but everyone just calls him Farley, even his wife Nicole. And she is a prosecutor, and she too takes her job very seriously, and knows what is their only child, and expect an intense interrogation from the two," said Kain. Yeah, because one's a prosecutor and the other a detective. "How long have those two been married?" asked Ezra. 29 years and counting, and are you worried that he's going to judge you for being a divorced father married to a woman 15 years younger than himself?" asked Kain, smiling thinly. "Kain, why the hostility? Whatever Malik has told you, he is lying," said Ezra. "Even liars sometimes tell the truth," said Kain, "and I can always tell when Malik is lying to me. When he lies, his eyes blink more than usual." "Is that right?" said Ezra thoughtfully. "As a cop, I was trained in advanced interrogation techniques, and by observing a person's posture, eye movement, and mannerism, I can tell the difference between a liar and a person who speaks the truth," said Kain. "Can you teach me how to do that?" asked Ezra. "It isn't a skill that you can learn overnight, and I'm not a very good teacher or student. I can only read Malik so well because we have spent so much time together. Look, here we are," said Kain, finally arriving to the police station. Both men left the patrol car, and Ezra stayed close to Kain's side. And Kain guided Ezra to Farley's office, and the detective was buried under a mountain of paperwork, and the walls were littered with strings connected to different faces and destinations. "Not now, I'm busy," said Farley, not bothering to look up from his work. Kain picked up one of the files, and after examining the wall of evidence, Kain realized that his co-worker was wasting time on a cold case. He said, "No, you're not busy. This is Ezra, by the way. He's the father of your son's girlfriend." "I am not in the mood for your little jokes, Kain. My son doesn't have a girlfriend," said Farley. "Just because his truth has escaped your notice doesn't make it any less factual," said Kain. "They have been dating for more than a month, and I will leave you two to talk alone." Kain left Ezra alone with Farley, and he went to his uncle's office to report in. And when he told Uncle Glenn why he had been late, the man had a hearty laugh, and he picked up the phone to put out an APB to inform all of his officers of the Farley situation. The detective had been so focused on his work that he didn't notice that his son had a little girlfriend. The officers not on duty crowded around Farley's door to eavesdrop, and Kain and Glenn overheard the conversation from their office. Glenn had wiretapped and placed hidden cameras in Farley's office so he could see and hear everything that his underling did. Instead of a heated argument, the two men had an awkward conversation about their respective children. They felt quite foolish for missing out on such an important landmark in the child's life. And Farley took a moment to call his wife to ask her about Ariel, and she was delighted to inform her husband that she was aware that her son had a little girlfriend, and her boy was not as clever or as sneaky as he thought he was, and she hadn't mentioned it to her husband because she thought he knew, After all, nothing gets past the great Detective Farley. I guess we're the only two people who didn't know, sighed Farley, resting his head on his fist. Shouldn't grow up so fast, said Ezra, vibing with Farley. Just the other day, I was teaching my son to drive, said Farley, picking up a photograph he had of Oswald on his desk. And now he has a little girlfriend. Isn't your son a little too young to know how to drive? Asked Ezra. I don't tell you how to raise your daughter, so don't tell me how to raise my son, barked Farley. And besides, knowing how to drive is the same as knowing how to swim. The quicker you learn it, the quicker you learn how to avoid accidents. Ezra opened his mouth to retort, and the two pig-headed men got into a stupid argument about when was the proper age for a child to know how to drive. And with neither side willing to yield, they could have easily yelled at each other for hours. And thankfully, Roxana called Ezra to inform him that she had arranged a double date with her and Nicole acting as chaperones. At least our wives get along, said Farley, laughing. As fun as it is to argue with you, I advise that you keep your well-intentioned stupidity to yourself. Unlike you, I live in the real world, and I have stared into the darkness, and it has stared back. And everything I teach my son is to ensure his survival. And think about that the next time you decide to criticize the way I raised my boy. They agreed to disagree before going their separate ways, and with nothing better to do, Ezra had Kain drive him to Malik's workplace. And Kain was a little curious about the place as well, and he got the address from Eugenia. The business wing of her father's enterprise was in Brickell city center, and from his skyscraper, Michael managed the empire he had inherited from his dead wife. And Malik was an investment manager who dealt with big numbers on a regular basis. And after checking in, they got inside the elevator, and Kain pressed the top floor, and this made Ezra feel quite proud. And the last time he visited his son's workstation, it was located in a basement cubicle. Clearly, the young man was moving up in the world. The elevator door opened, and they were bathed in light, and all of the offices had glass doors and walls in order to allow unobstructed view of the Florida skyline. And in the center, overseeing his empire, was Michael's office. And Kain spoke to Michael's secretary, and the woman typed the name Kain Sanson in her computer. And once she had verification that Kain was allowed to come and go as he willed, she directed him to Malik's office. They found Malik surrounded by cameras, and he was in the middle of making a commercial for the company. And Malik was so hyper-focused on his acting that he didn't notice his small audience. And he repeated his lines, and after 5 takes, he was done. And the director ordered a couple of extra takes just to be safe, and with the commercial done, Malik got his photo taken for the newspaper. And his mask dropped for a second when he became aware of his father, and his face contorted into undisguised fury. And the photographer snapped a quick picture. The camera flash reminded Malik that he was still at work, and he took a deep breath before forcing a fake smile. Welcome to my humble office, said Malik before shaking hands with his visitors. Have a seat, make yourself comfortable. I am sorry for showing up unannounced, and I was in the area, and I was curious to see your new office, said Ezra. Well, here's my computer and my chair, and here's the coffee maker. It is identical to my previous office, only the floor changed, said Malik, giving a tour. As much as I would like to talk, I have work to do. Do you mind if I wash? Asked Ezra. No, not at all, said Malik, as his fake smile widened. My job isn't as exciting as baseball, but it pays the bills, and I must warn you that you're going to be bored very, very quickly. Malik turned on his computer to look at spreadsheets, and from time to time he would type something before doing some calculations. And Ezra stood over his son's shoulder to watch him work, and Kain decided to return to work, and when he stood up, he saw Malik's pleading green eyes. Please, don't go. They were begging Kain to stay, so he stayed. Ezra remembered how he used to help Malik with his homework, and he went to caress the memory of the child he used to know. And when his father caressed his hair, Malik flinched, and he left his seat before making his way out of the office, and he took refuge in the bathroom, and he heard a knocking outside the door. Are you all right, son? Asked Ezra, and do you feel sick? Is it the withdrawal symptoms acting up? I am fine, I just need to use a can, lied Malik. And he added as two tears fell from his green eyes. Please, Dad, just leave me alone. Let me have my privacy. Ezra, finally taking the hint, said, I will leave you alone, son. I am sorry for bothering you while you work. And Ezra made his way back to the office, and he said to Kain, we should be leaving, and you have work to do, and I have inconvenienced my son enough. Kain left with Ezra, and as soon as they were gone, Mally returned to his workstation, and tried as his mind he couldn't concentrate, and he spent the rest of his shift opening and closing windows while he pretended to work. And both drove in silence with no clear destination, and Kain got a text message from Uncle Glenn, and he read it while the light was red. Since you had no intention of returning to work anytime soon, I suggest that you take the rest of the day off, tested Glenn. I am sorry, Uncle, but Ezra asked me to drive him to Mally's work, tested Kain. The next time he makes such a thoughtless request, remind him that taxes exist and that you work for a living. Reiterate again. Me being your boss will not keep you from losing your job. If you neglect your responsibilities, remember that the next time you decide to play hooky. Kain dropped out Ezra at the senior center in order to inconvenience Lorraine for a few hours, and while in the parking lot, Kain tested Mally to see if he was alright. I am sorry for bringing your father to work, and I should have known better. After work, if you're not doing anything, we should go out, and some time away from your father will do you good, tested Kain. I can't leave the house. I promised my sister that I will help her with her homework, tested Mally. And if you wanna go out, you go out. You go out. Don't let me stop you. If you wanna go out, go out. Don't let me stop you. Mally cried a little more after sending this text message. This wasn't what he really wanted to say. This wasn't really what he wanted to write, but he didn't want to drag Kain down with him. Kain read and reread the text message. Are you sure you don't want me to come? Asked Kain. After 10 minutes of hesitating, Mally wrote the word yes. Kain accepted Mally's answer, and he tested Oberon to see if he was awake. And Oberon didn't work on Wednesday, and due to his night job, he was late till the afternoon on Wednesday. And Oberon frowned and looked at his cell phone while he cursed the fact that he had forgotten to leave it on silent. And he smiled when he read Kain's message. Do you want to go out for lunch, or do you want me to bring you something? Asked Kain. Are those my two options? Tested Oberon, giggling. I can cook you a meal, tested Kain. Come here and cook for me. I am starving, tested Oberon, and I am too tired to leave the bed. He closed his eyes in order to sleep a little longer, and as he was dozing off, he realized that Kain didn't have a key to his apartment. Kain read the text message, and alarmed he fancied that his friend was feeling ill, or perhaps he had gotten injured in his job. And he bought supplies before driving to Oberon's apartment, and he even used the police siren to skip all of the red lights. Oberon awoke when he felt a heavy hand over his forehead, and he felt a warm body sitting beside him, and he kept his eyes closed to pretend to be asleep, and the hand then fell both his cheek. The warm body departed to the kitchen, and based on the noise, Oberon guessed that Kain was making him lunch. Kain finished putting all of the ingredients, and all that was left was for the pressure cooker to finish making the soup. And Oberon felt a wet cloth being placed over his head, and he wanted to tell Kain that he was alright, but he decided to malinger for attention. Oberon, Oberon, whispered Kain, lightly tapping Oberon's forehead with his hand. Oh, Kain, how did you get inside? Asked Oberon, and this was a legitimate concern. After all, he hadn't given Kain a key to his apartment. Don't worry about it. Here, open your mouth and make you soup. It is a little hot, but it is tasty, said Kain, offering a spoonful of grub. Oberon sipped the soup, and he said, since eating while lying down was uncomfortable, and he said more seriously, I would really like to know how you got inside. I picked the lock. I would have not, but I didn't want to wake you up, said Kain. Oh, good. For a moment I was afraid that you would have broken the window to get inside, said Oberon, sighing with relief. Kain brought a small table, and he placed it over Oberon's leg, and he brought the soup up before his friend as well as the spoon, and he poured a glass of orange juice, and Oberon proceeded to eat his meal. He wasn't a fan of soup, but the one that Kain had made was perfect, and he always liked everything that Kain cooked. And Kain poured for himself his own bowl, and he returned to the bedroom to eat lunch with his friend, and he smiled warmly seeing how Oberon was eating. A ver, that chapter, bye-bye, God bless. Chapter 18, Page of Swords. Did your grandpa teach you how to lockpick, asked Oberon? No, I actually learned it in the police academy. Certain situations require stealth, and knowing how to lockpick is an important tool in our trade, said Kain. What else did you learn in the police academy? Asked Oberon. Arrest procedure, how to process evidence, how to drive a police car, as well as hand-to-hand combat, and how to shoot a gun and a taser, said Kain. Why did you become a police officer? Asked Oberon. I don't know, it seemed like the right idea at the time, but as of lately I've been having doubts about all my life choices, said Kain, sighing. Have you ever been shot at? Asked Oberon. A few times. I still haven't suffered a bullet wound yet, knock on wood, said Kain before knocking on wood. And most of the time I'm just driving around in my patrol car waiting for crimes to happen. It isn't an exciting job, but it pays the bill. And you, Oberon, how do you end up working as Spider-Man? You are not curious about my bouncer job, asked Oberon. You seem to like being Spider-Man more, said Kain. Spider-Man isn't the only superhero I play, said Oberon, smiling happily. I do a great Red Hood impersonation, but alas, Spider-Man is the flavor of the month, and you gotta give the crowd what they want. You still didn't answer my question, insisted Kain. Natasha got me the little sidekick, said Oberon before sighing. I do not know what would have become of me, and she wasn't always looking after me. Oberon pushed aside his empty plate, and Kain went to the kitchen to clean the dishes, and he also dusted and vacuumed and mopped the floor. And Oberon left the bed, he showered and got dressed to head out. The old itch was returning, and if he wasn't going to get any from Kain, he had no other choice but to go on the prowl. Feeling better? Asked Kain. That soup returned the soul to my body, said Oberon, and he took Kain's hand before saying, Thank you so much. I still think you should stay in bed, and your face still feels a little hot, said Kain, placing his hand on Oberon's forehead. I am fine, Kain, said Oberon dryly, and Kain brought out from his duffel bag a thermometer, and once Oberon was able to prove that he didn't have a fever, he was allowed to go out. Do you mind if we stop by my house first to get change? Asked Kain. What makes you think that I want you to tag along? Asked Oberon, narrowing his eyes. I see. Well, I will leave you alone then, said Kain before giving a fake smile. The two men went their separate ways, and with the Oberon situation seemingly resolved, Kain drove to Malice's house, and he allowed himself inside Malice's house using the house key, and the living room Malice's family was making small talk with Farley's. And in the garden, Ariel and Oberon and Oswald were playing catch with Malice. Hey, you made it, said Malice before throwing the ball at Kain. Kain caught it before throwing it to Oswald, and they played catch for a bit without having any meaningful conversations. They knew themselves to be watched, and the game came to an end when Malice's wrist began to act up, and his old sports injury tended to act up in cold temperatures, and Malice rubbed his wrist during the pain until the pain became tolerable. Is your brother's busted wrist the reason he never tried out for the major leagues? Asked Oswald. That and his busted knee and his rickety elbow, said Ariel, listing all of her brother's sports injuries. His injuries were starting to add up, so instead of breaking his body further for such little pay, my brother decided to make good use of his bachelor degree. So what do you play now? Asked Oswald. So what do you want to play now? Asked Oswald. Tag your it, said Ariel before running away. Inside the house, the other adults stopped the conversation to watch the children play, and Farley, frowning, said, Those two are such big babies, and one would think that men their age would be out clubbing instead of wasting their time playing children's games. You are an only child, Farley dear, so I do not expect like you to understand the joys of playing with your younger siblings, said Nicole before sipping her judgmental tea. Nicole was 2 years older than Farley, and she was as skinny as the cigarettes she smoked. And there was a certain air of sophistication about the woman, from her well-kept silver blonde hair, her thin lips, and frozen black eyes. Despite appearing cold, she was deeply devoted to her family, especially her son Oswald. And she was too used to her husband to bother to look for someone else. And she resented that her husband wasn't as invested as she was in raising their son. Also wasn't what his father considered interesting, so he would often put his police work over his relationship with his son. And now that Oswald had gotten a girlfriend, he had finally succeeded in getting his father's attention, for better or for worse. Oswald stopped running when he noticed that his father was watching, and he beckoned his girlfriend over. And Ariel stopped running before hopping over towards her boyfriend, and Oswald gently placed his hand under her chin to lift her face. And the two shared a kiss in front of their parents, and Ezra too stood up before Kirsty while Farley laughed heartily. And Nicole ran to the garden with her camera, and smiling she said, Do it again, Oswald, and this time kiss her for longer so I can take a good picture. Oswald kissed Ariel again in order to amuse his mother, and Farley began to ponder on what was his son's appeal. Oswald wasn't certainly pretty, and he was overweight, though now that he had a girlfriend, he was starting to take care of his body image. And his round face still retained a lot of childlike features, despite being 14 years of age. Ah, to be young and in love, said Malik, smiling sadly. He thought, enjoy while it lasts, little sister. Miss Farley, and why do you allow Oswald to get a juvenile record? Asked Ariel, turning to face Nicole. I know that he stole a car, but it was your car, and he already did community service. Isn't that punishment enough? If he has a UV record, it is going to make it difficult for him to get into a good university. How do you know that Oswald has a criminal record? Asked Nicole. I checked his computer when he wasn't looking, lied Ariel, and she added, I can show you the record if you don't believe me. Nicole went with Ariel to Kain's car, and Oswald smiled, seemingly completely amused by the situation, and Farley was completely oblivious to the nature of the conversation, and Nicole was indeed able to confirm the fact that her son had a juvenile record, and both maidens returned to the garden. Don't make a big deal about it, Mom, said Oswald. He was relieved to know that his mother wasn't in on his father's schemes. That is just making certain that I complete my community service. Or maybe he wants to make certain you don't go to a good university, guessed Ariel. Nonsense, we have been saving for Oswald's college since the moment he was born, scoffed Nicole. And she lighted up a cigarette before puffing 2 clouds of smoke, and she aimed them away from the children. Then perhaps he doesn't have the leverage he once did, guessed Kain. I'm going to call my uncle to see if we can get your son's jewelry records expunged. Kain called his uncle, and his uncle called a friend, and that friend called another friend, and since this was Oswald's first offense, the friend of a friend expunged his records. And Nicole sighed with relief with the knowledge that her son now had a future. And Kain got a call from Oberon, and he ignored the call. He was angry about how Oberon had so callously dismissed him, and he had made him soup, he had cleaned his apartment, and all he got was a thank you and go away. I don't need you anymore. The night progressed at a leisurely pace, and Kain showered before changing into one of Marley's outfits, and every so often he would get a call from Oberon, but he chose to ignore it. And while eating dinner, Kain left his cell phone behind in order to make a quick bathroom stop. And a curious Marley picked up the cell phone to see who was calling Kain, and all he heard was somebody sobbing. And Malik said before returning the cell phone to his owner, one of your sobbing bitches is calling you, Kain. Manners, Malik, we will not have any of your potty talk at the dinner table, said Ezra sternly. Kain took the cell phone and he went to the gardens to talk on the phone. Whatever games you're playing at, I want you to know that I'm not amused. Kain, I'm... whispered Oberon. If you can't talk, just tell me your address, said Kain, sighing wearily. And Oberon tested the address. His was in a small motel in Hialeah called Golden Slumber. I am sorry, please excuse me, but I have to go. Do you need my help? Asked Malik. What he really wanted to say, Kain, please take me with you. Yes, this might be a two-person job, like Kain. Hopefully it won't take long. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived at the Golden Slumber. Kain double-checked his pistol while Malik took a few practice swings with his bat. They didn't know what to expect, and they were prepared to deal with the worst. Kain picked the lock before consciously entering within the bedroom, and Malik found the light switch, and the bed was a ruffled mess, and there was clothing lying about the floor. And other than that, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Malik checked the closet. Nobody was hiding there. The only other place left to check was the bathroom. And Kain opened the bathroom door, and Oberon was sitting inside the shower, and his body showed signs of wear and tear, but was more or less in one piece. Kain, you came, said Oberon, getting out of the shower, and his smile immediately faded when he saw Malik. And you brought a friend. Stay where you are. I am going to collect evidence. Nobody touch anything, said Kain, pushing Oberon back. Kain relaxed. Nothing happened that was against my will, explained Oberon. Then why are you crying? Asked Kain. Because you didn't answer the phone the first time I called. No, the second or even the third, said Oberon. I am sorry for needlessly worrying you. Oh, fuck this. I don't need this crap, barked Kain. He left the apartment and he got inside his car before driving away, and he didn't get far before he turned the car around, and Malik immediately got inside the car while Oberon stopped malingering for attention. Oberon got dressed and he checked out of the motel, and he said with relief when he saw that Kain hadn't left. I am not leaving you until I see you home safely, or would you rather go to Natasha's house? Asked Kain after rolling down the window. Natasha always forgets about me whenever she finds herself a new pet, said Oberon, pouting. You don't know that for certain, and if you tell her that you're not feeling well, I am certain that she will drop everything to be by your side, said Kain. Kain guided Oberon to Natasha's duplex in Kendall, and the exterior was a yellow with white accents around the windows, and both doors of the duplex were blue. Oberon went with him, and the alarm sounded, and he punched in the password, and he found a note in the refrigerator. I went joyriding with my boyfriend, wrote Natasha, and underneath the note there was a Polaroid of Natasha riding Jeremy's sweet chopper. Well, I can say we tried, said Malik dryly. Let's go home, Kain. Stay with me, said Oberon, taking Kain's hand. I was planning to spend my day with you, Oberon, but you told me to go to hell, said Kain, shaking his hand in order to get Oberon to let him go. I didn't say hell, protested Oberon, now grabbing Kain's hand with both his own. Look, Kain, I am sorry, alright? I don't know why I said what I said. I think you do know, Oberon. You started the morning by pretending to be ill, and as soon as I fed you and cleaned your pigsty of an apartment, you dropped the act to go about your business, and now you're trying to manipulate me with your crocodile tears. Whatever is your problem today, leave me out of it. Barked Kain, trying to dislodge the tick by the neck, but called Oberon. Kain, please let me explain myself. I said Oberon. You want to fuck, Kain, we know, said Malik, standing between Oberon and Kain. And Oberon released Kain's hand, but since he wasn't giving you any, you tried a power play and it backfired. You can bitch and moan as much as you want, Oberon, but you're not sleeping with Kain tonight. Let's go, Kain. Malik pulled Kain by the elbow, and Kain lingered by the door, and he wanted to give Oberon a chance to recapitulate. And his silence confirmed Kain's suspicions. Oberon was only being nice to him to wear down his resistance. Kain sat down in the passenger seat of his car, and he wasn't in a driving mood, and Malik put it on Kain's seatbelt before strapping himself down. Can you take me home? I miss my father, said Kain. You can see him in the morning. He's probably already asleep, said Malik while driving back to his own home. I suppose, sighed Kain. Malik, changing direction, said, I know a really good prostitute that works nearby, and since I'm a regular customer, she gives me a good discount. Do you want to meet her? I'm not in the mood, said Kain before sighing again. And what are you in the mood for? Asked Malik. Nothing, let's just go home. I have work tomorrow and I need my beauty sleep, said Kain. It isn't even 9, said Malik, and he was looking for an excuse now to go home. And let's go to any random club to fool around for a couple of hours. You are the driver, Malik. I will go wherever you take me, said Kain Sanson. Malik turned on the radio in order to lighten the mood, and he smiled when he heard the radio playing the song Never Let Me Down Again by Depeche Mode. The two arrived at the Blue Martini, and they killed 2 hours dancing with strange women. And before calling it a night, Malik made it with a maiden for half an hour. And he could have gone for longer, but he just wanted a quick endorphin boost, and since he wasn't allowed to drink anymore, Malik was substituting one vice for another. And during the half hour, Kain spent his time melancholically looking at the lake. And once Malik had his fill of fun, he returned home with his friend. And Rosanna offered her son a breathalyzer test, and she sighed with relief when the test proved that her son was sober. Malik didn't have a drinking problem, but since he partied a lot, he developed the reputation of being an alcoholic. The two men went to bed, and Kain tossed about for half an hour before opening his eyes. Is something bothering you, Kain? Asked Malik. Malik, do you really have a drinking problem? Asked Kain. No, but you know how people are. You get drunk once, and that automatically makes you an alcoholic, said Malik, turning on the bed to face Kain. Why didn't you tell your boss the truth? Asked Kain. El ladrón juzga por su condición, said Malik. I can talk to Michael if you want to. He knows me, he trusts me. I can make him understand the true nature of the malady that afflicts you, said Kain. I prefer to be an alcoholic than a victim, Kain. I wish I had never told you about that night, and I thought that if I had finally got that off my chest, that things would get better, but they didn't. They only got worse, and Malik drawing closer to embrace Kain. I understand you, Malik, and every time Unla forces me to talk about my mother, I have to fight the urge to put one between my eyes, said Kain. What did your mother do to you? Asked Malik. Didn't your grandpa tell you my story? I always assumed that he did to guilt you into being my friend, asked Kain. Bella was only brought up once in our conversation, and my grandpa asked me to find you a girlfriend, and I told him that you were dead from the waist down. You had never rented and I told him that you were dead from the waist down. You had never rented an adult movie, and the only data magazines were thoughtless gifts given by others. And if I got paid you any attention, you would find an excuse to get away. Grandpa told me that your mom hit you really hard once, and she fancied that you were afraid of women, explained Malik. I am not afraid, nor am I dead from the waist down, said Kim, absent-mindedly petting Malik's hair. And Malik sighed with relief before closing his eyes. I can rise to the occasion if I need to, Malik. If you need to, that sounds so dispassionate, said Malik, struggling. Well, you know how it is. If you want a girlfriend, you need to mate with her, and there's no way of getting around that problem. And that is what is to be expected of me as a man, said Kain. Poor Kain, said Malik before yawning. Is that what Grandpa Raphael taught you, and he really screwed you up if you see sex as an obligation instead of a treat? Kain said nothing, and Malik eventually fell asleep. Así no la chata, pero venga, pues. Chapter 19, 9 of Clubs. While Malik slept, Kain mused about his grandpa's teaching. The modern woman expected, no demanded perfection in the bedroom, and they were fond of power plays and of punishing men for the sins of their ancestors. And if you were lucky, you found a woman looking for an equal partner, but most men had to content themselves with being doormats. It was preferable to be loved than to fall in love, and his mother Bella had been indeed a modern woman, and she punished her son for the sins of her forefathers. Kain wondered if his mother would have loved him had he been born a woman. And Bella was always nice to her friend's daughter, but she was cold and cruel to her own son. If she didn't love me, why did she fight so hard to regain custody of me? Thought Kain. And did she truly want to be forgiven, or was she hoping to get what little remained of my father's fortune? The truth doesn't matter anymore. She is dead after all. The following morning came, and Kain awoke to the sound of Ezra screaming at the top of his lungs. He was surprised that the bastard hadn't exploded sooner. He left the bed before stretching his elegant limbs, and he showered before dressing himself for work. And Malik and his sister were having breakfast in the garden. They were not in the mood to listen to their parents fighting. And sitting with them was a prosecutor, and she was building the case against the man that had attempted to murder Malik. And Malik wanted nothing more than to put that sordid affair behind him. Alas, it seemed like he had no other choice but to testify in open court. Officer Kain, I read your arrest report, and I have questions, said the prosecutor. I was not on duty when I did my arrest, and I saw my friend in danger, so I acted, and I only have rudimentary crisis negotiation skills, said Kain defensively. Nobody here is attacking you, Kain, said the prosecutor. You are not in any trouble, but we are going to need you to rehearse your testimony. Fine, but can we do this later? I have work, said Kain, trying to whistle himself out of the situation. He wasn't in the mood to deal with anything in an empty stomach. Changing the subject, he asked. What are those two idiots yelling about? Dad is pitching a fit because nobody told him that Malik had a crazy person chasing after his head. And why didn't you tell Dad about being held at gunpoint as Ariel absentmindedly stabbing her eggs? Dad doesn't believe in what I say since I used to lie a lot as a child. It is pointless to talk to someone who perceives you as a liar, said Malik. And you will be better off not relying on my testimony. Your father's opinion of you is irrelevant. As the victim, you need to testify, insisted the prosecutor. Fine. Just tell me what I had to say, sighed Malik, rubbing his temple. Just tell them exactly what happened the way you remember it, said the prosecutor. That goes for you as well, Kain. Then why do I need to go over anything, asked Kain. The defense attorney is going to try to discredit you, said the prosecutor. I need the address of that sketchy psychic, and her testimony is also going to be valuable for strengthening my case. Here's her address, and we will rehearse my lines later, said Kain. Kain left to work without eating, and he arrived half an hour earlier, but he didn't care. Going to court always gave him bad flashbacks, and it was so stupid of him to imagine that he was never going to be called to testify. He was a cop after all. He went to the interrogation room to speak to an eyewitness, and while she spoke, he made an artist sketch of the person she saw. And he killed 3 hours with this task, and the woman kept changing every detail every 5 seconds, and once he finished the interview, he wrote in the ledge of his drawing the name of the witness, and how long it took him to make the drawing, and how often the maid then changed her mind about a particular detail. This wasn't required of his drawing, but he wanted to show that he was working hard. During lunch, he got pestered by the prosecutor, and he spent the rest of the day rehearsing the answers to each of the hypothetical questions she posed. He will have to deal with that nonsense next week. And when he returned to his workstation, he frowned when he saw a heart-shaped chocolate box. And the letter was open, and some of the chocolates had been eaten, and clearly one of his co-workers had been rummaging through his workstation. The letter said, My darling Kain. My darling Kain, I am sorry, please forgive me. I was having a bad day, and it wasn't my intention to take it out on you. And I don't have a lot of friends, and I don't want to have to live without you. Please forgive me, signed Oberon. Trouble in paradise, asked Roger, coming over to steal more chocolates. We are just friends, said Kain. I have a lot of friends, and not one has ever sent me a heart-shaped box filled with chocolates as an apology, said Roger. It is so obvious that Oberon fellow wants something more from you. It is normal to want more from others, said Kain before eating a chocolate. It is rare for a person to be satisfied with what they have. And how is your sister, by the way? She found a new person to torment, said Roger. That new relationship is not going to last. She has a bad habit of becoming enamored with anyone that rattles her cage the way she likes. Chemistry is not enough to sustain a relationship, said Kain before taking another piece of chocolate. Have you slept with anyone after my sister? Asked Roger. No, I haven't been in the mood, said Kain, stating a fact. That's good. Adeline will be happy to know that you're still not over her, said Roger, laughing. You can tell her whatever helps her sleep at night, said Kain dryly. Roger left Kain to his own devices, and with nothing better to do, Kain went on patrol, and as his luck would have it, a crime happened in his general vicinity. Someone had stolen a minivan, and a bride was in the back seat. A vehicle matching the description flew past Kain, so this gave him the probable cause to chase after it for speeding. He chased after the vehicle for half an hour, and he didn't want to risk ramming it because there was a child in danger. The minivan left the expressway when it hit a traffic jam, and Kain hurried the minivan towards Flagler Street, and instead of escaping traffic, the criminal found more. The perp fled on foot, and Kain swiftly followed after him, and once the target was within range, Kain fired his taser gun, and he read the criminal his right before stuffing him in the backseat of the car. With that problem resolved, he went to see about the child rotting in the backseat of the car. The child in question was a fat baby, roughly 6 months of age, and he only started crying when the van came to a stop. And Kain looked about the van until he found a bag with supplies, and he held up a baby bottle filled with water. The kid accepted the water, and once he was hydrated, the baby started crying again. And Kain rolled his eyes before removing the baby seat, and he moved the baby and the chair to the front of his patrol car, and he reported the apprehension of the criminal and the safe recovery of a stolen child. Getting ordered Kain to return to the station. Kain wrote down his police report while someone else bothered to look after the baby and the criminal. And he finished his work half an hour later, and he would have continued working if his uncle had not ordered him to return home. His job was at least secure for the time being. He drove home, and since he had left an hour later, the 5 p.m. traffic had got him, and he didn't arrive home until 6. He was happy to see that somebody else was cooking dinner for a change. And he took a long, relaxing shower, and he returned to the living room while sporting a lime green pajamas. During dinner, he didn't speak much. His father ranted about his work and his girlfriend, and Esther talked about a cruise she was planning to take with Lorraine and her sewing circle. And before going to bed, he listened to his father play the guitar. And around 9, he went to bed, and he tried to sleep, but he wasn't able to. He felt anxious for reasons he didn't want to understand. A week passed after this incident, and Kain's friendship with Oberon grew strained while he grew closer to Malik. And Oberon kept finding excuses not to see or talk to Kain, and since he couldn't control the lust he felt for Kain, he felt that the easiest solution to the problem was to completely disengage. Oberon fancied that as soon as he got himself a boyfriend or a girlfriend, he would be able to go back to being Kain's friend. Alas, finding a proper mate in Miami is often difficult, especially if one keeps looking in all the wrong nightclubs. This Friday, Kain had to testify in court, and he had rehearsed all his lines of all his responsibilities. As a cop, this one was the one he most detested. He waited his turn while sitting in the aisles, and he had his arms folded in order to mask his nervousness. Malik gave his well-rehearsed speech, and he almost had a smile painted on his face while he spoke about getting clobbered by a bat and then later held at gunpoint by the same assailant. The defense attorney tried to poke holes in his story, and when that failed, it was time to attack his character. "Are you an alcoholic, Malik?" asked the lawyer. "Define alcoholism," said Malik, dodging the question. "Answer the question," said the judge. "I only started drinking in excess after the man tried to kill me," said Malik, pointing to the defendant. "No amount of liquor will ever suffice to make me forget what he did to me." The prosecutor would like to point out the fact that Malik has never gotten a DUI either in the States or in Britain, and his criminal record is so clean that he doesn't even have a parking ticket. The prosecutor submitted as evidence Malik's diplomas and various sporting awards, and at the end of her tirade she said, "You cannot be an alcoholic and an A student." Some of us, the members of the jury, nodded in agreement, and then it was Kain's turn to testify. The color left his face when he realized that it was his turn. The fear of having a panic attack in front of all those strangers was already making him feel short-winded. And he gave his testimony, and his voice trembled while he was quickly being drenched in a cold sweat, and he looked even more nervous than the man on trial. Is this your first time testifying as the defendant's lawyer? I had testified in court before, though that was many years ago. My grandpa and my mother were in a custody battle over me, and I testified against her, explained Kain. It must have been difficult to testify against your own mother, said the lawyer. I suppose, said Kain, but I do not see what that has to do with anything. Is this going anywhere? Asked the judge. I am merely trying to understand why you look so nervous and why do you stutter as the defense lawyer. Do you often find yourself nervous when performing your duties as a police officer? It doesn't surprise me. You are a rookie cop after all. Objection, Your Honor. She is badgering my witness, said the prosecutor. Jury, in not the defense lawyer's last statement, said the judge. Officer Sanson, what was your mental state when you encountered the defendant as the defense lawyer? Were you nervous? Were you afraid? I wasn't scared or worried. This was a scenario that I have been trained to address, and there's no need to be afraid of a problem that you know how to solve, said Kain, more self-assured. Did you ingest alcohol before engaging my client? Asked the defense lawyer. I was off duty, and at a party I had a couple of pints, nothing more, nothing less, lied Kain. And he hadn't drank anything, and he added, I am only human. Kain endured this character at that for 20 minutes, and when it was finally over, he stumbled out of the court to find the nearest bathroom. He emptied his bowels, and he sat in the bathroom floor wearily, and he picked up his cell phone to call Overton, and he heard the cell phone ringing. Overton had followed him to the bathroom. Your grandma visited me the other day, and she told me that you were pretty sad because you saw that I no longer wanted to be your friend. And she told me that today was an important day, and she asked me to be there for you, so here I am. Overton brought out a bottle of water from his backpack, and Kain accepted the tribute as well as an Alka-Seltzer to help settle his stomach. Kain smiled slightly. This reminded him of the first day he met Overton, and this time it was Kain who took Overton's hand. And why did he feel so at ease whenever Overton took his hand? It was strong and coerced, a true gymnast's hand. Overton allowed Kain to examine his hands, and all the while his heart was beating very quickly, and distancing himself for a week hadn't cured Overton of his infatuation with Kain. In fact, it had made it much stronger. What cream did you use? Asked Overton before caressing Kain's hand, and he absentmindedly regretted his stupid question. Kain said nothing, and his eyes watered. Even a self-centered like Overton could tell that Kain was at the verge of crying. I took today off, and it is almost Christmas time, so the boss didn't mind, and I can take you out for dinner, and I even got 2 movie tickets, so when you're ready we can get going, said Overton. Kain swiftly drew closer, and Overton pouted his lips, thinking that Kain was finally going to kiss him. Instead, Kain hugged him, and the bathroom door opened slightly ajar, and Malik entered within to see what was the hold-up, and he shrugged his shoulders when he saw Kain hugging Overton. Ahem, said Malik, making his presence known. And please don't make me go back there, begged Kain. Relax, the lawyer doesn't need you anymore, said Malik. Phew, said Kain. Jesus Christ, you reek, said Malik, lifting Kain's elbow before pointing at his armpits. Go home and take a long, relaxing shower, forget everything, or you can stay and watch the show. Irina's going to testify next. I am not in the mood, said Kain. Not in the mood, not in the mood. You are never in the mood to do anything fun, said Malik, petting Kain's hair. Listen, my friend, life is too short for you to indulge such negative emotion. You are going to go out and you're going to have fun, capisce? All right, Malik, take care, said Kain before departing with his friend. All right, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Chapter 20 of the Lover's Pentacle Tree, 5 of Pentacles. The two arrived to the parking lot, and Overton sat in the passenger seat. He threw Kain the keys. He threw Kain the key to his Mustang. He wanted his friend to get a feel for the strength of the car. Kain returned the car keys to Overton. He was far too stressed to drive. Overton drove back to his apartment to get his friend showered and changed. And Kain strained down before entering the shower, and the water that came out felt cold but refreshing. He blushed when he noticed Overton peeping. and he finished his shower, and he stood before Oberon, completely in the nude. When we first met, you told me that you value soul over body. Was that one of your many pickup lines, or were you speaking in earnest? Asked Kain. I'm sorry, can you repeat that again? Asked Oberon. He had been distracted by the water droplets sliding down Kain's six-pack. Oberon, what am I to you, a friend or a passing fancy? Asked Kain. Can you be both? Asked Oberon, placing his hands on Kain's shoulders. Kain flinched as soon as Oberon placed his hand on his shoulder, and he covered his nudity with a bathrobe. He sighed with frustration before saying, I am not in the mood. Please treat me with the same respect that I have always shown you. Oberon sighed with frustration, and Kain left the bathroom and he got dressed, and this was not how he had imagined his reunion with Oberon. And both rode in silence towards the restaurant, and every time Oberon made eye contact, Kain would turn his head. The same thought kept running through Kain's mind. Oberon doesn't want to be my friend anymore because I don't want to mate with him. And he should just mate with a random and get all that lustful thoughts out of his system. They arrived at Mojitos. It was a restaurant that Oberon knew, and it was within his budget. He was planning to pay for everything, though he was secretly hoping that Kain would agree to split the bill. They made small talk while sharing the free bread basket. Oberon, the night when you called, what do you want to talk about? Asked Kain. My date treated me like a cheap whore and I overreacted, said Oberon. And we had a lovely evening, and after he was finished with me, he told me, excuse me, arrivederci, I don't know you, we never made it. And if I see you in the street, I will act like I don't know you. I am sorry that a horrible man made you feel worthless. It is his loss, said Kain before sipping his soda. You deserve better, much better. I know, said Oberon while munching on a piece of bread. I found in you to some of your old gymnastics performances, said Kain, changing the subject. Is that so? Asked Oberon, pouting. You can find just about anything on the internet. And which one was it? It was a floor exercise. I do not know from what year, but you look pretty cool, and you were sporting purple shorts and an orange t-shirt with purple lines, said Kain, bringing out his cell phone, and he showed Oberon the video. Oberon cringed when he saw the shadow of the person he used to be. He didn't like to be reminded of the past. I'd rather not be reminded of my lackluster career. I didn't even want to do gymnastics. I do not know who told my father that I had a talent for that particular sport. All I know is that from the age of 5 to the age of 17, gymnastics became the core of my existence. And I can't tell you how many times I missed school just to get extra practice, said Oberon, sighing sadly. I am surprised that I even know how to read. What happened to your father? Asked Kain. I am not in the mood to talk about my father, said Oberon. Can we talk about anything, something else? Please, pretty please, Kain. What is your favorite book? Asked Kain. I don't read. Reading is boring, hissed Oberon, becoming irritated. Do you want to dance while we wait for our order? Asked Kain tentatively. I am not in the mood, said Oberon. What are you in the mood for? Asked Kain. Nothing, lied Oberon. Kain went to dance salsa by himself, and it didn't take long for a woman to start rubbing up against him. They made them preposition, and he danced his way back to the table with his cash. This is my friend Oberon, and I feel that he's more your type, said Kain. I am not in the mood for a woman, said Oberon, raising the stakes. Try again. You are not getting your dessert until you find a man that can satisfy me. Your gay friend is a bit of an ass, said the maiden. I am sorry about him. He's going through a difficult time, man, said Kain, apologetic. Kain, sit down. You do not need to make excuses for me to a stranger, ordered Oberon. Kain sat down and he ate his dinner with a moody Oberon, and while they waited for dessert, he tried his luck once again. He started dancing, but now he seemed to lure a woman, and after analyzing the problem, he realized that he needed to change his tactic. Kain thought of his friend Karina and the way she danced, and he softened his mannerism, and he started making his moves more feminine, and he started to mimic Karina's dance moves. And this new way of dancing succeeded in shooing away all the maidens. And on the bright side, he succeeded in making Oberon and a bunch of other people laugh. He tolerated the public ridicule for 10 minutes, until he was able to lure a man that was brave enough to dance with him. Kain thought of Alexia. How would he handle the situation? "Darling, do you want to?" asked Kain, giving a coquettish smile, and he made his voice more high-pitched. "Do I want to? I would love to. I'm going to pay the bill first and meet me in the parking lot," said the man. "Don't keep me waiting, darling." The man felt at Kain before kissing his neck, and Kain slapped him before pulling his nose. And instead of imitating his date, this excited him. He left in a hurry. The date left in a hurry to pay the bills and to prepare his love nest. "He told me to meet him in the parking lot," said Kain, returning to Oberon. "And you need to look for a red Dodge Caravan. Are you trying out the classic bait-and-switch strategy?" asked Oberon, laughing. "Do you think it will work?" asked Kain. "There's only one way to find out," said Oberon, leaving the table. "Don't eat my flan." Kain grew sadder when he saw Oberon depart, and he sat alone for half an hour. Oberon eventually returned to the table, and his dyed red hair was a mess, and his arms had hickeys. Oberon had the look of a mischievous child, and to prove his suspicion, Kain lifted Oberon's shirt, and there was not a mark on him. "Aha, just as I thought, nothing happened," said Kain, laughing. Like all he did was make a bruise of his own body in order to pretend like he actually did get lucky. "Alright, you got me. I got rejected again," said Oberon, sitting back on his chair, and he was pouty since his little trick hadn't worked. "Our little shoe-toy wasn't amused by your bait-and-switch strategy. He cursed your name before driving away in a fury." Oberon finished his dessert, and Kain opened his wallet, and he paid for everything. And with that out of the way, they got in the car and went to go to the movies. They saw Leprechaun 2, another horror comedy. Nobody laughed while watching the film. "What do you want to do now?" asked Oberon. "I want to go fishing," said Kain, taking the car keys. "Awesome, let's go," said Oberon. Kain drove to his grandpa's storage, and Oberon frowned when he saw Kain getting out two fishing rods. He wasn't amused about the prospect of truly going fishing. Like, he thought that they were gonna, go find chicks, but he'd be like, "Oh, you wanna go fishing?" Yeah. He literally meant go fishing. Oberon peeped underneath a tarp. No, Oberon peeped underneath a tarp draped over a chair, and in the darkness he wasn't able to see clearly the breaking chair, and before he got a chance to look at the other cool stuff, came back on Oberon to get out of the storage unit. After double-checking the lock, the two got inside the car. "Can we even buy bait at this hour?" asked Oberon, trying to whistle himself out of fishing. "Don't worry about it. There is always a guy with extra bait," said Kain. Kain drove for 20 minutes to the fishing spot, and it was a bridge in Miami Beach, and the parking lot was crowded by local homeless folks and drunk tourists and other night creatures. Kain reached into his wallet, and he placed an orange ribbon around Oberon's windshield wiper. What's with the ribbon?" asked Oberon. "Grandpa always tied this ribbon around the windshield wiper whenever we fish here. I think it is supposed to ward away thieves, but I don't know," said Kain, shrugging his shoulders. Kain walked ahead carrying the fishing rods and an empty water cooler, and Oberon kept looking over his shoulder, extremely paranoid. Kain saluted one of the regulars of Camilo's house, and he took out the baiting knife, and he added the bait on both the fishing rods, and he threw the line, and he waited for Oberon to do the same. Oberon yawned to illustrate his boredom. "Tell me, Oberon, what is your favorite H.P. Lovecraft story?" asked Kain. "I don't know, never heard of the guy," said Oberon, yawning once again. "When we first met, you quoted that writer. I was under the impression that you were familiar with his work," said Kain. "My first big mistake was a theater buff, and I got that stupid pickup line from him," mused Oberon. "He had a way with words that was simply hypnotic, but with a phrase he could take you to heaven while at the same time rip your heart to shreds." "He sounds like the king of backhanded compliments," commented Kain. "He certainly was. So tell me, Kain, who was your first big mistake?" asked Oberon. "It was Karina. I have been in love with her for quite some time, but I never made a move on her because she was Maddie's girlfriend," said Kain. "Liar, you never made a move on that woman because you were afraid of getting rejected," said Oberon, nudging Kain with his elbow. "The truth is a bit more embarrassing. I was a virgin, and at every party the girls would ask me to dance, and they would rub up against me, and I, instead of getting excited like a normal teenager, I would become very afraid, and I was always finding excuses to get away from them, and I would feign illness or non-existent curfews, and the thought of wanting Karina physically never crossed my mind, explained Kain as his ears turned red. Bummer. And what happened to you, Kain? Were you born that way, or did a bad experience mess you up? Asked Oberon. Are you implying that I am defective just because I don't think about sex 24/7? Asked Kain, narrowing his eyes. And it wouldn't kill you to get a real hobby, Oberon. It wouldn't kill you to live a little. And how can you be so liberal yet so repressed? Asked Oberon. I don't judge you, so don't judge me, said Kain. He felt a slight tug in his fishing hook, and he rolled up a tasty little morsel. He was happy for the distraction, for it allowed the subject of being repressed to die down. Is it edible? Asked Oberon. No, said Kain, holding up the fish. Then back in the ocean you go, said Oberon, tossing the fish into the darkness. You probably killed it, said the fisherman. No, I didn't. The fish is fine, barked Oberon, pointing at nothing. You can believe whatever helps you sleep at night, chummy, said the fisherman. Kain added a new bait to his line before throwing in his fishing hook into the dark abyss, and Oberon yawned, extremely bored, and his legs shifted left and right after standing about doing nothing for half an hour, and he rested his head against Kain's shoulder. So tell me, Kain, how did you muster the strength to make Karina your first mistake? Asked Oberon. I didn't master anything. She came unto me, and I surrendered to her gentle maiden embrace, said Kain. Sex. Say the word with me. Sex, said Oberon. And stop saying the word maiden. You are not an animal. I had coitus with Karina, said Kain as his face turned as red as a tomato. Sex. You had sex with Karina, said Oberon, laughing. Say the words, otherwise I will never speak to you again. Sex, whispered Kain. Oberon raised his hand to his ear to illustrate the fact that he had failed to hear the word he longed to hear, and Kain drew close enough to Oberon's ear, and his breath felt hot and his lips felt moist, and after hesitating, he repeated the word, sex. Ha ha ha, Kain, you are too much. Tell me more. I am dying to hear all the sordid details of your affair with Dr. Karina, said Oberon, teasing Kain. She wasn't a doctor back then. She was a cheerleader, said Kain. Even better, I now have a mental picture to work with. Tell me the rest, insisted Oberon. Well, it had been a month since she had broken up with Malik, and she asked me to help her throw away everything that reminded her of her ex-boyfriend. And during the cleanup, she started crying, and I hugged her, and she kissed me, and before getting a little too eager, said Kain. More details, insisted Oberon. That is all the details you are going to get, mister. Nothing memorable happened, and you could almost say that it was over in an instant, said Kain, pouting. After a short encounter, she told me that she was ready to forgive Malik for his indiscretion. Ouch. I am surprised you consider that woman your best friend, said Oberon, shocked. It is easy to consider someone your best friend when they are your only friend. Malik left, Alexia left, everyone left. They had their big hopes and their big ambitions, and I didn't fit into their perfect plans for the future. Only Karina stayed. Her roots ran far too deep for her to risk leaving her family garden. Why didn't you go to college? Asked Oberon. I didn't think I could make anything like such a big expense for such little payoff, and my grandpa was only willing to pay for me to become a doctor or a lawyer. A stock trader or an engineer was also acceptable, explained Kain. The money thing is just an excuse, Kain. You just really didn't want to be a doctor or a lawyer, said Oberon. I don't know, I just couldn't imagine myself as a doctor or a lawyer, said Kain, pouting. I'm not really that smart, and I'm not eloquent enough to be a lawyer. So then why a cop? And why did you choose to become a cop of all things? Asked Oberon. It paid better than being a mechanic, and the job came with health insurance and pension, like Kain. It is just us here, Kain. Tell me the truth. I have no intention of judging you, insisted Oberon. It seemed like the easiest path to tread, and I already knew how to shoot and how to defend myself, and my Uncle Gamp is a cop, and Stacy's father's a cop, and her brothers are also officers, so I became a cop, said Kain. And you're afraid of getting shot, and you're afraid of getting kidnapped and tortured, reservoir style, asked Oberon. That already happened to me once, not the getting shot part. That hasn't happened to me yet. I did get kidnapped and tortured, and very recently I might add, said Kain, smiling. How can you say something so awful with a smile on your face, asked Oberon. It's fine, I'm already over it. I'm already over it, said Kain, and he felt his line tugged. Look, I caught a big one this time. Kain attempted to reel in his fish, but the line snapped, and tears began to fall down his beautiful cheeks, and he didn't understand why losing the stupid fish had upset him so much. The more he thought about that stupid fish that got away, the worse his crying fit became. Ahora sí, no, that chapter, God bless. Chapter 21 of the Lover's Pentacle Tree Judgment. Chapter 21. Oberon squeezed Kain's hand to show his support, and once he regained control of his emotions, he packed up his fishing rods. Kain was no longer in the mood to fish anymore. The friends got back in the car, and they returned the fishing rods to the storage unit. Since it was late, Oberon drove to his apartment. It was the nearest location. A sleepy Kain collapsed on top of the couch, and he wearily placed his revolver underneath the couch. Oberon carefully removed Kain's shoes and his belt to make him more comfortable, and he draped a clean, warm blanket over Kain's shoulder, and it didn't take much time until he fell into a heavy slumber. Oberon cautiously picked up the revolver and he placed it on top of the coffee table. He didn't want to accidentally trip on the darn thing, and he watched Kain sleep for half an hour, and with a trembling hand, Oberon went to touch Kain's lips with his index finger. He hesitated when Kain licked his upper lip, and tonight he was going to do it. Tonight Oberon planned to steal a kiss, and he nervously poked Kain's cheek with his index finger, and he needed to make certain that his friend was truly asleep. Next he caressed those beautiful lips with his index finger, and slowly, little by little, Oberon inched closer and closer, and just when he was but a millimeter away, Kain turned in his sleep, and with his face facing the sofa back. Oberon had no way of stealing a kiss. He sighed with frustration, and having lost his nerve, he skulked back to his bedroom. And that night Oberon dreamt about the perverted things he wanted to do to Kain, and when he awoke he realized that it was a dream. He reached for his cell phone, and Natasha wanted him to put on a clown show for Christmas in her family home, and they were even going to pay him for the act. He looked at the time, and it was still too early for him to bother to leave the bed, and when he dozed off, Kain tidied up his friend's apartment, and he dusted everything, vacuumed, he cleaned the dishes, and he mopped the floor. And among the things he had a personal vendetta with, it was Oberon's toilet, and it didn't matter how much Kain scrubbed, the yellow stains refused to wash themselves clean. Just let it go, Kain, said Oberon, waking up again, and wash your hands and make us breakfast. Oh, what are you in the mood for? Asked Kain, opening the fridge, and he frowned when he saw how empty it looked. Or I can just make scrambled eggs with bacon. Kain continued to rummage through Oberon's pantry, and he opened the drawer after drawer in search of a frying pan, and he eventually opened the dishwasher, and instead of a frying pan, he found a long purple object, and he closed the dishwasher before returning to the bedroom. Where is the frying pan? Asked Kain. Under the bed, said Oberon, pointing under the bed. Kain looked under the bed, and he found a briefcase, and when he opened it, he found the frying pan, in addition to bowling pins, hoops, batons, giant hair combs, and other props. This is a prop frying pan. I can't cook anything with it, said Kain, folding the frying pan. The eggs and the bacon are probably spoiled, and let's go to Dennis to have breakfast of champions, said Oberon. I feel groggy, and can we stop by my house afterwards to get changed, said Kain. Just wear something of mine, said Oberon, gesturing to his closet. Nothing that you have will feed me, protested Kain. I may not be as tall as you, but I have more grit, said Oberon before flexing his muscles. He looked through his drawers till he found a clean set of running shorts, and he added, This one is a little big for me. See if it fits you. Kain stretched it just to be safe, and he did the same to the clean undergarments, and finally Kain took his shower, and he felt all the more refreshed for it, and he got dressed in running shorts and a tank top. And Oberon gave himself a cat bath before dressing himself in sportswear. And he drove Kain to the Denny's, and Oberon had a big breakfast while Kain only had a fruit salad. Here, have some pancakes, said Oberon, offering his pancakes to Kain. "I'm not really all that hungry," said Kain, declining the plate. "You have been starving yourself ever since Eugenia's baby shower, and you need to forget about her," said Oberon. Kain sighed wearily before accepting the pancakes, and Oberon called the waitress to order eggs and bacon as well, and Kain finally had a real breakfast. And after paying the bills, it was time to plan an activity. Oberon decided to go to the gym to rehearse his clown act, and they drove to the LA Fitness as Natasha worked at. And since it was early in the afternoon and a Saturday, the gym was relatively empty. And while looking for a practice spot, they found Jeremy dancing by himself, and the color left his face when he saw Kain, and he went to his duffel bag to pack up his things. "You can continue dancing if you want to, pretend that we are not here," said Kain. "Did Siddhanta send you to spy on me again?" asked Jeremy. "No, us meeting here was by pure happenstance," said Kain. Jeremy stared daggers into Kain's forehead, and his constant staring was a bit unnerving, and Oberon coughed before saying, "I am sorry that Natasha broke up with you." "I am sorry too. Sorry that she couldn't keep it a secret," said Jeremy coldly. "What happened?" asked Kain. "Nothing," said Jeremy. "She friend-zoned him," said Oberon. "If Siddhanta asks, tells him that I'm still dating Natasha," said Jeremy, returning to his corner of the practice room. "Or tell him nothing. I am sick of everyone telling Siddhanta what I'm up to." "Siddhanta's just worried about you," said Kain. "And what do you know the way that Siddhanta's mind works? And I have known him far longer than any of you, and believe me when I tell you that Siddhanta's only worried about himself," said Jeremy, before putting on his headsets. He began to dance the prologue of the Pharaoh's Daughter ballet, and the friends watched Jeremy dance for a bit before it turned into other matters. And Oberon started by practicing his cartwheels, and next followed his juggling act and his mime routine. And Kain clapped, enthralled by Oberon's buffoonery. "God, he's such a little kid," thought Oberon. "Do you want to try, Kain?" asked Oberon. "Sure, what do you want me to do?" asked Kain. "Let's start with a few cartwheels," said Oberon, "and don't worry too much about precision. As my untalented assistant, you are allowed to make lots and lots of mistakes." Kain did a few cartwheels, and he tried more complicated motions, but he ended up hurting himself. Acrobatics wasn't his forte. He tried juggling. Oberon started him with one ball, and when he threw a second ball, Kain lost track of the first ball. "It helps to maintain a steady rhythm," said Oberon, seamlessly juggling 5 balls in the air. He smiled happily when he noticed that Jeremy had stopped dancing to pay attention to his act, and he added, "You can come closer, Jeremy. I don't bite." Jeremy responded to this open invitation by packing his things and leaving the gym, and Oberon, frowning at us, said, "God, he's such a diva. Is he always like this?" "I don't know. He only interacts with me when Siddhanta dumps him in my house, and if I don't talk to him, he doesn't talk to me or anyone for that matter. I feel sorry for Jeremy. He's an orphan, and Siddhanta's the only friend he has in the entire world, and even that friendship seems to be falling apart," said Kain, feeling a sort of kinship with Jeremy. "Not having a family does not excuse his terrible attitude," retorted Oberon. "You can't triple badly just because you're hurting." "You're right, let's forget about Jeremy," said Kain. "Show me a magic trick, Oberon." "Pick a card, any card," said Oberon, digging up from his deck of cards. Oberon amused Kain with his card tricks and all the sleight of hand act, and his show was interrupted by Natasha. "Is Jeremy here?" asked Natasha. "No, he left a half an hour ago," said Oberon. "Do you need him for something?" "No," said Natasha. "My boss asked me to inform Jeremy that he's not getting any more day passes. If he wants to continue going to our gym, he needs to get a membership. And speaking of memberships, do you want one?" "I don't know. I have my own home gym, and I only came here because," said Kain, coming up with excuses not to get a gym membership. "Fine, whatever. Suit yourself, Kain," said Natasha, annoyed. "Did you dump Jeremy because he refused to get a gym membership?" asked Kain. "I didn't dump him because he did. I dumped him because he didn't understand the nature of our relationship," said Natasha. "That's awful, Natasha," said Kain, taking Jeremy's side. "If you didn't have the intention of falling in love, it would have been better for you not to have gotten his hopes up." "Sorry, Mr. Sensitive. I need to remember that you are still not over what's her name," said Natasha, giggling. "Her name is Eugenia," barked Kain, clenching his fist. And at least when she dumped me, she had the decency to sugarcoat it. And just because your mother had it bad doesn't give you the right to punish men for the sins of their forefathers. Look here, Kain, I am not Eugenia, so I need you to dial down your aggression level from 10 to 1, said Natasha, gesturing with her left hand. Kain fuming went to sit down in a corner of the room, and to isolate himself from his surroundings, he brought up a headset and his gimbal advanced, and he began to play Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, and he felt a warm body sitting beside him, and Oberon placed his hand over Kain's shoulder, and this hug helped lighten Kain's mood, and Oberon put away his toys and his props. He stood before Natasha, and the two friends bowed before getting into a friendly sparring match. Natasha had taught Oberon how to fight in order to help him regrow his spine, and their fighting style was quite fluid as they swapped between karate, capoeira, and judo. Kain watched the pair with more amusement, and as Natasha finished ripping Oberon a new one, she pointed to Kain. She wanted him to be her new opponent. Kain had sparred with women in the police academy, so he had gotten over being chivalrous with women that wanted to physically harm him. His strongest peg was wrestling and boxing, and he had picked up boxing from his Uncle Gen, while wrestling he had learned in school. Natasha and Kain got into a serious grappling match, and their bodies twisted and coiled like two octopuses fighting for control, and what had started as a friendly bout soon turned into a real fight, and Natasha needed to know if she was physically stronger than Kain, and her machismo demanded the answer to that stupid question, while Kain simply matched the level of aggression he was receiving from Natasha. And the woman managed to get Kain into a chokehold, and the moment his face started turning purple, Oberon went to separate them. Guys, enough. Let him go, Natasha, ordered Oberon. Kain made his body go limp to show Natasha his intention of surrendering, and she choked him for 5 more seconds before letting him go. And despite having his stroke relief, he was still having difficulties breathing, and he staggered out of the training area to get away from Natasha. And when she took a step back towards him, Kain reached behind his back to bring out his grandpa's revolver. It wasn't there. He had forgotten it in Oberon's house. You could have cried uncle at any moment, said Natasha, quite proud of her deed. Enjoy your victory, said Kain, giving a mocking bow. Do you want to go again? Asked Natasha, giggling. No, said Kain. I'm never playing with you, cuff. Come on, stop being a big baby, and let's go for another round, said Natasha, shadowboxing. Kain went for 2 more rounds with similar results, and Oberon, giggling, said, Now it's my turn. Spar with me a little. I am not in the mood, said Kain, panting. You are never in the mood to do anything I like, protested Oberon. Fine, said Kain, changing his fighting stance, and based on how he held his arms, Oberon guessed that he was going to box. Alright, that's another chapter for God bless. Chapter 22 of the Lover's Pentacle, Temperance. Oberon got into his fighting stance, and Kain dodged around Oberon's punches and kicks, and he would block and parry but never counter. Oberon too wasn't fighting in earnest, and his karate shots had the strength of a gentle caresses. Kain eventually caught Oberon in a standing wrist and hammerlock, and try as he might, Oberon couldn't break free. Kain released Oberon before moving back a couple of paces. Let's double team him, said Natasha, giggling. Yes, let's, said Oberon, running towards Kain. Kain sprang away from the both, and after running around the training room for 20 minutes, Oberon and Natasha gave up on the idea of playfully double-teaming Kain. Kain staggered to his duffel bag, and he drank his entire bottle of water in one gulp. And he brought up his cell phone. He played one last message to regain control of his emotion, and once his breathing was regulated, he needed to decide what he wanted to do next. He looked at Oberon before looking at Natasha, and after weighing his options, he decided that he had enough of both. Before he was able to act on that initial impulse, he was distracted by a cell phone ringing in a corner of the room. He picked it up from the floor, and when he opened it, he saw a photo of T-Ball. Jeremy had forgotten his cell phone in the gym, and he answered the cell phone to see who was calling. Jeremy, for the love of God, please don't hang up, yelled Siddhanta. This is Kain. Jeremy left his cell phone in the gym, said Kain. Why haven't you returned it to him? Asked Siddhartha. He left the gym hours ago. I only realized that his phone was here when it started vibrating, explained Kain. Did he say anything? Did he give hints to where he was going? Asked Siddhartha. Jeremy is an adult. Respect his desire for independence, said Kain. Jeremy suffers from epilepsy. He can't survive without me, barked Siddhartha. I thought it was a one-time thing. Has he suffered other attacks? Asked Kain. Not in front of me, but you never know, said Siddhartha. Did you take him to the doctor after he suffered his first attack? Asked Kain. I did. His EEG came out normal, said Siddhartha, and all of the other tests came out fine. So why are you worrying so much? Maybe that epilepsy attack was a one-time thing. In the U.S., 1 in 100 people suffer at least one epilepsy attack in their lifetime, said Kain. If you don't want to help me find Jeremy, then just say so, interrupted Siddhartha before hanging up. Fuck you too, asshole, barked Kain. Jeremy has gone missing again, hasn't he? Said Natasha, who was eavesdropping. You guessed it, said Kain. And can we check out the cameras to see which direction he went? Natasha went to the security cameras, and she looked at the cameras to see which direction Jeremy went. And the cameras showed Jeremy hanging out in the parking lot right next to his motorcycle. And a man eventually approached him, and both spoke for a while before going their separate ways, and seconds later, Siddhartha informed Kain that Jeremy had returned home. And Siddhartha apologized for his rudeness, and he politely asked Kain to return Jeremy's cell phone as soon as he had a chance. You can just give him the cell phone on Monday, said Oberon. We do not need to drop all our plans just for his convenience. What plans? Asked Kain. I thought we were just following our whims, and it's not as if they live that far away. Both men went to the locker room to shower, and just when he was becoming the most distracted, he saw a flash from the corner of his eyes. And finally he turned to look at Oberon. Alas, he wasn't the pervert who had taken his photo, and he looked about the shower room nervously before turning off the faucet. New men arrived to the shower room, and with a bigger crowd, Kain felt a little safer. He finished showering before getting dressed in a clean sportswear, and both men went to the parking lot, and Kain shivered as a sudden winter breeze blew past him. It was a good thing that Oberon had the foresight to pack jackets, and even with the sports jacket, Kain felt a little chilly. They drove in silence for some time, and during a red light, Oberon noticed that Kain no longer looked happy. What's wrong, Kain? Asked Oberon. Nothing, lied Kain. Let me guess, you didn't enjoy horsing about with me and Natasha? Asked Oberon. Playing fighting is all well and good until I get hurt, said Kain. You need to practice fighting, every day, otherwise you're going to lose your edge, said Oberon. I don't know, said Kain, uncertain. It is safer to fight with a friend than to be forced to get a refresher course from a stranger, reasoned Oberon. I suppose, said Kain, still uncertain, but we shouldn't limit a little fight club to just you, me, and Natasha. Variety is the spice of life. Yeah, said Oberon, and we should get more idiots to take Natasha's self-defense classes. And this conversation carried them the rest of the way, and when they arrived to Siddhartha's house, they saw Jeremy in the gardens with an unfamiliar dog and his cat Tybalt. Siddhartha, looking at the mud, said, Some guy paid Jeremy to look after this dog. That's good, it means he's showing initiative, said Kain. How much is he getting paid? Asked Oberon, who was always looking for odd jobs. He got a check for $500, and he got another as soon as he will get another as soon as he delivers the mud, said Siddhartha, still incredulous and suspicious. That sounds just about right, said Kain. It does? Asked Oberon, surprised. Dog kennels are expensive, and there's a reason why my Uncle Gen always has me babysit Marmalade whenever he goes on a family trip. And just putting Marmalade in a good kennel for a week costs $600. The price is twice as much during the holiday, explained Kain. Speaking of kennels, my Uncle Gen wanted to know if it was possible for you to dog visit Marmalade for Christmas holiday. Jeremy and I made plans. You will have to, said Siddhartha, answering for Jeremy. I will be more than happy to look after Marmalade, said Jeremy, being a contrarian. And since I own you my job, I will look after her for free. Mr. Siddhanta, no we don't. You have plans with Dorothy, and I don't plan to go anywhere with a woman, said Jeremy. We already bought the plane tickets, Jeremy. We already made reservations. I already paid your deposit. It is too late to cancel, said Siddhanta. You can't just decide things without consulting me and then expect me to go along with your plans. I am not your puppet, argued Jeremy. Jeremy, it is a trip to Paris, insisted Siddhanta. You always wanted to go to Paris. I wanted to go to Paris with you. Just you, Siddhanta. You can force our interactions as much as you want, but I will never, ever going to accept your relationship with Dorothy, yelled Jeremy as his voice acquired a hysterical high pitch. Stop being a child. You will grow to like Dorothy if you give her a chance, insisted Siddhanta. Kain left Jeremy's cell phone by the TV controller and he backed away slowly with Oberon. Tick, 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 tick. And by the looks of things, Siddhanta and Jeremy were going to spend the entire night bickering. Oberon drove to Kain's house and they ate dinner, watched a movie before going to bed, and everything was alright in their world. Christmas was 3 days away, and Kain offered to spend the holiday pet sitting. Not only did he babysit Marmalade, he was also given T-Ball and Eugenia's dogs to look after. The only silver lining to this arrangement was that he was given the keys to the guest house. As long as he didn't make loud parties and he walked the dogs twice a day, he was allowed to enjoy the pool and the gardens and the private beach. Kain arrived early to the guest house, and the Chihuahua was parked excitedly while the poodle Misa regarded Kain with cool disdain. Marmalade settled down on the carpet floor to nap, and at her age she needed breaks every so often to avoid injury. And with her installed, he opened the cat carrier, and T-Ball leaped out and he scanned his surroundings, and this was his first time inside the guest house. He saw Kain coming towards him, and the cat hunched as he prepared himself to be lifted. Kain cradled the cat as if it was a little baby, and he had lost his pet cat 3 months ago, and he was still quite sensitive about the prospect of getting a new pet. Let me see those little claws, said Kain, holding up T-Ball's paw, and he squeezed it a little to see the size of the claws. My, what sharp claws you have, gushed Kain, and to illustrate the sharpness of his claws, T-Ball took a swipe at Kain's nose, and his nose began to bleed profusely. He dropped the cat before running to the kitchen to get the first aid kit, and he cleaned the wound, added antiseptic cream and a cloth, and he squeezed down to create pressure, and he was surprised that such a small cat had bled so much. That actually happened to me for real. The cat scratched my nose, and then it turned into like a scene from a Japanese samurai movie. His phone began vibrating, and when he answered it, he saw that Siddhanta was calling. One last thing I forgot to mention, do not put that stupid cat close to your face, warned Siddhanta. Too late, said Kain. Siddhanta had a hearty laugh. Anything else that I need to know? Asked Kain. No, everything you need to know is in that instruction manual Jeremy gave you, explained Siddhanta. Kain hung up the phone, and he reread the instruction manual. T-Ball understands English and Spanish. If you insult him, he will know. T-Ball is a cat of habits, and he must be fed and he must be walked following a precise schedule. He will grow restless if you delay his walks or his meals, and likewise he doesn't like to go on them early. Before going to bed, you must play with T-Ball for half an hour, and this will help you avoid the zoomies. The zoomies is when the cat starts running around all over the place. Place his bed by a window, and if you hear him chattering, it means that there's a bird nearby. If he yodels, there is a cat invading his territory. Ideally, I would like you to sleep with T-Ball, but you don't have to. The cat knows how to open doors, so lock it if you want to take a private shower. And T-Ball likes to watch you shower. The dogs were at least easier to handle. They didn't require such a detailed instruction manual. Marmalade was far too old to be among young dogs, and T-Ball was far too adventurous to be allowed outdoors without a leash, and Eugenia's pets were outdoor dogs. He went to the gardens to spend time with Eugenia's dogs, and Misa the poodle ran out to Kain with her favorite coconut. And Kain was impressed by the bite strength of the dog, and Misa dropped the coconut beneath Kain's feet. And based on the way she waggled her tail, she wanted Kain to throw the coconut. Kain picked up the coconut before throwing it, and Misa ran excitedly after it, and the chihuahuas brought their own balls, and they knew that it was impossible for them to play with a coconut that weighed so much. The hours rolled lazily by with him fooling about the garden, and the peace was broken by his vibrating form. It was Jeremy calling him to remind him that it was time to take his cat for a walk. It was a good thing he called because Kain had completely lost track of time. He returned to the house to search for Tybalt, and as a Sphinx cat, Tybalt had a hard time keeping warm, so he naturally gravitated towards sunny areas. And after searching the first floor, he went to the second floor, and from time to time he would jiggle the cat leash. And he found the cat on top of the railings of the balcony, and somebody had left the balcony door open. Tybalt turned his head, and Kain dangled the leash to beckon the cat towards him. When that didn't work, he brought out Tybalt's jackpot tree. Tybalt hissed before hunching his frame, and Kain cautiously approached the cat. Tybalt allowed Kain to pick him up, and he placed the cat over his shoulder, making certain to keep his sharp claws away from his face. The cat hissed once again, and Kain turned to look at the cat, and Tybalt's eyes were staring at the bed. He shuddered before hissing again, and Kain closed the balcony door before going downstairs with the cat. He sighed with frustration when he saw that Marmalade had left the living room. "Marmalade, Marmalade," said Kain before whistling. "Come here, girl." Marmalade started barking. Marmalade barely barked. And he found her in the reading room, and based on the way she was sitting, Kain guessed that she had caught the whiff of an illegal substance. Marmalade was a retired sniffer dog, and Kain checked the drawer that Marmalade was reacting to, and he found an old syringe. The dog growled at it before licking Kain's hand. Kain gave Marmalade her jackpot treat, and Kain went to the outdoor garden to throw away the syringe, and he looked at the time, and he had wasted 20 minutes in his misadventure. He ran with the leashes, and once he wrangled the cat and the dogs, he was able to take them out for a walk. And while he was busy as the dog owners were having their own little adventures. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Chapter 23 of the Lover's Pentacle, 9 of Swords. Driving up to Kissimmee as part of the big family caravan was Kent and his brood. And they were going to all the theme parks, and all the brats were riding with him, and every so often Kent would open his mouth, and his wife Stacy would then feed her husband chips. Kent only drove well as long as his stress eating was kept under control. Sitting in the back with the other children was Malik, and this was the first time in ages that he had gone to Orlando with his little sister Ariel. His father was in the other car behind them, and every time Malik looked back, he could see his mother and his father arguing. "Is my dad's pride demon acting up?" asked Ariel, pouting. "More like his rage demon," said Malik. "If they keep arguing like that, they're going to have an accident." Ariel had only agreed to go on the trip with her father if Malik and her mother came along for the ride, and Eva had allowed it since he had allowed to argue with his ex-wife. And he couldn't believe that Rosanna hadn't told him about the mortal peril that his son had faced. And this wasn't the only secret she was keeping, but she was too angry with Ezra's reaction to tell him the rest. "Malik isn't even your son, Ezra," barked Rosanna at a certain point. "I don't have to tell you anything that he doesn't want you to know. I raised him. He's my son. I love him, even if we're not related by blood," countered Ezra. "If you really love Malik, you would talk to him instead of asking Ariel about my son," barked Rosanna. You know that Malik always lies," said Ezra before honking at the car that had cut him off. He rolled down the window before yelling, "Fuck you!" Oh yeah, road rage is very common in Florida. "You see that? That is why Malik always lies to you," said Rosanna coolly. Your solution to all problems is to yell at it until it goes away. Well, this time Malik has a problem that you won't be able to solve with your usual tactics. Do you think I love yelling, Rosanna? Do you think I enjoy foaming at the mouth? Barked Ezra. The two continued to argue like the old married couple they used to be, and Evia set out to get a visual confirmation that her parents were indeed fighting, and when she proposed this family vacation, this was not what she had in mind. Do you think that if they get married and divorce again, they will settle down? Asked Ariel. I doubt it, said Oswald, looking over his shoulder. Malik got a text message from Kain. Have you arrived to Orlando yet? Nobody forced you to babysit Eugenia's maths tested Malik, and you could have come with us. I wasn't in the mood to go to the theme parks, tested Kain. You're never in the mood to do anything. The faster you get over Eugenia, the quicker we can all move on with our lives, tested Malik. I'm lonely, tested Kain. I can give you the number of the prostitute I like, and this is all the help I can give you from where I sit, tested Malik. Gross, you sleep with prostitutes? Yuck, barked Oswald when he read Malik's test. Go back to playing games, said Malik, grabbing Oswald's head to force him to look down at his gameful advisor. Like adults are testing here. Honestly, Malik, a beautiful man like yourself shouldn't have a need for a prostitute, said Stacy, shaking her head sadly. My lovely courtesan is just there in reserve, just in case I fail to find a willing partner, explained Malik. Ken looked at his cell phone, and after waiting for 10 minutes for Malik to text something else, he decided to text someone else. And walking the path was easy with T-Ball leaving the charge, and the cat knew when to cross the street, and T-Ball eventually led Ken to the beach. And he sat beneath a shaded area surrounded by sea grape bushes and palm trees, and following the instructions, Ken spread out the towel, and he brought out a bowl and a bottle of mineral water, and he poured it for the pets to get hydrated. And this was the halfway point. He had to rest there for half an hour. He brought out his gameful advice, and from time to time he would pen marmalade. And this private beach was so secluded, so peaceful. A bored T-Ball jumped on top of Kane's gameful advice, and with the cat covering the screen, Kane lost to copy X. He sighed with frustration, and T-Ball purred, extremely amused by his prank. Ken looked at the time, and he realized that he had lingered in the restaurant for longer than he should have. He packed up everything, and he awoke the dogs before continuing on his walk. He brought out his cell phone to text someone new, and this time he decided to bother Karina. He texted her, but she didn't answer, and she was currently inside a plane. The plane was supposed to have landed an hour ago, but due to a storm it had circled about. Karina was having Christmas in Cartagena, Colombia, in the Hotel Caribe, and this was the first Christmas she was spending with Bruno, and instead of being happy, she was melancholic. And try as she might, she couldn't start thinking about her first boyfriend, Malik. Just one photo, one blurry photo, one photo was all it took for her to throw away a 3-year relationship. The guy didn't even look like Malik, said Karina under her breath. Who didn't look like Malik? Asked Bruno, pretending to be curious. Do you remember the day I broke up with Malik? Asked Karina. Not really, I wasn't there, said Bruno. I already told you the story, or weren't you paying attention? Asked Karina. You told me that you broke up with Malik because your friends told you that he cheated on you, and the following day the newspaper printed photographic proof of his infidelity. You saw a topless skank with a tattoo on her back sitting on top of your man who was completely in the nude, said Bruno, and when you confronted Malik while holding up the photo, he said that things were not as it seemed, and then you saw red before exploding into a crying fit while calling him a lying, cheating bastard that couldn't own up to his mistake. Did I miss anything? Yes, that was everything, said Karina, pouting. And looking back, that photo could have been of any guy, but then Malik shouldn't have said that things were not as it seemed. I should have given him the benefit of the doubt. I should have heard his side of the story. If you had, he would be sitting where I am, said Bruno with a sardonic smile painted on his face. When Karina turned her head to look at him, his mouth changed to a look of concern and understanding. I'm sorry, Bruno, said Karina apologetically. Worry not. I too know what it's like to have my heart ripped out, and while your relationship ended because of a blurry photo, my happiness died because of a video. My sister Rebecca provided irrefutable proof that the love of my life was cheating on me with half the varsity team, said Bruno as he sunk his claws into the armrest, and just thinking about it was enough to make his blood boil. Did you forgive your ex-girlfriend? Asked Karina. I would have if she hadn't teased me after dumping me, and she would tell all her friends that me and her never happened and that our love was just the deluded fantasies of a fast-melting nerd with an overactive imagination. And every time we crossed paths, she would poke fun at me, said Bruno. I wanted to forgive her, but she didn't let me. You still have feelings for her? Asked Karina, feeling insecure about her relationship. Yes, I still have feelings for her, said Bruno, turning to look at Karina. He waited until Karina's eyes watered before adding, pure hatred. I hate her with the same intensity that I used to love her. But let's not talk about the past anymore, and instead we should focus on the future we want to create for ourselves. Yes, you're right. Let's focus on the future, said Karina before kissing Bruno. Instead of thinking about the future, she returned to brooding about the past. And she thought of all of the mistakes she had made to get to this point, and she had destroyed her relationship with Malik after the first true bump on the road, and she thought of the night Bruno had saved her from herself, a different man who had left her to suffer the consequences of her actions. She had gone to the bar to cheat on Bruno, but had changed her mind at the last second, and the creep didn't take no for an answer, so Bruno had no other choice but to step in to save her. She looked into Bruno's deep green eyes, and they were so similar to her father's, yet so different. Bruno claimed to love her, but as of lately she was having doubts. As a lawyer, he was a professional liar. Words mean nothing, said Karina. She decided to focus on Bruno's actions, and his actions had proven to her that he was a good person. And whether he loved her or not, this was not important. Love takes time to grow. It was still too early to be worrying about whether Bruno loved her or not. The turbulence distracted the maiden from her woes, and it was so bad that she started preparing her soul for salvation. You know, like the plane went like this. She turned her head to look at Bruno, and he was super blasé about the possibility of going down in a blaze of glory. And he placed his hand around Karina's shoulder, and he started to whisper sweet nonsense to distract her. And this action sufficed to convince Karina that Bruno was indeed in love with her. Kain continued with his walk, and this time he called Oberon. Oberon was having Christmas with Natasha's family in Isla Modara, and her folks owned a little roadside restaurant filled with retro arcade games. Oberon could have spent his time doggy sitting with Kain, but he was tired of feeling an obsession for a strange man that couldn't mate with him. Oberon saw Kain's call, and he allowed the call to go to voicemail. He smiled when he saw that Kain had left him a message. Hi, Oberon, it's me, Kain. I'm still doggy sitting. The cat already scratched me, and my left nostril bled so much. And this is all you miss. I hope that you're having fun with Natasha. Bye, said Kain before hanging up the phone. Oberon replayed the message a couple of times. He was missing the sound of Kain's voice. Kain returned to the guest house a half hour before noon, and he was in such a hurry to feed the starving beast that he didn't notice that the front door was unlocked. He locked the door as soon as he got inside the house, and he removed his sandy shoes before changing into sandals. He released Tibor and Marmalade before guiding Misa and Lisa and Coco into the gardens. He fed the chihuahuas first, and he filled Misa's bowl afterwards. Misa was of the habit of eating Lisa and Coco's food. This is why her smaller siblings had to eat first. When he fed them, he went inside the house to feed Marmalade and Tibor, and he softened Marmalade's food by pouring water over it, and he placed the bowl in front of Marmalade to save her the trouble of walking towards the kitchen. She had found a comfortable rest spot in the furry carpet that faced the gardens. He opened Tibor's cat food. The sound of the can opening summoned the starving cat to his side, and Tibor ate his meal while purring with delight. And while the animals ate, Kain opened the refrigerator to make himself a little snack. The refrigerator was packed, and he saw a leg of proscrito. He tried a slice. It was delicious. He ate proscrito with a slice of fresh bread, and he sat on the couch with his snack and his soda. He turned on the television before taking another bite from his sandwich, and Tibor, losing interest in his meal, went to meow for scraps. He removed a tiny piece of his proscrito. Tibor smelled it before licking it. And since the cat liked the ham, he took the piece of ham, and he settled down with his meal on the floor to eat it more comfortably. Kain's cell phone began to ring. It was Jeremy calling about his cat. One last thing, Tibor loves ham, but it's a little too fatty for him, so if you're going to give it to him, treat it as another jackpot treat, said Jeremy. How's your vacation? Asked Kain. Fine, bye, said Jeremy, hanging up. Jeremy was lying down on the sofa, and Siddhanta had lied about getting him a room, and instead Jeremy had a sofa bed, and it was going to be 14 long days in Paris. Jeremy could have tolerated 15 days in Paris, but not 14. Why did it have to be 14? Whenever the number popped up, it always spelled disaster for him. Siddhanta approached Jeremy to see if he wanted to grab a bite to eat, and Jeremy closed his eyes to pretend to be jet-lagged. Siddhanta left him alone, and Jeremy began to do mental calculations. And with Siddhanta now demanding half the mortgage, it was going to take him longer to save up money to move out, and Tiba's food and accessory was also a significant drain on his budget. And he guessed that he needed a solid $10,000 in his savings to move. The problem was that he knew nothing about buying a house, and he regretted not being with Siddhanta when the man went through the home buying progress. And there was also the problem that Siddhanta managed Jeremy's bank account. And the thought that he was still a prisoner to a man he hated infuriated Jeremy, and he kicked and punched the couch in infantile tantrum. And what's the matter, Jeremy? Asked Michael, entering the bedroom. Siddhanta controls all my finances, and he can spend my money at his leisure, and all I can do. And I do not even have the moral authority to complain because he has fed and clothed me for as long as we've been together, said Jeremy, pouting, and he moved in the sofa to rest his head on top of Michael's lap. Michael patted Jeremy's head benevolently, and he added, "Just because you own him doesn't mean that he owns you. My first wife, God bless her soul, never failed to remind me that I was nothing without her, and she was allowed to cheat as much as she wanted, but if I so much as glanced at another woman, she threatened to return me to the cesspool where she found me." "So you were the original Pretty Woman?" asked Jeremy. "Not really. Pretty Woman lived happily ever after with her sugar daddy. My happy ending still hasn't come yet. Every day is a struggle," said Michael solemnly. He sat up when he heard the downstairs door opening, and they were staying in a hotel suite that had 3 floors, and on the halfway of the 3rd floor there was a sofa that was big and flat enough to serve as a bed. And Siddhanta walked upstairs with a box full of goodies, and once again Jeremy closed his eyes to pretend to be asleep. And Siddhanta frowned when he saw Michael on the stairs, and Siddhanta didn't like that Jeremy was a little too friendly with his boss. Michael was a notorious womanizer who wasn't shy about paying for sex, and he wasn't known to mate with men, but you never know. Siddhanta looked at Jeremy's beautiful feminine face, and the thought that Michael could have taken advantage of his sweet, innocent Jeremy was enough to drive Siddhanta to the brink of madness. Siddhanta sat down beside Jeremy, and he shook him until Jeremy had no other choice but to stop playing possum, and he sat up and he ate his grub. "You get along well with your boss," said Siddhanta casually. You get along with your boss as well," retorted Jeremy. "What do you two talk about so much?" asked Siddhanta. About cats," lied Jeremy, and he added, "He loves cats, but he's allergic to them, and even if he found one that he wasn't allergic to, he has too many social responsibility. He doesn't have time for a pet." "And why does your hair smell like his pungent cologne?" asked Siddhanta, sniffing with suspicion. I sprayed this disgusting pillow with his cologne," said Jeremy, holding out the sofa pillow. "It is the only way I'm able to sleep on top of it." Siddhanta got a good smell of the pillow before grimacing, and he went into the bedroom and he shared with his girlfriend to get a new pillow for Jeremy. Jeremy settled back down to pretend to be asleep. "We are by the pool. You can come down when you're bored of soaking, and tomorrow we're going to the museums. You can come with us or you can continue to soak," said Siddhanta. "I will go to the museum," said Jeremy, "but for the time being, let me rest." Siddhanta departed, and as soon as Siddhanta settled down in the pool with Dorothy, Michael returned to the suite to chat with Jeremy for a little longer. Alright, haciendo that shit, God bless. Pentacle 3, Chapter 24, The Devil. Back in Miami, King called his father. "Dad, what are you up to?" asked King. "You know what I'm up to. I'm driving to Disney World with my girlfriend Rosanna and her kid," said Jack, and he was part of Uncle Gen's caravan. "My name is Jeffrey," said Jeffrey. "I know what you're called," lied Jack. Jeffrey was the one thing that he didn't like about his girlfriend Rosanna. He didn't have the patience for small children. He barely had any patience for his adult son. "Dad, if you're driving, I will call you back later," said Kain. "I look forward to your call," said Jack before hanging up. Rosanna was the person who was driving. He had lied because he wasn't in the mood to be a father to his son. Kain was already an adult, and he didn't need a father to be constantly buzzing about him. The last person Kain called that day was his grandma Esther. The woman didn't answer because she didn't have reception in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. She was in a cruise ship with her friends. Kain finished his meager lunch extremely melancholic, and he brought out the cat one to see if he could get Thibault to play. Thibault saw the one moving up and down, and he hunched his body as he prepared to jump. And instead of going for the toy, he jumped at the hand. He coiled his body around Kain's hand before licking his fingers, and he could still taste the proscrito. Kain sighed with frustration before drawing the cat into his embrace, and he waited for the cat to get bored of licking his fingers, and from time to time, Thibault would give small bites before giving a hard lick. And these bites didn't draw blood, nor were they unpleasant, and from time to time Thibault made biscuits, and it was a good thing that the target of the biscuit was Kain's shirt. Thibault allowed Kain to pet his hind leg, and at that moment he thought about buying the cat from Jeremy. And this peaceful moment with Thibault was short-lived. The cat sat up and he pricked up his ears. He left Kain's side to roam about the house, and on board Kain went to the yard to play with the dogs, and he clapped the grass with both hands to get them energized, and he ran about the yard with the dogs chasing after him. And when he felt himself overheating, he disrobed before jumping into the pool. He swam laps for an hour, and with his work out of the way, he floated while looking at the passing clouds. So this was what it was like to be alone, and he could do whatever he felt like and say what he felt like without the fear of being judged. When he was small, he would spend the night by himself, and his mother would give him NyQuil to get him to fall asleep, and he would throw it up as soon as the woman left his bedroom. And while his mother went out with his friends, 4-year-old Kain would spend his time by himself. He would jump on the bed, play with his toys, watch whatever channel he wanted. The world was his oyster, and a memory of his childhood suddenly became unrepressed. One night, while his mother was out, a stranger came into his house uninvited, and he ran to the living room thinking that it was his father who had come home, and he started running when he saw that the man wasn't his father or anyone he knew. "My grandpa's going to be home soon. You should leave," warned Kain, and he spoke these words barely above a whisper. The stranger, completely unperturbed, made his way to his mother's bedroom, and he opened her closet. It seemed as if he was searching for something. Kain made his way to the phone, and the sound of a number being dialed drew the stranger's attention. The man pulled the cord from the wall, and thus making it impossible for Kain to call for help. The man picked up Kain to return the child to his bed. "Close your eyes. Go to sleep. Tomorrow when you wake up, you won't remember any of this," ordered the voice. The stranger handed Kain a little bottle cap with NyQuil. Kain drank his medicine, and it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. The following morning he awoke not remembering anything, and Kain fancied that this unrepressed memory was the reason for his irrational fear of being alone. "Who was that man?" asked Kain, "and what was he looking for in my mother's bedroom?" Coco barked happily in response to Kain's question. Kain swam to the edge of the pool before pushing himself out. "Coco, can you keep a secret?" asked Kain. Coco waggled her tail in response. "Do you remember the heart-shaped letter I sent Malik when I was 12? asked Kain. Coco tilted her head in response, and she licked Kain's face. "I guess you don't have any idea what I'm talking about," said Kain, patting Coco's neck with his wet hand. "I will tell you the whole story some other time." Kain left the pool to give the dogs their second walk of the day, and he dried himself with a towel, and he summoned Thibault by jiggling the leash, and Marmalade didn't rise from her spot, though she regarded Kain with her patented tired dog look. He decided to leave her behind, and one walk was more than enough for a gal her age, and Marmalade started whimpering and barking when she saw that she was being left behind. And Kain returned to the living room with her leash, and Marmalade allowed Kain to put on her leash, but she didn't rise from her spot. After measuring his options, he placed the tired dog over his shoulders, and even if she was too tired to walk, there was no reason to leave her behind. He walked a block while carrying the 32-pound Springer Spaniel, and he placed her on the floor when his hands started to hurt. "I should have brought a stroller," said Kain, sighing. "Whimper," said Marmalade. Marmalade walked the rest of the way, I being rather slow, and after an hour they made it to the halfway point. He picked up Marmalade to take her to the rest stop, and he laid her down on the sand before spreading the towel. Marmalade lay down on the towel beside Kain, and he poured water for the dogs and the cat. And he lay down on the sand, and he closed his eyes for a bit. And carrying Marmalade had made him really tired, and he awoke when he heard Marmalade barking. He trembled when he saw how dark it had gotten. With the sun behind him, the vegetation casted an enormous shadow over the entire beach, and he had slept more than he had originally planned, and he saw a long shadow drawing closer, and the mysterious visitor departed when he heard the dogs barking. Kain breathed a sigh of relief when the stranger left. He looked at his cell phone to see if he had any missed calls, and he smiled when he saw that he had a missed message from his father. "Hey, Kain, you finally answered," said Jack. "I'm sorry, Dad. I took a nap on the beach, and this is why I missed your call." "From now on, I would always have the ringtone on," said Kain. "Have you met anyone?" asked Jack. "Just a few joggers, and the locals keep to themselves while they study me from a distance," said Kain, remembering the shadow. "You can expect a bit of tension considering that they haven't caught the phantom thief," said Jack. "Is that what they're calling him?" asked Kain. "You don't like the name? If you have a better name, we're still taking suggestions," said Jack. "Why are you coming up with a name for the elusive thief?" asked Kain. "Alfred is writing a paper about the thief for school, and he has all of the information about the thief with the exception of his calling card," said Jack. "The phantom thief hasn't really stolen anything per se. Rather, like a magician, he made an item disappear and reappear a week later. That is his MO, so if I had to pick a name for the thief, it would be the magician or Houdini, since he too is a master of escape," said Kain. "What types of items does he normally steal?" asked Jack. "Small items, but very valuable items. The types of items you can easily carry in your pocket. The first item he stole was a jewel bracelet, and in the second house he stole an heirloom wedding ring, and later he stole earrings, and this thief has a weakness for bling bling, and he only takes one item per house," explained Kain. "Do you really think that the phantom thief is really Jeremy?" asked Jack. "Other than having a motive and being in the general area when the crimes were reported, there is no physical evidence to link him to any other crime scene," said Kain. "But everything calmed down as soon as the locals left him alone," said Jack. "Or maybe everything calmed down when security got too tight for him to continue his crime spree," guessed Kain. And changing the subject, he said, "How are things with Rosanna?" "They are dicey," said Jack. "You can almost say that we officially hit our first roadblock." "What did she do?" asked Kain. "Nothing. She was just wondering when you are going to move out of my house," said Jack. "Haven't you told her that you are living with me?" asked Kain, pouting. Like Kain owns the house. What do you mean that he's got to move out of his own house? As much as he loved his father, he wasn't going to move out of his own house just to facilitate his dad's new relationship. Kain didn't even charge his father rent, and he paid for all the food. "I told her that I was happy living with my son," said Jack, and to put an end to this awkward conversation, he said, "I gotta go. Kenny's calling me for dinner. Talk to you later, son." By the time he finished his call, the darkness had almost completely overtaken him, and there was only a slight red hue lighting the darkness, and the streamlights started lighting one by one. And Kain picked up the towel, and he awoke the pets, and instead of walking back, he ran as if the devil was after him. And once he was within the guest house, he breathed a sigh of relief. This time he noticed that the front door was unlocked, and he was certain that he had locked it. And he placed Marmalade on the floor, and the dogs whimpered uneasily while Tybalt hunched his body in preparation to either fight or flee. He closed the front door, and he made certain to lock it, and he even added the doorbell just for extra measures, and he activated the security alarm. Who turned it off? He remembered turning it on when he left the house, and he reached for his revolver, but it wasn't inside his pocket. He was certain that he had taken it with him when he went on his last walk, or did he? He couldn't remember. He scanned his eyes for a potential blunt weapon, and his eyes were drawn to a katana on display. The stupid weapon was blunt, and his only consolation that he could use it as a club. He slowly made his way towards the kitchen, and while there he armed himself with a cutting knife, and he searched room by room, and each time he opened a door he felt his heart beating quickly, and it was odd. He had been in a similar situation in his work, but without his grandpa's revolver he felt powerless. Now that he was facing a potential danger without it, he realized how much he needed a revolver to function as a police officer. Once he finished checking the house and returned to the living room, and he gasped when he saw his grandpa's revolver in the middle of the coffee table. It was right next to the TV controller. He cautiously picked up the revolver, and as he tilted it, sand poured out of the barrel of the gun. Apparently he had dropped it at the beach, and someone had returned it. But why or how? He looked at the big mansion, and he pondered if there was somebody there house sitting, and to get an answer to his question, he called Michael. "Hello, Kain, how are you?" asked Michael. "I am fine," said Kain. "Goodbye," said Michael, hanging up. Kain called again, and this time he said, "I need to ask you something." "Get to the point, I'm busy," said Michael. And he was indeed busy mating with someone. Kain could hear the muffled moans of Michael's mate. "Did you leave a house sitter in the mansion?" asked Kain. "Yes, at first I wasn't going to, but my neighbor called a few hours ago, and he said that his home had gotten robbed by our infamous thief," said Michael. "Didn't you see the commotion?" "I must have slept through that," said Kain, remembering his long nap at the beach. "So that elusive thief is still on the prowl." "Seems like it. If you're afraid, just take the dogs back to your house, or go down to Isla Moderada to hide out with Natasha and Oberon." "The thief only attacks one house per night, so I'm probably safe," guessed Kain. And he added with a slight trembling in his voice, "And I'm a cop. The thief should be afraid of me, not the other way around." "That's the spirit. I'm going to take you the password to the security cameras. And there's a panic room behind the bookshelf, and you need to pull the book War and Peace to access it. So if anything happens, go there, and you can see all the surveillance footage from there," said Michael before testing Kain with all of the information he was going to need to survive the night. Kain went into the panic room with the pets, and he looked through all of the recent security footage, and everything was normal in other bedrooms, and he saw himself leaving the house for a second walk, and in the video he saw himself taking the revolver, and he turned his head to look at the footage in the living room, and he zoomed into the coffee table, and clearly there was no gun beside the remote controller, and he unmasked the footage to find the precise moment that the intruder had returned the gun, and the moment that it happened, two cameras began to display only static. When the static left, his gun was nearly sitting right next to the remote controller, and here was the proof. The elusive thief was lurking about Michael's house, and his first instinct was to call Uncle Gen to ask him what to do, and in the end he decided not to ruin his uncle's vacation. It was not as if the thief was known to be violent, and he only targeted rich individuals. The thief had even returned the gun Kain had dropped in the beach. Kain began to fancy that the shadow he had seen while at the beach was the thief. He reported the incident to Michael's house sitter, and the house sitter called 911, and a patrol car arrived 5 minutes later to survey the premises. The officer that arrived to the premises was a familiar face. "Lola," said Kain, smiling happily. "What's the matter, Kain? A little cat burglar giving you a hard time?" asked Lola sternly. They have you working on Christmas?" asked Kain. "Christmas isn't for another 3 days," said Lola. "And show me the footage." Kain showed Lola the footage of the cameras going into static when the thief was lurking about, and she added, "I saw a similar static interference in the recordings from the mansion, and the thief must have a device that corrupts the data when he's lurking nearby." Kain called Michael to ask him if he had any analog security cameras still operational, and Michael claimed not to have any, and Lola dusted Kain's gun for fingerprints, and she examined the prints with Kain's digits. "The thief has finally gotten sloppy," said Lola happily. There's a partial print on the outside of the trigger guard. Is it enough to make a positive ID? Asked Kain. No, but it is something. The more mistakes she makes, the closer we get to catching her, said Lola. You think it's a her? Asked Kain. Yes, I think the thief is a female kleptomania. All of the items stolen are typically worn by women, and she's between the ages of 17 to 25, and she's probably from this neighborhood. She scopes out her target by making home visits, and she learns the routine, and then she strikes when she knows that the owners are not at home, said Lola. Your theory holds a lot of water, but then why did she become active at the same time that Jeremy started getting bullied by the locals? Asked Kain. Happy coincidence, said Lola. And before they started blaming Jeremy, a maid was her prime suspect, and she cleaned into all the houses that got robbed, and she would have gone to jail if the culprit hadn't struck again while she was being interrogated. So our thief could be a klepto, a dog walker, a magician, or a maid, mused Kain. A magician, laughed Lola. The night passed slowly with Kain and Lola discussing the case, and he made dinner for himself and for Lola. And he also took care to give a final meal of the night to the animals he was babysitting. And close to midnight, Lola left, and a patrol car was left in the vicinity to monitor the situation. And as soon as Kain found himself alone, he was once again overcome by the irrational fear. And he checked all the doors and windows to make certain that they were locked, and he searched all the rooms with Marmalade tagging along. She wasn't much used as an attack dog, but she had a keen nose for intruders, and once he felt himself truly alone, he went to the second floor to pick a bedroom, and he chose one that had a balcony that faced the ocean, and there was a full moon hovering over the horizon, and he was casting his pale light over the turbulent waves, and he saw that the bathroom had a bathtub, and for most of his life he had lived with a standing shower, and he washed his hair and his body while the bathtub got full, and he opened a drawer where he found a bath bomb, and he dropped it into the water, and once it was nice and foaming, he tasted the temperature with his index finger. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. The Lover's Pentacle, chapter 25, Page of Cups. It was nice and toasty, just the way he liked. He sunk into the bath, and he stretched his elegant limbs. Sighing with relief, he said, "This is the life." Kain played with the soap bubbles for a bit, and he stretched his hand to take his cell phone, and he answered a few text messages. Karina had already landed in Colombia, and she sent photos of random items from the gift shop at the hotel, and she needed to know if there was anything he liked. He looked up the conversion of Colombian pesos to dollars. And he opted to get a hand-painted cityscape, and he also asked for a little bust figurine and a statuette of Blas de Leso, a couple of shirts, a hat, a hand-stitched wallet, a refrigerator magnet, and a stuffed toucan. He got a similar message from his father Jack and his ex-girlfriend Eugenia, and Kate felt happy that his friends and family were thinking about him, and he sent Karina a selfie to show her that he was roosting in the bathtub, and Karina sent Kain a similar photo of herself in the jacuzzi with Bruno. "You should send that photo to a girl you like," tested Karina. "There isn't any girl I like at the moment," tested Kain. "And how about a girl that you're remotely interested in?" suggested Karina. "I am kinda interested in Lola, but she's married," tested Kain. Do you know if she's married?" "Do you know if she's married?" asked Karina, and she added, "She could be a widow who probably wears her wedding ring out of sentimentality." "A woman who wears a wedding ring isn't looking for a man, even if she's a widow," said Kain. "I suppose," said Karina, "and maybe you should send that photo to Natasha. She seems fun." "Natasha scares me," tested Kain, "and she probably won't agree to date me because Oberon likes me." "Are you certain he likes you?" asked Karina. "Every time we happen to sleep inside the same residence, he tries to steal a kiss. He still hasn't worked out the courage to kiss me yet, but the fact that he keeps trying proves to me that he likes me," said Kain. "And have you talked to him about it?" asked Karina. "No," said Kain. Do you want me to talk to him about boundaries? Asked Karina. I'd rather you didn't. If he does ever work, if he does get the courage to kiss me, then we will talk about it. But until it happens, I'd rather just leave things the way they are, said Kain. Oberon has always respected my personal space. I trust in Karina. And how are things with Bruno? Everything is perfect. Perfect, like Karina. Trouble in paradise already. And why must you always fight during the vacation? Asked Kain, teasing Karina. I wasn't fighting with him. It is just that we started talking about the past, and I brought up his ex-girlfriend, and now he's moody, said Karina apologetically. My grandpa used to say that word is silver and silence is golden. You're always going to regret what you say, but never the truth you keep silent, said Kain. That's debatable, said Karina. Had Malik told you the truth years ago, we wouldn't be in this mess. So you consider your relationship with Bruno a mess? Asked Kain. No, it's just that I can't help but to think of what could have been. I mean, Kain, I ended up my relationship over one stupid blurry photo, said Karina. I would have believed Malik had he told me the truth back then, though I suppose the old Malik preferred to live a lie than to process the truth, said Kain. I gotta go, Kain, said Karina. Good night, and don't stay up too late. Kain saw the time, and it was indeed getting pretty late, and he texted Malik to see if he was still awake. And Malik didn't answer the text message. He had gone to bed early. He received a text message from Alexia, and he had arrived to Tokyo with his husband, and after spending almost an entire day on the plane, he was reevaluating all of his life choices. His husband had spent the entire plane ride writing, and the only time he acknowledged Alexia's existence was when he asked for a quick pick-me-up in the bathroom. And Alexia eventually called Kain in order to hear another human's voice. And Alexia whined about his boyfriend Byron for half an hour. And Alexia eventually got tired of complaining. He hung up the phone in order to explore the hotel. Kain answered a few other text messages, and the only person who didn't give signs of life was Overton. Heck, even Natasha had answered his text message. I don't know why you're ghosting me again, Overton, but it is getting old, said Kain's message, and I thought we had gotten past it, and we're getting along just fine up until yesterday, and whatever happened, I am sorry if I said or did anything to offend your sensibilities, and I can't make amends if you don't tell me what I did wrong. Overton hadn't reheard the message, and he said to himself, you didn't do anything wrong, Kain. I am the one with the problem. Oh, for crying out loud, just call him already, said Natasha. Not yet. I will call him when I'm ready to speak to him, said Overton, clenching his fist. Natasha took Overton's phone and she dialed back, and Overton tried to recover his phone, but Natasha gave him the run about the kitchen. Overton, said Kain, smiling happily. Overton. Natasha placed it on speaker for Overton to hear Kain's voice, and Overton folded his arms before rubbing his shoulder. He was fighting the urge to answer the phone call. Overton, are you alright? Asked Kain. Overton, you asshole. I bet you think you're being real funny right now, but you're not. Answer me, don't answer me, I don't care anymore. Kain, hello, how are you? Said Overton, finally answering the phone, and he added, I am sorry, Natasha's niece has been playing with my phone all day, so that is why I wasn't able to get any of your calls. Oh, it's fine, don't worry about it, said Kain, choosing to believe the lie. And he asked, did you enjoy sailing? It was fun. I tried fishing again, didn't catch anything, said Overton. And we also went snorkeling, and we saw a couple of reef sharks, and it's a good thing that they sleep in the morning. Once Kain had his fill of listening to Overton's voice, he said, talk to you tomorrow then, and if Natasha's niece allows, that is. Good night, Kain, said Overton before kissing the phone. He turned as red as a tomato when he realized the blunder he made. Good night, Overton, mwah, said Kain, making his own kissy sound before hanging up the phone. He poured more hot water into the tub, and he placed a rag over his eyes to take a nap. And he was far too cozy to crawl into the bed, and his nap was short-lived. The doorknob of the bathroom was rattling, and he removed the rag in order to face the intruder, and before he had a chance to react, the door slammed open, and he gasped, for there was nobody there, and the door had opened by itself, and his heart began beating quickly as his mind tried to progress what he had just seen. It was then when Tybalt jumped on top of the edge of the tub, and Kain screamed at the top of his lungs, and the cat observed him with cool amusement. Tybalt began to play with the soap bubble, and it was then when Kain remembered that Tybalt knew how to open doors. He needed to lock the door to keep the stupid cat from interrupting his bath. "The stupid cat nearly gave me a heart attack," said Kain, finally getting out of the bath. He pulled the drain on the bath, and Tybalt gave Kain a spiteful look for getting rid of the soap bubbles. You know that look that cats give you when they hate you. The poor cat left the bathroom in search of something to do, and Kain rinsed the soap before drying himself. He jumped straight into bed, and the bedsheets felt warm and cozy, and it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. The balcony window started rattling, and slowly a hand opened it, and Kain attempted to leave the bed, but he felt paralyzed. It didn't matter how much he tried to move, his limbs refused to obey him, and he could only make out the silhouette of the intruder. And when the head turned, Kain saw that the shape of it wasn't human. Rather, it looked like the head of a hawk. "It must be a mask," thought Kain, and the intruder noticed that Kain was awake, and when it drew closer, Kain realized that the hawk face wasn't a mask. Kain closed his eyes before opening them again, and what he was seeing was impossible. What he wasn't looking at wasn't real, and when he opened and closed his eyes one last time, the creature had disappeared. And he left the bed wearily, and he checked the balcony door. It was closed, and he fancied that he had suffered a night terror combined with sleep paralysis. He felt something fleshy and warm rubbing up against his leg, and his mouth when he saw that it was Tybalt. "Are you lonely, Tybalt? Do you miss Jeremy?" asked Kain. "Yes," said Tybalt. Kain never would have imagined that Tybalt had such a deep voice. "Yes." "Why doesn't Jeremy want to be my friend?" asked Kain. "New friends will make it harder for him to leave when the time comes," said Tybalt. "Is it after living with Jeremy?" asked Kain, growing sadder. "No," said Tybalt. "Is Tybalt living with Jeremy?" asked Kain. "No, Tybalt is leaving right now," said Tybalt, starting to fly. At this point, Kain realized that he was dreaming. Cats don't talk or fly. When he truly awoke, he saw that Tybalt was sleeping on top of his chest. He stretched his hand to pet the cat, but he chose not to. He didn't want to wake it. This time it took longer for him to fall asleep, and he needed to make certain that this time he was in the waking world, and he was starting to drift off again, and he saw a hand trying to open the balcony door. The following morning he awoke to his cell phone ringing. Jeremy was calling to remind Kain that in half an hour he had to take the pets for a walk. "You're so lucky, Tybalt," said Kain, petting the cat that was grooming himself on top of his chest. "I wish I had someone as loyal and devoted as Jeremy." "Meow," said Tybalt. "Oh, what cute little paws you have," said Kain, petting Tybalt's hind paw. "I love you," said Tybalt. "Ah!" yelled Kain, surprised. Tybalt startled, ran away, and Kain dialed Jeremy back. Your cat spoke to me." "Did he tell you I love you?" asked Jeremy, amused. "Yes, how do you know?" asked Kain. "It is a trick I taught him," said Jeremy proudly. "He can also say hello, though it sometimes sounds like melon instead of hello. Melon. You know, like the weird way that cats talk." "Wow, what an amazing cat," said Kain, impressed. "Yes, what an amazing cat," said Jeremy bitterly before hanging up the phone. Kain got dressed, and he washed his face and teeth, and he fed the pets before eating a light breakfast, and once they were all together, he went on his morning walk. The morning by the beach was chilly and windy, and this was counterbalanced by the burning winter sun. And after walking for half an hour, he made it to the beach, and he found in his spot a bouquet of roses. He fancied that the roses were for literally anyone else. A couple probably forgot the bouquet after a night's tryst, and he answered all of his text messages to pass the time. He started sketching. He made a lovely pencil sketch of Tybalt, and he even signed it. He was just that proud of his drawing. And after concluding his pencil sketch, he started walking back to the guest house, and in 2 days it was going to be Christmas, and back when he was little, Christmas used to be his favorite holiday. Santa always brought his father home, and Jack would hide inside a Santa sack, and once Kain was nearby, he would leap out to surprise his son. And that all changed when Jack suffered his first overdose and during Christmas. Kain picked up marmalade and he petted his dog until all of the bad memories went away. His father was clean now. His father was well now. His father was with a skank Rosanna. That skank wanted Kain to move out of his own home. A jogger ran past him and Kain moved to the grass to allow the jogger to pass, and the jogger started running in order to study Kain with keen interest. "Are you Jeremy's replacement?" asked the jogger. "Just for the holiday. He's on vacation." That's good, said the jogger. "Do you have Jeremy's phone number? I recently bought a kitten for my daughter, and if Jeremy can add it to his walking rotation, I would really appreciate it." "Kittens are too young to be walked," said Kain. "He can carry the cat in his pocket," insisted the jogger. "I just need to get the cat out of the house for a couple of hours so he won't destroy the furniture." Kain opened his cell phone to call Jeremy, and the jogger took that chance to run off with Kain's phone. Kain wanted to give chase, but he couldn't leave the pets alone. Marmalade was too old to run. Then the jogger copied Jeremy's number before returning Kain his cell phone, and after getting what he wanted, the jogger ran home. Kain fancied that the jogger was probably the shadow he saw at the beach. "I don't really think he has a kitten," said Kain. "Meow," said T-Ball. "He probably has a crush on Jeremy," said Kain before continuing on his way. "Bark," said Coco. "Those roses were probably for Jeremy," guessed Kain, "and I would go back to put them on water, but it is not as if those roses will last long enough for Jeremy to see them." Kain returned for the rose bouquet, and he dusted the sand off, and he looked for a note, but it had been blown away by the wind. And from up close, he was able to appreciate the size of those blue roses. And in the middle of the bouquet, there was a single black rose surrounded by 3 monkey orchids. And he returned to the guest house, and after setting the pets loose and feeding them, he went to the kitchen with the roses. He placed them in a crystal vase he found under the sink, and he poured water into the vase. And once the flowers were watered, he placed the vase in the middle of the coffee table. And that way he would look both at the flowers and the television. When he sat on the couch, he pondered on the meaning of the bouquet. The orchids looked exotic, and he took a photo of the bouquet and he sent it to all his friends. Oberon got excited when he received the photo, and he felt extremely deflated when he saw that Natasha had also gotten the same photo. He made for himself a healthy tomato sandwich with cheese, tomatoes, salt, pepper, arugula, fried onions with delicious chive butter and spread all over a baguette. And Thibault sneezed the sandwich before immediately losing interest. As a cat, Thibault was an obligate carnivore, so if he didn't have any meat, he wasn't interested in it. Kain flipped to the channels until he found something to watch, and the movie they were playing on HBO was Princess Mononoke, and he had caught the movie around the part where the tree spirit showed up. "I'm having fun, Thibault," said Kain, watching the movie. "Meow," said Thibault, and he jumped on the table to study the bouquet. "Do you like it?" asked Kain. Thibault made eye contact before attempting to move the bouquet with his paw. And since it was heavy, he sat up to put his entire weight against it, and Kain, seeing Thibault's intention, picked up the cat before sitting down again. Thibault coiled himself into a ball before snuggling against Kain. Kain felt the cat's body trembling, and he placed a pillow over Thibault's body to provide extra warmth. "I wish Jeremy would give me his cat," said Kain, speaking his thoughts out loud, and he patted Thibault's chin before saying, "You're such a cupcake. Let me see the little leg. Ah, what a cute little leg." Kain amused himself with petting Thibault's hind leg, and when the cat grew annoyed, he gave Kain a warning bite. The bite wounded Kain's sensibilities, but it didn't cause his wrist to bleed. And before heading out, he got another status update from his friends. They were either partying, sightseeing, gambling, or in the amusement park. His final walk of the day happened uneventfully. He ordered pizza for dinner, and that night he took Thibault to bed, with the cat sleeping on top of him. He had pleasant dreams for a change. Alright, let's see, the last chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Dolores Pentacle 3, chapter 26, The High Priestess. The following day was Christmas, and since he had slept well, he awoke early in the morning. He took a quick shower before eating a small breakfast. He fed the animals before looking for something to watch. When he found nothing, he brought out his sketch pad. He looked at the bouquet of flowers. They were just as pristine as ever. He placed the vase with the bouquet on the floor next to him, and this made it easier to sketch the flowers from up high. It was then when he realized that there was something missing. The monkey orchids were gone. Thibaut had shown an interest in the flowers, and cats were known to eat grass sometimes, and he worried that Thibaut might have eaten the orchids while he slept. And after doing a quick Yahoo search, he was relieved to discover that all orchids were safe for cats. And even if Thibaut had eaten the orchid, it wasn't likely that he would have gotten sick from them. He gave his final touches to his sketch using as reference the first photograph he took of the bouquet. And he took an umbrella for his morning walk. The sky was pitch black, and it seemed like it was going to rain at any moment. Marmalade wasn't in a walking mood, so he was carrying about the dog in his arms, and every so often she would lick Kain on the cheek. When he arrived to the beach, he frowned when he saw a man sitting on his spot, and there was something familiar about the stranger, and Kain couldn't remember where he had seen that face before, and he sat with his horse a couple of meters away from the stranger, and Marmalade turned her head to glare at the stranger, and the man sat up, and Marmalade started growling. The man took a few steps towards Kain, and Marmalade answered by barking, and the chihuahuas joined Marmalade, and soon all of his dogs were barking. They are probably nervous because I am nervous, thought Kain. He wore his glasses to listen to classical music, and he brought out his sketchbook, and he remembered the nightmare he had a few days ago, and he started sketching the portrait of the man with the hawk face. And he yahooed the description of such a creature. The god Horus came up in the search result. Horus was the god of healing and protection. So if I see Horus in my dreams, there is nothing to be afraid of, thought Kain. The clouds departed close to noon, and with the clouds gone, the sun shone in all of its majestic glory. He hadn't needed the umbrella after all. He walked at quite a slow pace, and his arms were sore from carrying about Marmalade, and she was going to have to use her legs whether she wanted to or not. An impatient Thibaut would stop and turn his head every 5 seconds. It didn't matter how much he hissed and meowed, Marmalade wasn't going to walk any faster. He got a phone call from Malik, and he was waiting in line for a ride, and to pass the time he called Kain. And his friends asked, "Do you have any big plans for Christmas Eve?" "I might skinny dip in the pool tonight," said Kain. "You could invite over that lady cop you like," said Malik. "Lola's busy with her work, busy with her spouse," said Kain, remembering the wedding ring. "You didn't ask her if she was a widow," asked Malik. "That isn't something you ask of someone," said Kain as his ears turned red. "Look, Kain, it is not as if you're asking her to fuck. Just ask her about the wedding ring already," insisted Malik. "I'd rather not. I do not want her to think that I'm interested. Even if I am a bit curious, it probably won't work out. The woman I like leave me, and the first one that wanted to stay was a complete psycho," whined Kain. How do you do it, Kain?" asked Malik. "How do I do what?" asked Kain, confused. "When was the last time you had any action?" asked Malik. "The last woman who graced my bedchambers was Adeline, but unlike you, I am used to dry spells, and I do not need to be mating on a weekly basis to feel alive. I have other hobbies," said Kain. "When was the last time you felt alive in the bedchambers?" asked Malik. "Why do you want to know?" asked Kain, feeling uncomfortable about the subject matter. "I am bored." "Humor me, Kain," insisted Malik. Kain was thoughtful. As much as he loved Eugenia, sleeping with her had always been a source of stress. Nothing he did was ever good enough for her, and things became doubly stressful when Santiago came into the picture, and Eugenia no longer had the patience to train Kain, so instead she sought the attentions of her childhood friend, and she ended up liking him too much that she discarded Kain like a wordless rag doll, and at least this is how Kain interpreted the chain of events that led to Eugenia breaking up with him. Whether I feel alive or not in the bedchambers is not important to me, said Kain. I don't know, Malik. It is just that I don't remember. You remember the last time you had that awesome dessert. You remember the last time you fought a boss battle that made your blood pump. You remember the last time you arrested a violent criminal. Why is it so difficult for you to answer such a simple question? Asked Malik. I don't know, Malik. They all sort of feel the same, explained Kain. I remember the first time I slept with Karina, and it was my first time too. Everyone remembers their first time. So Karina was your first time too, said Malik, laughing bitterly, and he added, smiling sadly. She knew a lot of tricks for a so-called virgin. Wasn't it amazing? It was over in a flash, and she tried to get me inspired again, but I wasn't able to rise to the equation as quickly as she desired. And when she got frustrated with me, she feigned sleepiness, and the following morning she told me that she still had feelings for you, and that was the end of our affair, and she has been coming and going these past 5 years, and I did have a few official girlfriends before Eugenia, but they didn't stay long enough to leave an impression, said Kain. Hearing that it had been awful somehow made Malik feel better about his miserable existence. Malik ended his call when he got to the end of the line, and Kain regretted being too honest. The last time he had felt mating with a maiden was on his first day with Eugenia. Both had been drunk, and they had decided to go swimming at night in shark-infested waters. And he had enjoyed Eugenia a lot that night, and perhaps his problem in the bedchambers came from his over-analytical nature. He thought too much, and instead of allowing himself to enjoy the experience, and even now he was thinking too much. None of his partners ever cared about what he liked, and yet they all had the goal to accuse him of not being passionate enough in the relationship. Only Eugenia had bothered to ask. Only with Eugenia had he been able to openly speak about his preferences. He wasn't a demanding taskmaster. All he ever asked of Eugenia was to take things slower, to savor every second they were together. He wanted Eugenia to make him feel loved, while Eugenia wanted Kain to make her feel alive. I am starting to understand why Eugenia left me, Tybalt, said Kain. Tybalt turned his head before meowing. Meow. I wanted for her something she couldn't give me, said Kain, sighing. Try as she might, she wasn't able to fall in love with me. Ha ha ha, what am I saying? Oh, Eugenia never had the intention of falling in love with me. You knew this from day one, and yet you were stupid enough to fall in love with her. You are so stupid, Kain, so stupid. Meow, said Tybalt, agreeing with Kain. I suppose there are some things that cannot be helped. The hard ones were the hard ones, said Kain, sighing. Kain returned to the guest house, and he had the pets fed and installed, and he swam laps around the pool. And he took the pets for their last walk of the day, and at night, instead of cooking, he ordered a pizza. The pizza took 2 hours to arrive, and just when he was thinking of canceling the order, he heard a knocking on the door. I am sorry for taking so long to deliver your pizza. As an apology, you get to keep it for free, said the delivery man. I wasn't aware that the Pizza Hut was doing that promo, said Kain. It is a Christmas thing, said the delivery man. If I accept the free pizza, will they deduct it from your salary? Asked Kain. I'm not here to chat. Will you accept this free pizza or not? Asked the delivery man, pushing the pizza box towards Kain's hand. Kain accepted the pizza before saying, this pizza came with a soda. Fuck me, I forgot the soda, said the delivery man. Don't worry about it. I have soda here, said Kain, taking out the money. Here's what I owe you, plus a little tip. Merry Christmas. The delivery man accepted the money before saying, yes, Merry Christmas. Merry fucking Christmas. The delivery man left Kain's doorstep, and as soon as he was out of sight, he was out of Kain's mind. He opened the pizza, and he frowned when he saw the excess of grease. And he used a paper towel to soak up the excess, and once it was nice and clean, he placed the pizza in the oven to reheat it. The scent of the pepperoni lured Tybalt to the kitchen. He started meowing until he got a slice of pepperoni. Tybalt smelled it and licked it before losing interest. Since the cat had slobbered over the pepperoni, Kain no longer wanted it, and he offered the piece of pepperoni to Marmalade, and she licked it with gusto before begging for more scraps. Kain heard a scratching and whimpering sound by the garden sliding door. Coco and her sisters too wanted pizza, and since it was Christmas The Lover's Pentacle tree, chapter 27, Tree of Swords. While he was in the gardens feeding pizza to the dogs, he heard the police sirens. A shadow ran through the bamboo grove, and he darted past the pool before jumping the front fence. Kain observed the interloper with mild amusement. He munched on a pizza slice while he waited to hear the inevitable. A police officer yelled, "Freeze!" This was followed by more running, and a few minutes later, he heard a high-pitched scream followed by silence. It was finally over. He got a call from Lola. Her colleague bragged about her latest arrest. She had caught the phantom thief. The female thief had tried to pull a Grinch, hitting all of the mansions in one quick succession, and she had been undone by her own ambition, or maybe she had allowed herself to be caught. It was a relief that it was finally over. Ken returned to the house to finish his pizza in peace, and from time to time he would answer text messages from his friends and family. "Gosh, why am I so sleepy? I guess I woke up too early," said Kain. T-Bone meowed in response. "I'm probably just bored. I am bored, actually. I think tomorrow we're going to Isla Morada to inconvenience Natasha's family. It would be nice to go sailing for a bit, to be rocked by the waves." "Gosh, I'm so," said Kain, no longer able to string two sentences together. Every time he opened his mouth, it was to yawn. He sent everyone a Merry Christmas digital card before calling it a day. He just didn't have the mental energy to read their messages and give personalized responses. He dragged his tired limbs to the second floor, and he gave himself a quick shower. On the way out of the bathroom, his vision became blurry, and his legs started to fail him. He lowered his body into a crawl position, and he reached into his pocket in search of the cell phone. Damn, he had left it downstairs, or did he? He couldn't remember. He narrowed his eyes, and he saw his cell phone at the edge of the bed. It was so close, yet so far away. This debilitation wasn't normal. There was something wrong with him. With sleep quickly overtaking him, he summoned enough strength to dial 911. The call went through, and it was answered by Monique Singleton. She was working on Christmas Eve in order to be able to afford her children's Christmas present. 911, "What's your emergency?" asked Monique. "Meow," said T-Bone. "Sir, is this a prank?" asked Monique, annoyed. And this was the third crank call of the night, and she added, "Are you indeed in need of assistance?" "Everything is fine, officer," said a voice at the other side of the line. The stupid cat was playing with the cell phone, and it must have accidentally dialed 911. You know how curious stupid cats are. "Is your name Kain Sanson?" asked Monique. She had the caller ID, so she wanted to verify the identity of the caller in order to send Kain Sanson a fine. "Yes, my name is Kain Sanson," said the voice. "Kain with a C?" asked Monique. "Yes, Kain with a C. I mean with a K," said the voice, remembering the proper way to spell Kain's name. "Look, I gotta go. The cat is scratching at my leg." Monique grew paranoid when she saw that the caller didn't know how to spell his own name. She became convinced that the caller wasn't Kain. This was a true 911 call, not a prank. She activated the tracer to find the source of the call, and the cell phone towers gave her his general location, but not the precise mansion where he was staying at. Monique remembered that there was an active operation in the area, and thinking that it was related to it, she notified the cops tasked with capturing the phantom thief. "Officer Kain Sanson is in need of assistance. He is possibly being held hostage by an unknown assailant. Proceed with extreme caution," said Monique. "And this is the general area where he is believed to be at." "This is Officer Connor. I'm on my way," said Lola, answering the summons. "And Kain's last known location was Michael's mansion, and I will tell everyone the address." Lola sent the address to her colleagues, and they began to mobilize. Lola arrived first at the mansion, and she found the dogs asleep. And she went through the back fence into the yard, and she walked past the pool area into the guest house. The house was bathed in complete darkness, and she felt something warm and fleshy brushing past her leg. She lit her flashlight for a second to see what it was. The cat meowed at Lola, and he made his way towards the garden. He turned his head to see if Lola would follow. She found no trace of Kain in the house, and he had been moved to a new location. The car was still waiting for her in the gardens, and Tiba moved a couple of paces before turning around, and he walked circles around Lola before taking once again a respectable distance. "Do you know where Kain is?" asked Lola, feeling rather foolish. "Meow," said Tiba. He walked past the open garden door, and he waited until he smelled that Lola was indeed following him. With no other lead, she had no other choice but to follow Tybalt. When they got to the beach, Tybalt slowed his pace, and he got into a crouching position, the type cats typically use when silently stalking their prey. Lola took this as a hint that she had to move with purpose. She removed her boots to make as little noise as possible. In the moonlight, she could barely make out Tybalt's silhouette, and whenever she fell behind, Tybalt returned to her side, and he would rub against her arm before walking ahead. And she was led into the thick of the sea grape bushes, and since the tide was high, this area was partially flooded. "Please stop," said a trembling voice. Lola now had confirmation of Kane's current location. The problem now was that she didn't know where she was. She sent a text message to her colleagues. The kidnapper was hiding somewhere in the bushes by the beach facing Michael's mansion. Kain had awakened from his stupor, and he was still using the same bathrobe he had on, and he remembered fainting after calling for help, and when he came to, there was a heavy body on top of him. He had a sharp piercing pain on his neck. The pain was slowly incrementing as the attacker's teeth sank further into his skin. He felt about in search of something heavy, and his hands then were bounded over his head by a strong masculine hand. The pain stopped momentarily as the man stopped biting his neck. "I wanted to give you a painless send-off, but since now you're awake, do me the favor and stand still and be quiet. I find the sound of your voice extremely irritating," said the voice. "Why are you doing this to me?" asked Kain, buying time. Why, mocked the voice before stuffing a rag into Kane's mouth. Kain thought of everyone who would possibly have a reason to hurt him. It was not as if he was a crooked cop, and yes, he ticketed more than the average cop, but he had a quota, and he arrested 2 burglars with Siddhanta's help a few months ago, and maybe this psychopath with a vampire fetish was a family member out for revenge. Or perhaps no. Try as he might, he couldn't guess the identity of the man that was sinking his fangs into his flesh. His only consolation was that the lunatic had normal human canines, so all he had to do was endure the pain until help came or the narcotic finished wearing off. He stopped struggling to conserve his strength. It was then when his eyes saw Lola. She took aim, but she was terrible shot under pressure. This miscalculation cost her the element of surprise, and the attacker brought out a revolver and he placed it against Kane's forehead. And based on the feel of it, Kain recognized it as his grandpa's revolver. How ironic that his gun would be used against him. "Throw your gun or I will kill this man," ordered the voice. Lola lowered threw her gun, and she had a second gun by her leg, as well as her taser, so she could do without her main weapon. The sound of the bullet drew her colleagues to her location, and the man forced Kain to stand up. The two slowly moved deeper into the darkness, and Kain pondered how to best handle the situation. After analyzing his options, he allowed his body to go limp. The gamble paid off. The man put the gun away in order to carry Kain, and Lola caught up to the two, and once again she had a clear shot, and since the man had his back turned to her, she took careful aim, and she shot 3 bullets in quick succession. The first one missed, as well as the second. The third struck the elbow. The man screamed like a wounded animal before dropping Kain, and Kain took the chance to sprint away like the devil was after him. More backup arrived, and soon the darkness was aglow with police flashlights. Kain was safe for the moment. Lola escorted Kain back to the guest house, and his body was photographed and combed for evidence, and the bathroom was collected. Once all the evidence was collected from his person, he was finally able to shower off the dirt and grime, and in the light he was clearly able to see the visceral bite mark in his neck. It was deep purple, and he left the shower while trembling from head to toe, but not from the cold. Lola gave him a towel and a clean set of pajamas, and he sat down at the edge of the bed, and he retold everything that he remembered. "Give me some paper and some pencils," said Kain. Lola did as he asked, and the bastard had gotten away, and a squadron was combing the area in search of the perp, so they needed any clues to find the perp's identity. Today there was this weirdo giving me an odd look, and he asked me for Jeremy's phone number, or maybe that was an excuse to get close. And there was also this guy sitting in my spot at the beach, said Kain, sketching the faces of possible culprits. He could have also been the pizza delivery guy. I only started feeling ill after eating the pizza. Did you save up any slices? There are 2 slices in the refrigerator, said Kain. Did anyone know that you were going to be doggy sitting by yourself? Asked Lola. Just about everyone that has access to Dorothy's MySpace. She practically blabs about everything that happens in her small world, said Kain. Since Dorothy had over 30,000 friends, this information wasn't going to lead them anywhere. The cameras in the panic room were checked, and thankfully they had recorded the kidnapping. The criminal had a cap, and based on how low he kept his head, it seemed as if he was aware of the position of the camera in the bedroom. Do you want to look at the recordings, Kain? Asked Lola. No, you do your cop stuff, and I will do my victim stuff, said Kain, trembling. We'll find your cat and your cell phone if it's any consolation, said the forensic analyst, bringing over Thibault. I am going to drive you to your uncle's house, said Lola. My uncle isn't home, said Kain, and everyone went away on the holidays. Why didn't your family take you with them? Asked Lola. I told them that I was going to babysit the pets. And are the dogs all right? Asked Kain. They were sleeping. But they are more or less in one piece. Do you have any friends nearby? No, lied Kain, and he was worried about putting his friend in harm's way since the attacker was still on the prowl. Kain, if you don't call someone, I am calling your uncle, warned Lola. Kain in the end decided to call Oberon. He was the only person close enough to pick him up. Oberon saw that Kain was calling, and he wondered what Kain could want at this hour. Oberon, I had enough of spending Christmas in the company of animals. Can you come pick me up? Asked Kain. Are you drunk? And why can't you drive up yourself? Asked Oberon. I am not drunk. I just don't feel well, said Kain. If you don't want to help, I will bother someone else. I didn't say I wasn't coming. I just need to know if you need Alka-Seltzer, asked Oberon. What I need is a friend, said Kain without trembling in his voice. Oberon leaped out of his bed and he got his car keys, and on the way out he was seen by Natasha, who was stargazing. And she was a bit of a night out, and she decided to go with Oberon to fetch Kain. The two arrived after driving for an hour. Oberon looked at the army of cops roaming about the area, and this inspired him much confidence. And Officer Lola allowed them into the blockade, and they were handed custody of Kain and the pets under his care. Oberon saw the purple bite mark in Kain's neck, and Kain placed his hand over the bite to hide it from Oberon's gaze. He was feeling pretty self-conscious about it, and the 3 friends rode away in utter silence, and a patrol car followed behind them to make certain that Kain made it to his destination. Natasha turned on the radio to provide some levity to the situation, and she immediately turned it off because they had nothing but Christmas jingles. And she adjusted her rear view mirror to look at Kain, and she saw the weird bite mark on his neck. What happened to you, Kain? Did you get bit by a vampire? Asked Natasha, laughing nervously. Yes, that is exactly what happened, said Kain, while absent-mindedly petting Thibault. The cat eventually bit him because he was tired of being petted. He set Thibault down inside his car carrier, and he picked up Marmalade to pet her instead. And she roused from her sleep to take in her surroundings, and she barked happily when she saw that she was going for a car ride. She sat up before placing her head by the window, and Natasha lowered the window to allow Marmalade to stick her head out. No, seriously, Kain, were you indeed attacked by a vampire? Insisted Natasha, incredulous. I was attacked by a man who tried to engage in vampirism. He sank his fangs into my flesh while he attempted to get aroused. It is called paraphilia, the Rainfield syndrome, or clinical vampirism. The guy is still on the prowl, so we best keep our wits about us, said Kain wearily. Natasha's smile immediately faded, and she was under the impression that the danger had passed. Her heart sank deeper when Kain started crying, and he no longer had his grandpa's revolver, and he felt vulnerable without it. And he ran through his head all of the possible culprits and who wanted him enough to sink his teeth in him. He had so many questions, so few answers. Marmalade licked his face until he calmed down, and she was such a sweet dog. After an hour they arrived to Natasha's beachfront vacation home, and he was so abstracted in his misery that he didn't bother to take in the details. Oberon led him to the guest room, and Kain sank his head into the pillow. His eyes closed before sinking into a heavy slumber, and Oberon tucked Kain in, and he sat in the nearby rocking chair to guard his friend's dream. A half-hour passed with Kain tossing and turning, and every time he was falling asleep, an overpowering fear would summon him back to the waking world. In the end, he sat up and he looked at the clock. It was 1 minute past midnight. Merry Christmas, Oberon, said Kain. Merry Christmas, Kain. Can't sleep, asked Oberon. Would you consolidate sleep if you went through what I did? Asked Kain. No, I guess I wouldn't be able to sleep, said Oberon. Does it hurt? I'm going to give you a cold compress. They gave me an antiseptic cream, said Kain, looking at his duffel bag. Let me get it for you, said Oberon, fetching the cream, and he applied it with a Q-tip for sanitation reasons, and he added after putting away the cream, tomorrow I am going to call your family to inform them of what happened. I'd rather you didn't. I don't want to ruin the vacation. Why did you choose to stay behind watching over those moths? Asked Oberon, gesturing to the animals. They have pet hotels in Orlando. You could have gone with them had you truly wanted to. I didn't want to bark them down. I have been in poor company since Eugenia left me. It is so exhausting having to pretend to be happy all the time, and I wanted some time alone to lick my wounds, said Kain wearily. I do not know why I pined after that woman for so long. I am so stupid, so very, very stupid. Pine, you say. Are you finally over Eugenia? Asked Oberon, smiling warmly. I still love her, but not as strongly as I once did, said Kain. I can survive without her. Alright, that's the end of the Lover's Pentacle 3. Bye-bye and God bless.